Night. The round moon was hanging high and stars filled the sky. However, within the river of stars, there were 9 colored lights lingering amongst them, and they were especially dazzling. Abnormal signs appear in the sky, which means a divine body will descend. On the summit of the imperial city in the 9 provinces, an old man in golden clothes stood with his hand behind his back, and he was looking up into the night sky. Behind him were tens of thousands of imperial city experts. All of them were half-kneeled as if waiting for some command. BZZ. Suddenly, the lights condensed and formed into 9 colored lightning. It came striking down from above the river of stars in the heavens. At that instant, the black night became a white day. Even before the strike of the lightning, the ground was already rumbling and fiercely trembling. But that 9 colored lightning, the moment it collided with the land, it did not do any terrifying damage. Rather, it completely disappeared. Read new chapters on ManhwaNarrates.com. At the same time, the world was enveloped by the night once again. The originally bright night sky darkened quite a bit, as if some important essence was removed, and the former Senir days were restored. The old man's eyes were abnormally bright, and his excited body was even trembling. He pointed towards the location in which the lightning had landed, within the borders of the Asura province. Bring all the infants that were born tonight back to the imperial city. Yes, sir. The thunder-like response resonated past the horizon, and tens of thousands imperial city experts headed towards the Asura province. They swore to look for the divine body and give it to the imperial court for use. Time passed. 5 years elapsed with a blink, and although people still remembered the frightening scene that year, no one knew the actions of the imperial court. Within the borders of the Asura province of the 9 provinces, amongst the countless of schools, the Asura Dragon School was one of them. Today, once again, it was the annual recruitment of disciples for the Asura Dragon School. There were oceans of people outside of the school. Every time, the busiest people were the outer court disciples. All the responsibilities of the admittance for the school were all pushed onto their heads. Outer court disciples, they were the ones that did the hard and thankless tasks. Not only were their position lowest in the school, they were even looked down upon by outsiders. The reason was very simple. If they were an outer court disciple, it meant that their aptitude was horrible, and in their entire life, it would be very hard for them to have any big achievements, so naturally, they were despised upon. Oi, what's with this attitude? Do you know who I am? A lady who wore gorgeous clothes had a boy with her as she pointed and loudly yelled at a young man. I am very sorry. It is already late now, and the school will close soon. Please come back tomorrow. The young man's delicate face was still young and tender, but between his eyebrows, he had a bit of heroic spirit. He was called Chu Feng. He was 15 this year, and he was one of the tens of thousands of outer court disciples in the Asura Dragon School. Although he was an outer court disciple, Chu Feng was different from all the others. He did not feel inferior to others, and he did not degrade himself. He did not feel afraid or scared while treating others, and he was very calm. Come back tomorrow. You think I'm an idiot? These are the mountains. Where are you even going to let us sleep? You must arrange a place of residence for me, or else I'll go find your elders for reasoning. The lady did not listen and did not care. She even grabbed onto Chu Feng's clothes. Chu Feng, have you met with trouble? But just at that time, a sweet voice could be heard. Looking at that direction, a young female who wore purple was walking over. Although there was a faint smile on her mouth, her eyes were fierce and they tightly stared at the lady. As she saw the young female, the color of the lady's face instantly changed and a strong expression of fear gushed out. It was not because of anything else. It was just because the young female was wearing the purple robe, and that was a mark of the inner disciples. The lady hiddenly cursed. She originally thought she could use her status to make things difficult for the young man in front of her. Who would have thought that the unremarkable young man in front of her had the support of an inner disciple? The inner disciples were an existence that she couldn't offend. It's nothing. It's nothing. I was just inquiring some things from him, the lady explained while smiling. The young female glared at her and only said one word, scram. At that instant, the lady's body couldn't help but tremble, and her face was already ashen. But she did not hesitate at all. She pulled the boy and quickly left, and under the panic she even tripped, which made her look very rough. Seeing that, Chu Feng helplessly shook his head, and said politely to the young female next to him, "Thank you very much, Chu Yue." "No need to be so polite. We're family, right?" Chu Yue was a bit displeased. She was correct. They were indeed family. They came from the same family Chu. Chu Yue was Chu Feng's cousin from Chu Feng's father's brother line, and she was only 1 year older than Chu Feng. However, Chu Yue already passed the inner disciple exam 3 years ago and became an inner disciple. She was now in the 4th level of the spirit realm. "We need to follow the school rules," Chu Feng said with a brilliant smile. Tennessee, what he meant by following the school rules was being respectful to elders, as inner court disciples greater than outer court disciples. Looking at Chu Feng behaving like that, Chu Yue's heart ached. "Chu Feng, are you still not going to participate in this year's inner disciple exam? Or is it that you still haven't reached the 3rd level of the spirit realm?" Chu Feng did not respond, and a faint smile still hung on his face. No one knew what he meant. Seeing that, Chu Yue took off a bag from her waist and put it in Chu Feng's hands. "Refine it. Perhaps it'll help you break through the 3rd level." Chu Feng opened the bag and instantly, strong spiritual energy was emitted from it. A bright, sparkling, transparent Saint Spirit grass that was the size of a finger laid within. "Chu Yue, this is too precious, I can't take it." Chu Feng hurriedly returned it back to Chu Yue. Saint Spirit grass. It was like a panacea for martial training, and it was extremely precious. It had endless usefulness for those within the spirit realm. To increase their training speed, the Chu family would supplement 1 Saint Spirit grass to the Chu family members every year. Chu Yue was also supplemented by the family, but she didn't use it and gave it to Chu Feng. It really moved Chu Feng, so he really couldn't accept it. "When I say I give it to you, you should take it. You are my little brother after all." Chu Yue was slightly irritated. "Oh, when were you so generous and even started to give Saint Spirit grasses to people?" "Look, I am your little brother as well, and coincidentally, I will almost have a breakthrough into 4th level of the spirit realm. How about you give the Saint Spirit grass to me?" A young man around the age of Chu Feng walked over, and he was also wearing clothes of the inner court disciples. He was called Chu Zhen, and he was also from the Chu family. 5 years ago, he entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time as Chu Feng. However, he became an inner disciple 2 years ago. "Chu Zhen, you've already broke past the 3rd level of the spirit realm and successfully condensed spiritual energy. Even if you don't have this Saint Spirit grass, you can rank up quickly. But Chu Feng has not condensed spiritual energy yet, so this Saint Spirit grass is more important to him." Chu Yue forcibly put the Saint Spirit grass into Chu Feng's hands. "Yup, you are correct, but sadly he doesn't want it." Chu Zhen spread his hands open and sneered. "Who said that I didn't want it?" But then, Chu Feng lightly smiled and unrestrainedly put the Saint Spirit grass in his pocket before saying, "Chu Yue, I will borrow this Saint Spirit grass. On a later date, I will return them back twofold." Okay. Seeing that Chu Feng accepted it, Chu Yue was already happy, so she just randomly responded and didn't care whether Chu Feng would return it back or not. "If you're taking it, then why return it? Giving you this Saint Spirit grass for you to use is such a waste." Chu Zhen's face had a really ugly look on it. Chu Feng just smiled and ignored him. He then said to Chu Yue, "Chu Yue, I will participate in this year's inner disciple exam." You? If you can pass the inner disciple exam, I'll give this year's supplemented Saint Spirit grass to you." Chu Zhen looked at Chu Feng with contempt. "Is that true?" Chu Feng didn't really believe it. "Chu Yue will be the witness. But what if you can't pass it? Then the Saint Spirit grass I get this year will belong to you." Leaving that sentence behind, Chu Feng continued to throw himself into the work of outer court disciples. "Chu Zhen, we are family. Why do you always need to make things so hard for Chu Feng?" Chu Yue looked at Chu Zhen with annoyance. "Family? Chu Yue, you should know that Chu Feng isn't part of our Chu family. After entering the school for 5 years, he still hasn't passed the inner disciple exam. He is absolutely the disgrace of our Chu family. In the entire Chu family, which one likes him? Only you treat him nicely, and you even give your own Saint Spirit grass to him for use." Chu Zhen really did not understand. "You are truly stupid." Chu Yue was a bit angry, and after glaring at him for a moment, she walked away. On the other hand, Chu Zhen smiled. He really was happy. Although he didn't get Chu Yue's Saint Spirit Grass, he knew that this year, Chu Feng's Saint Spirit Grass would certainly be his. A bit into the night, in the resting area for the outer court disciples, it was complete darkness. After being busy for the entire day, everyone was very tired, and they slept very early. Only Chu Feng's room was still lit up by light. He sat on the front of the bed, took out the Saint Spirit Grass that Chu Yue gave him and muttered, "I hope this Saint Spirit Grass can make you full." After saying that, Chu Feng closed both his eyes, clamped the Saint Spirit Grass between both his palms, and did a strange hand seal. At that instant, the spiritual energy inside the Saint Spirit Grass started to enter Chu Feng's body through his palm, and it converged into his dantian. Tennessee, dantian. At the same time, chewing sounds came from Chu Feng's dantian as if something was having a meal. If you looked through his skin, you would discover in the deep part of Chu Feng's dantian, a lump of lightning was occupying there. That lump of lightning had 9 colors, and every color was like a huge lightning beast. It emitted a terrifying aura that did not belong to this world. Chu Feng wasn't really from the Chu family. He was an adopted son by Chu Yuan, the 5th oldest in the Chu family. That caused Chu Feng to be pushed aside and to be humiliated at a small age. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's protection, he would have already been kicked out of the Chu family. Because of that, Chu Feng was very thankful towards Chu Yuan and swore to become the pride of Chu Yuan and to win back some honor. 5 years ago, Chu Feng was exactly 10 years old, and it was the best age to train in the martial arts. The him at that time had many expectations for training because he felt that the time to prove himself had arrived. However, he never would have thought after entering the Azure Dragon School for 1 month, lightning would strike his body and enter his dantian. At first, Chu Feng even thought it was good luck, because when he started training, his speed of improvement was astonishing. In 2 short months, he arrived at the 2nd level of the spirit realm. That speed was completely abnormal, and because of that, Chu Feng didn't dare to tell it to anyone, so he hid his strength and continued training. But the good scene did not last long. Just as Chu Feng thought he became a genius, change happened within his body. Because of that change, it made it so his cultivation stopped and did not move forward, and he was labeled to have the most horrible talent of a lifetime. Izizi. At that time, the Saint Spirit Grass in Chu Feng's hands was being refined and absorbed by his dantian. His refining speed was extremely fast, and it exceeded common sense. Normally, with Chu Feng's strength, it would take at least 1 month to refine the Saint Spirit Grass. However, looking at it now, it was already halfway refined just after a short while, and Chu Feng's dantian that felt like a never-ending cave also had a feeling of being full. Bzz suddenly, light floated over Chu Feng's hand, and the other half of the Saint Spirit Grass instantly disappeared. Also, at the same time, everything changed in Chu Feng's dantian. The 9 lightning beasts interwove with each other. It was hurriedly moving, and it was actually condensing. Finally, it turned into a pill-like object. After the pill formed itself, endless spiritual energy surged out from it like a tide washing Chu Feng's body. Very soonly, it permeated through his entire body. Whoosh! Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and there were traces of lightning in them. An indescribable expression hung on his face. I succeeded. After 5 years, I finally succeeded. Chu Feng was incomparably joyful. He jumped down from the bed, and as he walked around, he sized up his body. In the journey of martial cultivation, the known realms were the following: Spirit, Origin, Profound, and Heaven. Those were the 4 big realms, and every realm was divided into 9 levels. The 1 stone level of the spirit realm. The main point of it was to train the physical body with special methods and to increase strength. But after reaching the 2nd level of the spirit realm, one must use ways to condense spiritual energy. Only people who successfully condensed their spiritual energy in their dantian could truly start their path in martial cultivation. Chu Feng's body changed, and it made it unable to condense spiritual energy. The divine lightning in his dantian were like 9 hungry wild beasts. The spiritual energy that Chu Feng condensed would always be engulfed by that divine lightning. But he didn't give up. It was because he found out that although the divine lightning did engulf his spiritual energy, there was a limit. As long as he kept on providing spiritual energy towards his dantian, he could fill it up one day. And today, he finally succeeded. This is a really strong feeling. Endless amounts of spiritual energy is surging into my body, as though it was going to break through my body. This feeling was inconceivable to Chu Feng. He never would have thought that the divine lightning would directly condense into a pill and occupy a place in the Dantian. The spiritual energy that the divine lightning was giving off was very dense, and it was beyond imagination. He knew that even with his 5 years of non-stop cultivation, he could not condense such strong spiritual energy. The reason why he could was because of that divine lightning. BZD, but just at that time, Chu Feng's body suddenly became stiff, and his expression also changed greatly. The divine lightning was changing. His power instantly increased by several times, and he suddenly broke through again and stepped into the 4th level of the spirit realm. Had the hard times stopped and the good times come? Chu Feng tightly clenched his fist, and he felt that the explosive power in his body was worth his 5 years of suffering. Suddenly, continuously breaking through 2 levels, the unexplainable method of becoming strong finally returned. He used a severe gaze to look towards the direction of the inner court and muttered, "Chu Zhen, I'll be taking your Saint Spirit grass." The Azure Dragon School's disciple recruitment only happened once a year, and every time it lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the annual inner disciple exam would start. This time, Chu Feng, who had been silent for 5 years, would also participate. The exam location was a huge underground palace. Within the main hall of the underground palace, the number of people were like oceans and mountains, and there were most likely over 10,000 people. Most of the people there were at the 3rd level of the spirit realm because everyone knew that the inner disciple exam required one to be at least in the 3rd level to pass. However, there was also a small portion of disciples at the 2nd level, and they wanted to try to pass it within the confusion. There were people like that every year, but most of them ended with failures. The thing worth mentioning, though, was that there were also a small portion of 4th levels there. They were not mediocre people who trained slow, and in fact, some of them were even geniuses. They intentionally waited until they were at the 4th level of the spirit realm before participating in the inner disciple exam. The reason? For the reward. When one reached the 3rd level, they could start training martial skills. Martial skills were very strong attacking methods. Not only could they thoroughly display strength, they could also make people gain power that exceeded the limits of their body. Because of that, martial skills were very precious, and even the rich and powerful families that has been existing for generations didn't have them. That was the reason why all sorts of families had to send their young generations into various schools for cultivation. In every school, there were a large amount of martial skills, and within the Azure Dragon School, as long as you become an inner court disciple, you could start cultivating the martial skills. Martial skills were also divided into ranks, and from the weakest to the strongest, there were 9 ranks. Within the inner court, the best martial skill book was only a rank 3-1. But within the annual inner disciple exam, the first person to pass it would get a rank 4 martial skill book. That was why those people would rather train in the outer court and not enter the inner court. It was for the rank 4 martial skill book. Look, isn't that Yang Tianyu? Wow, it really is him. He's already at the 4th level of the spirit rank by the age of 13. It seems like first place in this exam will be him. In the ocean of people, one young man grabbed people's attention. To be more precise, it was a boy. Your favorite stories on NO.com. There were dozens of thousands of disciples in the outer court, and most of them were unknown characters. However, the focal figures that people paid attention to were mostly geniuses, in which this Yang Tianyu was one of them. That may not be so. No matter how much aptitude Yang Tianyu has, he is, at the end, a child. It would be very hard for him to get first. There are many unknown talents in Azure Dragon School, and sometimes geniuses may not be able to beat the mediocre. For example, that Duan Yushuan. Another outer court disciple pointed with his fingers at a cold young man. That person was called Duan Yuxuan. He has been in the Azure Dragon School for 6 years, and he was also originally an unknown character. But a few months ago, he unexpectedly defeated an inner disciple who was in the 4th level of the spirit realm. Because of that, his name was widespread, and he became the focal character of the outer court. Silence. Suddenly, a loud and clear sound echoed. Looking at the source, everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. They saw a dozen or so silhouettes appear on the high platform in the hall. Most of them were aged, old people, and they were the outer court elders. But not only was the leader young, she was even a beautiful female. The female was wearing a red skin-tight dress, and it outlined her alluring curves. Especially under the dress, there were two straight, snow-white legs, and it could be said that they were perfect. Not only was her body attractive, her appearance was also extremely lovely. With round eyes, red lips, and an oval face, it was just like a fox face. She was the famous beauty elder of Azure Dragon School, Suru. Suru was a top-class character. She entered the Azure Dragon School at the age of 10, entered the inner court at the age of 12, and became a core disciple at the age of 15. But just as everyone were optimistic and thought that she would become Azure Dragon School's #1 disciple, she suddenly became an elder. No one had the inside information about this change, and up to today, it was still a mystery, and it was discussed enthusiastically by people. Wow, it's Suru. Wasn't she supposed to be an elder in the inner court? Why did she come to the outer court? With the appearance of Suru, all of the male disciples opened their mouths and some even drooled. The outer court disciples were very young. Most of them were teenagers, and some were even children. To them, at their age, a mature female like Suru had the most charm. Suru didn't have the air of the elders as she charmingly smiled towards the crowd and said gently, "The exam rules are very simple. Enter the gate behind me and come out from the other gate. With that, you pass the exam. The only difference is that the first person to pass will get a rank 4 skill book. You can't even get this in the inner courts. But something worth mentioning is that the person who is first this year will get another special reward. Depending on one's perspective, this reward could be even more precious than the previous one." After saying that, Suru intentionally lengthened the intonation. The enchanting air filled the entire hall. What would it be? Someone asked curiously. Elder Suru is giving her body. Some were even shameless and had lewd thoughts. Although Suru was an elder, she was only 20 years old. Compared to the old antiques, she was a lot more easygoing. Because of that, a lot of people didn't worry at all when they talked like that. Suru only smiled charmingly in response to the guesses of the crowd. She raised 5 slim fingers, then said, "5 Saint Spirit grasses." What? 5 Saint Spirit grasses? I didn't hear wrong, did I? The reward are Saint Spirit grasses and 5. With those words, the main hall went into chaos and everyone could not remain calm. Saint Spirit grasses were extremely precious, and even the Chu family could only give each person 1 per year. To ordinary people, Saint Spirit grasses were priceless treasures, and some had not even seen it before. Seeing that the Azure Dragon School could take out 5 of them, it was a huge temptation to the outer court disciples. But for most of the people, they could only dream about it because they knew that they had no chance in getting those Saint Spirit grasses. However, to the disciples who were aiming to be the first, they were all eager to give it a try, and they got even more excited. Suru nodded with satisfaction as she saw the high spirits of the disciples. Then she waved her hand. Behind her, rumbling noises came. The gate that was dozens of feet tall slowly opened. "What are you waiting for? Don't want to pass the exam?" Suru smiled beautifully as she looked at the disciples who were staring blankly. Go at that moment, endless cheers resonated, and the tens of thousands outer court disciples were like wild horses who got rid of its reins as they all rushed towards the huge gate. Chu Feng went along with the flow of people and continued forward. Finally, they entered a deep cave. The cave was very vast, but it was very dark in there. The field of vision was extremely low, and people knew the danger of traps that could be triggered at any moment. Go. For the rank 4 skill, for the 5 Saint Spirit grasses, go. But of course, there were some people that cared about money and didn't care about their life. They knew that there was danger, but they still went ahead by themselves and didn't even look back. There was even quite a few of people who were like that. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But after going ahead for 100 meters, whooshing sounds came in front, and endless amounts of silver needles were shot out from the wall. And they shot towards the crowds as if it was rain. Ah, wah, in an instant, all sorts of cries echoed. The disciples that rushed in front were caught off guard and over half of them fell. Regardless, people still continued forward, and they did not have any traces of retreating. They madly ran deeper into the cave. Although the silver needle was strong, it wouldn't kill, and they knew that. After all, it was only a mechanism, and to the people at the third level of the spirit realm, they could dodge it as long as they were careful. As they continued to go in deeper, the silver needles also got denser and denser, and the people that they hit were usually caught off guard. In situations like those, the crowds quickly distanced themselves. The people who were running at the front were no longer people who came hoping they would pass in the confusion. They were strong people such as Yang Tianyu and Duan Yuxuan. It had to be mentioned that those people were indeed not ordinary. As they walked in the storm like needles, they needed to be extremely careful. But it was as though they were leveling the ground with their shoes, and it didn't look like they were running through mechanisms at all. They were simply people in a running race. Chu Feng was always behind them in the spirit realm army that consisted of people at the third level. He did that for two reasons. Firstly, he didn't want to stand out. Secondly, his situation was very special, and he didn't want to show his true strength too early. That was why he was waiting for a chance where he could surpass everyone when no one was looking. Duan Yuxuan, you're already so old yet you can't even win a child like me in a race. Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing? Little brat, in the journey of martial cultivation, age doesn't matter. Only strength does. If you want to boast, then do that after you win. Let us travel through time a bit. There were only two shadows left in the very front. They were Duan Yuxuan and Yang Tianyu. Both of them were at the fourth level of the spirit realm. One of them had outstanding talent, the other had plenty of experience. The two of them were fairly even, and the tension between them got stronger and stronger. It was because they knew that their largest competition was each other. As long as they went over their opponent, the prize for being first would belong to them. Suddenly, a breeze of wind came from the front. The two of them were surprised as they looked closely, and they couldn't help but slow down their paces. It was because dense fog appeared in front of them. The cave was already dark, and with the fog it meant that their vision would be even poorer. With that, it also greatly increased the difficulty of dodging the mechanisms. Even if it was them, they needed to treat it carefully. Good chance. Just as everyone was slowing down, Chu Feng secretly rejoiced. He went forward in huge strides, and with a whoosh, his entire body was like an arrow leaving a bow as he flew forward. Whoosh! At that time, Duan Yuxuan was concentrating on dodging the silver needles. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him. Without giving any time for him to react, that person disappeared once again. Did I imagine it? With that, it made Duan Yuxuan feel quite a bit of shock. He thought it was Yang Tianyu at the start, but he noticed that Yang Tianyu was not far behind him. Then, he was distracted with his thoughts. The person who successfully left everyone behind, Chu Feng, didn't care about them that much as he increased his speed to the maximum. After that long running, he didn't feel any fatigue. The spiritual energy within his body was endless to take, and it continuously surged from his dantian. Not only that, his speed and strength, hearing and vision power all surpassed the people who were at the same level than him. At least it greatly surpassed Duan Yuxuan and Yang Tianyu. Chu Feng wasn't too surprised at that chance because it was something special about him. He already seen this specialness 5 years ago. From now on, his specialness returned, and it gave him incomparable self-confidence because there was no one who could call themselves a genius in front of him anymore. As he ran with flying speed, Chu Feng finally left the mechanism stage, exited the dark cave, and arrived in the middle of a wide hall. At the end of the hall, there was a tall platform made out of stone. On top of the stone, there were several items. It was the rank 4 martial skill book and the 5 spirit saint grasses. The source of this content, Nov, Elbian. Seeing those things, Chu Feng was a bit emotional. However, he did not rush ahead. Rather, he looked at the stone doors on the side of the hall. So behind those are the legendary fierce beasts? Chu Feng's mouth curved up in expectation. He knew that this exam just only started. The creatures that he was going to face were terrifying, bloodthirsty, ruthless creatures called fierce beasts. Elder Suru, look, this is too astonishing. I've been guarding here for so many years, but this really is the first time that I've seen a disciple that passed through with such a speed. Within a mysterious stone room in the underground palace, an old elder was staring at a disordered stone, and astonishment filled his gaze. That was not a normal stone. It was a mechanism within the underground palace. The stone only disordered itself after a mechanism got triggered. Looking at it, The entire stone was disordered, which only meant one thing. Someone already passed the mechanism stage. The fastest person to clear the mechanism stage took 2 hours from the past examinations. But currently, only 1 hour had passed. This change grabbed everyone's attention. The dozen or so elders in the stone room all gathered around, and they were all very startled. It seems that there's an interesting character within the outer court disciples this year. Asura also gathered over, and as she looked at the disordered stone, she nodded with satisfaction. Since it's like this, we can't let him pass so easily. Let me make it more interesting. After saying that, she looked above the stone. There were 3 round stones embedded in the wall. Suddenly, she smiled strangely and hit the 3 stones with 3 bangs. Don't touch it. Seeing that, all of the elders there were alarmed, but it was too late. At that time, all 3 stones were already pressed by Asura. What? Didn't you tell me that these stones would release the fierce beasts? Looking at the elders in panic, Asura also felt that something was wrong. Those 3 stones do indeed release the fierce beasts, but they cannot be pressed at the same time. If they are pressed at the same time, they will release all the imprisoned fierce beasts at the same time. That would be 30 rank 2S, 9 rank 3S, and 1 rank 4. After saying that, Elder Lee's face was already pale and his voice was trembling a bit. The elders that guarded there understood the fierce beasts very clearly. They were ruthless and terrifying creatures, and they were many times stronger than the people who were at the same level. Seeing so many fierce beasts being released at the same time, a round of slaughter could not be avoided. To think of the tens of thousands of disciples in the underground palace being slaughtered by the fierce beasts was not a pleasant thought. Why did you not remind me earlier? At that time, Asura's face also changed greatly. Her body rose and became the wind. When the stone doors opened, she already disappeared. Elder Lee, what should we do? Everyone's gazes landed on this aged elder. What else can we do? Hurry and go help! Elder Lee bellowed angrily and rushed out. Chu Feng had heard of the infamous fierce beasts. They were a type of creature that could cultivate. They were divided into 9 ranks according to their strength, and they corresponded to the 9 levels of the martial cultivators in the spirit realm. However, from rumors, the strength of a rank fierce beast was far stronger than a martial cultivator who was in the 3rd level of the spirit realm. And rank 3 fierce beasts could even be compared to cultivators at the 4th level of the spirit realm. That was why even if it was Chu Feng, he didn't dare to be arrogant. He knew that there was a mechanism in the main hall, and when it was triggered, the fierce beasts would appear. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy noise resounded, and the stone doors that locked the fierce beasts started to open. Strange. I didn't even enter the main hall. Why did the stone doors open? Chu Feng was astonished. Bang, 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 bang. But quickly after, the 40 stone doors at the side of the main hall all opened. That completely stunned Chu Feng. It was because in the darkness behind those stone doors, pairs after pairs of blood-red eyes opened, and a heavy bloodlust filled the entire main hall. Damn, this isn't a joke, is it? Chu Feng cursed. He clearly heard that in the last round of every exam, there would be 1 fierce beast. But what was this situation? Chu Feng didn't have much time to think about it too much because in front of his eyes, densely packed shadows leaped out from the stone doors and entered the main hall. He could clearly see that the shape of those creatures were similar to tigers, but double their sizes. Their entire body was jet black, and you could see their blade-like claws and ivory, as well as their pairs of blood-red eyes. There were a total of 40 fierce beasts, and since their appearances were not too different, they should be of the same kind. But upon closer inspection, Chu Feng found out that there were strange lines on their forehead. Clearly, it was the mark of their rank. Wah! Just at that time, one of the fierce beasts growled and cast its gaze towards the high platform in the deeper parts of the main hall. Simultaneously, the gazes of all the fierce beasts were cast towards the high platform, and they started to drool. Damn you robbers! Seeing that, Chu Feng was angered. How could he let these fierce beasts take the precious treasures? With a curse, he rushed towards the platform. Wah! Just as Chu Feng entered the main hall, it quickly attracted the attention of the fierce beasts. That was quite good for him. A total of 40 fierce beasts all concurrently gave up on the Saint Spirit grasses, and they all surrounded Chu Feng and attacked him. It was as if to them, the blood and flesh of humans was more attractive than some spiritual medicine. Move. One rank 2 fierce beast attacked head-on. But with a punch from Chu Feng, he blew off its head. It was unable to even survive a single strike. However, also at the same time, quite a few fierce beasts surrounded him and attacked. The terrifying killing intent was enough to make one's entire body tremble. But Chu Feng did not panic. He was as vigorous as a monkey, jumping left and right as he went back and forth within the crowd of fierce beasts. Every time he attacked, there was at least one fierce beast that died. At that time and moment, compared to the cruel fierce beasts, Chu Feng was an even scarier monster. Every part of his body was like an indestructible sharp weapon. Despite the rough skin and thick flesh of the fierce beasts, they could not withstand a strike from Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng could feel that not only was the endless spiritual energy surging in his body, there was also the 9-colored divine lightning that he loved and hated. It was this divine lightning who gave him such strong power and forged a perfect body for him. Grr! Just as Chu Feng was killing furiously, a sharp growl came from behind. When he turned around to look, he couldn't help but be surprised. The sharp claws of a huge fierce beast was heading towards his head. That huge claw was different from the others, as it was quite a bit stronger than the other fierce beasts. If he got caught in it, his brain would certainly shatter. Whoosh! Chu Feng reflexively jumped back as he attempted to dodge the huge claw. But the claw's speed was really too fast. Although Chu Feng's brain dodged the damage, the claw still landed on Chu Feng's chest. 5 bloody wounds were torn into his chest, and the fatal pain made Chu Feng cry out loud. "I will tear you apart." Other than feeling the pain, Chu Feng was even more angry. He already saw that there were 4 lines on the forehead of the fierce beast that attacked him, indicating that it was a rank 4 fierce beast. If he was some other person, then without a doubt, that person would turn around and run. Who cared if they were in the same level of cultivation? The power of the fierce beast would undoubtedly be stronger than the humans. But not only did Chu Feng not escape, he even crazily pounced towards that fierce beast. The movement, which had no care of his life, made even the unintelligent fierce beast hesitate subconsciously. Clang! As the fierce beast hesitated, Chu Feng solidly landed a punch on its forehead. But there wasn't the explosion of blood as expected. Rather, there was a loud sound, as if steel and iron collided. Even Chu Feng felt a wave of achiness from his fist, and it was as though the punch didn't land on the head of the fierce beast, but rather landed on a copper and iron wall. While Chu Feng's punch was no small matter, the fierce beast wailed, and it even backed off a few steps. It was obvious that it also felt the pain. "Die for me." Seeing that his attacks had some effect, Chu Feng didn't hold back anymore. Swinging his arms, the after images of the punches filled the air, flew in all directions, and his heavy fists were like a storm. They continuously punched the body of the fierce beast. It had to be mentioned that Chu Feng's exploding strength was too strong. Under the insane attacks, the fierce beast that was a few times larger than him was pushed back. The other fierce beast that wanted to launch a surprise attack on him also undoubtedly received a punch and got killed just like that. At the end, all 40 fierce beasts were completely killed by Chu Feng. Large amounts of bodies and heads were in strange areas, and their death were extremely wretched. The body of the rank fierce beast was still intact. However, its huge brain was deflated by Chu Feng as it was alive. Hoo. The current Chu Feng was standing in a pool of blood, and he was deeply gasping for air. After that bloodbath, more frightening wounds appeared on his body, but they weren't enough to kill him. Other than the attack of the rank fierce beast, the wounds caused from all the others were only simple bruises, and they didn't even scratch him. How strong is this fearful body? It was a question that Chu Feng asked himself. Compared to those fierce beasts, he felt that he had steel for tendons and iron for bones. That body exceeded the limits of humans, and once again, he recognized his specialness. After looking around with his eyes, Chu Feng leaped on the tall platform. Without even looking at them, he took the martial skill book and the Saint Spirit grasses. After doing that, Chu Feng didn't plan to open the huge closed door. He went back towards the direction in which he came from and re-entered the mechanism stage. Before Chu Feng left for long, within the stone room that closed the fierce beasts, a dozen or so shadows walked out. The one who led person was Su Ru. At that moment, Whether it be Suru or the aged elders, their expression were very strange. They only saw Chu Feng continuously hitting the already dead rank 4 fierce beast. But to think that so many strong fierce beasts were only killed by one youth, it was unimaginable. Elder Li, who is that child? Suru inquired. The source of this content, Nov, Elbian. Elder Li did not respond. He looked at the other elders behind him, but all the elders shook their head. You don't know what the name of such an outstanding disciple is? Suru's brows wrinkled, showing some displeasement. There are simply too many outer court disciples. If he was hiding his strength, then we. Elder Li's face was full of helplessness. Whatever. Hurry up and find out about his background, then tell me. Also, if he doesn't want to expose his strength, then leave it as he wishes, and don't let him know that we are trying to understand his power. Suru instructed. As you wish. Elder Li and the others respond respectfully. While facing this inner court elder, they didn't dare to be unrespectful. Suru looked deeply and meaningfully at the direction in which Chu Feng left in, and only then did she enter the stone room while contemplating. After Suru and the other left, the main hall sunk into silence. A moment later, rapid stepping sounds could be heard from outside of the hall, and one disciple quickly ran over. That person was Duan Yushuan, but compared to the him before, it was like they were two completely different people. Messy hair, full of sweat, panting heavily, and running towards the high platform as if he was crazy. Ha ha! At the end, I am the first. You little child, Yang Tianyu. You want to fight me? I secretly endured in the outer court for 6 years. What was it for? I'll tell you right now, it's for these. Duan Yushuan ran and cheered as though he was possessed by a demon. His eyes were tightly glued to the tall platform, and he didn't even notice the corpses of the fierce beasts in the hall. Whoosh, he leaped and stably landed on the tall platform. But just as he was full of smiles after looking down, it was like a lightning in a clear sky, and he was instantly shocked. It was because on that tall platform, it was completely empty. There wasn't even a single strand of hair. Damn, what's this? After a long while, he refocused. Only then did he notice that fresh blood was everywhere, and the corpse of 40 fierce beasts were scattered in the hall. The death of every fierce beast was very soul-shaking and extremely bloody. That scene completely frightened him. With a poof, he sat on the tall platform. He turned around and looked, but he discovered that the door to pass the exam wasn't opened. What is happening? Duan Yushuan didn't know what to think, and his thoughts were all scrambled. Ta-ta-ta. Just at that time, Yang Tianyu also ran over, but just as he arrived at the entrance of the hall, he stopped. After looking at the scene in the hall, he looked at the Duan Yushuan on the platform. He stared with a blank face. This? You did this? Duan Yushuan lightly chuckled, then said bitterly, If I said no, would you believe me? Of course I would believe you. It would be impossible for you to have such strong strength. Yang Tianyu shot him a glance and entered the hall. He examined the corpses of the fierce beasts. God, there's even a rank 4 fierce beast here. Whose work is this? After observing for a good while, they couldn't find out the answer. They never would have knew that someone with so much power was within the outer court. At the end, they even suspected that it was a situation planned by the elders, and the elders took the reward for being first. But when the level 3 Spirit Realm Disciple Army arrived, the dramatic scene happened. Everyone thought that it was Yang Tianyu and Duan Yushuan who killed the fierce beasts, and the two of them divided the reward between them. But then funny thing was, as they were facing the gazes of admiration from the crowd, Yang Tianyu and Duan Yushuan did not deny it. Just like that, they magically became first. The huge door opened behind them opened, and the cheers also came. Everyone was very happy because when they walked out of that huge door, they would become inner court disciples and a new life would come. But just as people were cheering, a youth walked over, and he attracted everyone's attention. He was completely naked, and he was even crying. He cursed while filled with grievance, "Who the hell is so cruel? Not only did they knock me out, they even took my clothes. What is this madness?" As they looked at that scene, people were astonished. Only Chu Feng smiled, and he slowly left the crowd while looking at his perfect, undamaged clothes. The inner court exam had ended. There were over 10,000 people who participated, but there were only 2,000 people who passed the exam. However, that was no small amount. You only become a real Azure Dragon disciple after entering the inner court. At the same time, you would also receive a more preferable treatment. To welcome the new disciples that entered the inner court, the elders even specially set up a banquet. The round moon hung high up in the night sky. There was plenty of singing and dancing in the inner court, and that raised the happy mood to the highest point. But Chu Feng did not join in the feast. He stayed within his new residence, and he looked at his wound on his bare upper body. The wound was healing, and the healing speed was extremely fast. If it continued at that speed, it only needed a few days for it to make a full recovery. The healing power was given by the divine lightning. What are you? Why did you choose me? It wasn't the first time that Chu Feng asked it that question. He asked countless number of times before, but he never got an answer. He still remembered the night 5 years ago. The sky of the Azure province was enveloped by the colored lightning. The sky was as bright as the day, and the lightning dancing was like a dragon. The thunder in the sky roared and the ground trembled. People even thought that the world was ending and everything was in disarray under the panic. But the Chu Feng, who was only 10 years old, couldn't help but run out the door, and he headed towards a spacious land. Even until now, he did not know why he did that. It was as if there was some magic attracting him to go over to that place. After that, the divine lightning attached onto his body. No one saw it, but he knew the 9-colored lightning that shook the entire world was inside his dantian. That divine lightning gave Chu Feng such a strong body. However, Chu Feng did not understand why such a powerful thing was attached onto his body. Whatever, if you don't answer, I won't ask. You and me are one after all. Chu Feng smiled with relief. It was luck and not misfortune, and if it was misfortune, then he couldn't avoid it. If this divine lightning really wanted to do anything bad to him, then with his current power, he had no chance of resisting. But up until now, the divine lightning had only brought benefits, so he didn't bother thinking about it anymore. Chu Feng put his clothes back on and cast his gaze at the book on the head of the bed. On the book, there were 3 big words, 3 thunder styles. Chu Feng picked up the book and started to flip through it. It was the first time that he got in touch with a martial skill book, so he was a bit excited in his heart. Rank 4 skill, 3 thunder styles, created by the Azure Dragon founder. After mastering lightning speed, thunderous power, as strong as a rank 5 skill. After looking at the short description, Chu Feng took in a breath of cold air and said surprisingly, "This is a skill that was created by the ancestor who founded this school." The Azure Dragon founder was the founder of the Azure Dragon School. 1,000 years ago, he was unrivaled as he traveled around the world. He had powers to fly in the sky, escape in the ground, move mountains, and fill oceans. He was a real expert in martial cultivation. In that era, the Azure Dragon School that was led by the Azure Dragon founder could be said to be the #1 school in all of the 9 provinces. The only one who could resist against the Azure Dragon School was the current overlord of the 9 provinces, the Imperial Court. But the good scene did not last for long. After the Azure Dragon founder passed away, the Azure Dragon School started to decline, and it quickly fell from the ranks of the top schools of the 9 provinces. Today, even within the borders of the Azure province, they were only a second-class school. However, that really emphasized the personal strength of the Azure Dragon founder. The skill he created would certainly be quite a fine product within skill books. You could not get it with begging, but rather by chance instead. As he was being excited, Chu Feng quickly read the training methods and swore to succeed in practicing the 3 thunder styles. Chu Feng did not sleep at all, but at least he understood the ways to train the 3 thunder styles. First style was form, the second style was intention. The third style could create lightning. All in all, to train in the 3 thunder styles was extremely hard, but Chu Feng wanted to give it a try. After some washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Chu Feng didn't feel sleepy, so he headed towards the inner court's martial skill building. First of all, the martial skill building had the facilities for training martial skills. Also, because he couldn't expose that he was training in the 3 thunder styles, he needed to train in another martial skill to fool people. This is quite lively. He walked into the martial skill building, and suddenly there was a huge opening. It was overcrowded in the vast main hall of the martial skill building. But that was reasonable. After all, there were 2,000 or so disciples that joined in the inner court yesterday. Those new disciples probably wanted to cultivate some martial skills. The martial skill building was divided into 6 floors. The first floor for choosing rank 1 skills, the second floor for choosing rank 2 skills, the third floor for choosing rank 3 skills, and for floor 4, 5, and 6. They were areas for cultivating the martial skills. Chu Feng kept on going up. He found out that the first floor was packed with people. The second floor was a lot better, and as for the third floor, there were very few people. That was all within expectations. Although it was said that the different ranks of the martial skills had different powers, the training difficulty was different as well. That was why a lot of people who entered the inner court would start training in the rank 1 skills, then after they mastered it, they would choose the rank 2S, then lastly the rank 3S. But Chu Feng's goal was very clear. Even if the martial skill was only for defense, Chu Feng had to choose the strongest. Young man, I recommend that you don't bite off more than you can chew. The skills in here are not suited for you. But just as Chu Feng stepped onto the third floor, an aged voice entered his ears. He looked over towards the source of the sound. At the entrance of the third floor, an old man who had white hair, white brows, and a white beard was staring him. Chu Feng knew that he was an elder who guarded the martial skill building. Although he seemed to be almost 100 years old, the elder's strength was very strong. Thank you for your reminder, but I have my own plans. After respectfully saluting to the elder, he walked in. Tennessee, by saluting, it meant the Chinese salute of cupping one hand over the other. Ah, another arrogant disciple. The elder who was guarding shook his head with disappointment. He had seen many disciples just like Chu Feng, and most of them ended in failure. The ones that failed lightly fixed their ways. But the ones that failed heavily completely walked on the wrong path and forfeited their good future. But even so, when the elder saw a new face coming in, he would kindly remind them to avoid any more disciples going on the wrong path. Chu Feng walked around on the third level, and he quickly picked a skill book that he liked and brought it up to the elder to register it. Are you sure you want to train in this illusionary palm? The elder looked at Chu Feng with doubt. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. Did you look over the description of this skill? The elder continued to ask. I have seen it. Chu Feng smiled once again. Yet you still choose it? This is the hardest one in the entire martial skill building. The elder really did not understand. This is exactly the one that I want to train in. Chu Feng still hung his smile on his face, but his gaze was abnormally resolute. Sigh, the youth these days really don't know their limits. The elder sighed, but he still registered for Chu Feng. After giving back the skill book, he added, remember to know what point to stop. Chu Feng nodded, representing that he accepted the advice. Although the elder was always doubting Chu Feng had a very good impression of him, and he felt that he was a responsible elder. But just as Chu Feng turned around, a familiar body rubbed his shoulder and passed. It was Duan Yuxuan, and his face was extremely ugly. Chu Feng did not know him well, so he didn't think any more about it. But just as he prepared to leave, he heard whispers behind him, and then he also understood why Duan Yuxuan was depressed. Isn't that Duan Yuxuan? I thought he already had a rank 4 skill book, so why is he here choosing another skill book? Or is the rank 4 skill book on Yang Tianyu? You don't know? In the feast last night, the inner court elders reminded them that the rank 4 skill book cannot be shared and only one person could train in it. After they heard the elder say that, the both of them just looked blank. Then they finally confessed to the crowd. It turned out that they weren't first in the exam, and there was another person that killed the 40 fierce beasts. So something like that happened. But why did they admit in doing it at the start? Who knows? Maybe they wanted face, but this time they really lost all of it. True, but who was first? I don't recall that someone was so strong in the outer court. 40 fierce beasts, and there was even a rank 4 in one of them. It really is unimaginable on how tough that person would be. As he listened to that, Chu Feng smiled and shook his head while walking to the next floor. He really wanted to start training. The fourth floor was the same as the first. It was also overcrowded. The new disciples were currently choosing the skill book, so these were the older disciples. Chu Feng looked over. Although it was said to be a floor, it could be better said to be a martial arts training ground. There were at least 1,000 people training with mechanisms, and their yelling extended in all directions. It was quite spectacular. Also, other than the thousands of mechanisms in the main hall, there were countless private rooms which were also for training. It was a pretty good design. The ones that liked to be lively could join in with the people in the main hall, and they could help each other as they sparred. The ones who enjoyed the silence could choose a private room and train there by themselves. After the stone door closed, they would be isolated from all the disturbances. Chu Feng did not join them, and he went straight to the 6th floor. It was similar to the 3rd floor, but it was a lot more quiet. There were also a lot more places for training. Chu Feng entered a private room. After closing the stone door, he bowed to the mechanism pillar, because he knew that the pillar was going to be ruined by him. The mechanism pillar was made out of steel and wood, so it was extremely sturdy. If it was attacked, it would automatically dodge. The dodging speed changed according to the opponent's attacking speed. Unless one perfected in cultivating a martial skill, it was very hard to damage it, thus it was the best equipment for training. Illusionary palm, using the power of the wind from the palm to formlessly control the enemy. Explore up-to-date stories at novelbin.com. Chu Feng looked over the cultivating method for the illusionary palm. Then, he went in front of the mechanism pillar. Whoosh whoosh! He suddenly extended his hands and he saw that his palm created 2 traces. They attacked towards 2 points on the mechanism pillar. Swoosh swoosh, but just as they were going to land, the pillar swayed left and right, dodging Chu Feng's attack with lightning speed. At that instant, Chu Feng couldn't help but be at a slight loss, but then he quickly smiled with relief. Interesting. From that day forth, other than eating and sleeping, Chu Feng would always be in the martial skill building, and he trained non-stop. The 3 Thunder Styles, created by the founder of the Azure Dragon School, although it was extremely mysterious, it was also extremely hard to cultivate in. As for the illusionary palm, there was a reason why the elder called it as the hardest skill to train in the entire martial skill building. However, after training for a while, Chu Feng slowly understood the nature of the 2 skills. The 3 Thunder Styles. It was extremely tough and fierce. It was as fast as lightning and as strong as thunder. Every move and every style could take the life of the enemy, and it was very mighty. The illusionary palm. It was actually the complete opposite, replacing the reality and attacking when they get caught off guard. Although it wasn't as valiant as the 3 Thunder Styles, it was still quite the skill, and they were different in their own ways. After a good 10 days of minimal meals and sleeping, Chu Feng finally grasped the 2 types of skills. Although it couldn't be said that he perfected the illusionary palm, there wasn't much difference to it. On the other hand, he only successfully trained in the first 2 styles of the 3 Thunder Styles. But even so, when Chu Feng successfully used the 2nd style, he was shocked by the strong power. On the 3rd floor in the martial skill building, the elder who guarded was still the same, and Chu Feng was returning the illusionary palm. What, did you reach a dead end? The elder looked at Chu Feng with a bit of mock in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth showed that he was a bit proud of himself. Chu Feng did not reply, and just smiled. But in the elder's eyes, Chu Feng's smile meant that he silently confirmed it. Go to the 1st floor and start from the rank 1 skills. Taking back the skill book, the elder reminded with goodwill. Thank you, elder. Chu Feng saluted and took his leave. He knows when to back off, so he still understands a bit. Looking at the departing back of Chu Feng, the elder nodded. The martial skill building was not open for the entire day. When the sun setted, the martial skill building would close, and at that time, all the elder guards would need to check the skill books and the mechanisms. What's this fuss about that needs me to personally go and see? Elder Ouyang, you have to check this out. I haven't seen such a strong disciple in such a long time. On the staircase, a middle-aged man was leading a white-haired elder, and they were heading towards a private room on the 6th floor. Within the private room, the indestructible mechanism pillar was full of dents, and it was almost able to be scraped. As he saw at the mechanism pillar, the white-haired elder's face became extremely heavy, and he looked at it carefully. But as he found out that there were shallow palm marks one after the other on the mechanism, he couldn't help but be astonished. With his experience, he could instantly tell that the pillar was damaged by the illusionary palm, but in the inner court there were very few disciples that could train the illusionary palm to that degree. Also, those who were able to already left to experience the outside world, and pretty much none of them remained in the martial skill building to train. After some deep thinking, the eyes of the elder suddenly lit up, and he said with shock, "Don't tell me it's him?" It turned out that this Ouyang elder was the elder that registered for Chu Feng. However, he also had another identity, the director of the martial skill building. He felt that the one who damaged the mechanism pillar like this could have been Chu Feng. But then, after some careful thinking, he felt that it wasn't right. After all, Chu Feng had only trained the illusionary palm for 10 days. After only 10 days, it was impossible to be able to use it to such degree. Elder Ouyang, look at this. Just as he was thinking hard and unable to understand, a call came from the private room right next to his. But the pillar just now wasn't even the important part. Ouyang was astonished once again, because the mechanism pillar in the adjacent private room was completely destroyed. 3 thunder styles, the second style. No one from the outer court can train in this skill. This time, Ouyang's face became serious. 3 thunder styles. It was a skill that only the core disciples could train in. Now it appeared in the outer court, which more or less meant that there were core disciples that leaked this skill to the outer court. But after some more precise thinking, he felt that it was impossible. The rules of the Azure Dragon School were very strict. If someone privately leaked the skill book out, it could be found out very easily. The core disciples wouldn't be so foolish to do those kinds of things. It is possible that. Finally, Ouyang found a trace of possibility. He said to the elder behind him, "Request for Elder Suru." At the same time, Chu Feng was cultivating in his own room. After 2 hours of refining, he continuously refined 3 Saint Spirit grasses. If someone saw that scene, they would certainly be speechless. Even for masters, to refine 1 Saint Spirit grass required at least 1 day, but Chu Feng didn't even need 1 hour. Also, the Saint Spirit grass that Chu Feng refined would all be absorbed by the Dantian, and nothing would be wasted. Even martial cultivating masters couldn't do that. It was said that if a normal person refined a Saint Spirit grass, it was already very good if they could absorb 50% of the spiritual energy. It seems like the price for getting your power is extremely huge. But even so, Chu Feng was a bit helpless. It was because after refining the 3 Saint Spirit grasses, he didn't even feel a single trace of having a breakthrough. He even felt that his Dantian was empty. If he was a normal person, and he have completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the 3 Saint Spirit grasses, he would have pretty much went from the 4th level of the spirit realm to the 5th level of the spirit realm. That indicated a problem. Although the divine lightning gave Chu Feng strength that exceeded normal people, to rise in cultivation levels, Chu Feng also needed to pay the cost that exceeded normal people. Spiritual energy. Although Chu Feng could condense it, but even with months of non-stop cultivation would not be as good as the spiritual energy contained in a single Saint Spirit grass. This showed the price that Chu Feng had to pay if he wanted to raise his cultivation level. It would also be a huge problem in his future. Ah, is this the so-called, there are detriments to all advantages? Chu Feng really wanted to refine the 2 Saint Spirit grass as he looked at them on the head of his bed. But he didn't do that because he prepared to give them to Chu Yue. Chu Yue should be stepping into the 5th level of the spirit realm soon. These 2 Saint Spirit grasses should give her a hand. After some hesitation, Chu Feng put away the Saint Spirit grasses, blew the candle, and slept. The morning on the next day, Chu Feng already woke up early, so he pocketed the Saint Spirit grasses and wanted to find Chu Yue. But sadly, the inner court was really too big, and the amount of inner court disciples was rumored to be even more than the amount of outer court disciples. There was at least 100,000 inner court disciples. Within the vast group of palaces that filled the eye as far as it could see, to try to find a person here was like fishing a needle from an ocean. Brother, say, do we join an alliance or not? This is the spiritual medicine hunt, and more power comes from more people. Once you enter an alliance, it's really hard to get away from it. In the future, if the alliance has troubles, we would get dragged into together. That is true. Whatever. Let's register at the plaza first. 2 young males that seemed to be brothers passed Chu Feng, but their conversation made Chu Feng very happy. Seniors, you just said that the spiritual medicine hunt's registration is starting? Chu Feng went up and asked. That's right. Every year, the time of the hunt is always different, so this year's was earlier than last year's. You seem to be a new disciple this year. If you want to register, come with us. That senior was fairly friendly. Sorry to trouble you two. Chu Feng politely smiled, and he was quite joyful. The so-called spiritual medicine was medicine that contained spiritual energy. There were different types, and spiritual medicine was divided into low quality, medium quality, high quality, and top quality. The Saint Spirit grass that Chu Feng had was a high-quality spiritual medicine. The spiritual medicine hunt was a welfare for the inner court disciples by the Azure Dragon School. In a certain area on the Azure Dragon mountain range, there were large amounts of spiritual medicine, and that area was called the Spiritual Medicine Mountain. Spiritual Medicine Mountain. It was originally the forbidden lands of the Azure Dragon School, but every year they would open it up and all inner court disciples could register and join. It was called the Spiritual Medicine Hunt because the spiritual medicine had spiritual natures. They could hide in the ground, run away with extreme speed. And they even had strong attacks, so it was quite difficult to pick them. The current Chu Feng needed spiritual medicines the most, and the more the merrier. Conveniently, the Spiritual Medicine Hunt started, and it could be said to be an enormous good news. Junior, it seems that you haven't joined in an alliance yet. Are you preparing to hunt by yourself? One of the brother was looking up and down at Chu Feng. Is there anything wrong with that? Chu Feng didn't understand. I'll be honest, this hunt is not something that can be done by one person, so I suggest that you join in an alliance. The two brothers kindly gave him advice. The so-called alliance was an organization created by the inner court disciples. Because these organizations could pull the relationships closer between disciples, the Azure Dragon School did not oppose it, and instead, they encouraged it. I've just joined in the inner court, so I don't understand the things about alliances too well. I wonder which alliance in the inner court are strong, Chu Feng asked with curiosity. Ha, you've asked the right person. Us two have done a lot of investigation on many of the inner court alliances. According to our investigation, there are around 1,000 or so alliances, and the title of the strongest belongs to the World Alliance and the Sword Alliance. The World Alliance has the most amount of members, reaching at least 5,000 people. Over there are a few people that have World behind their back, and they are members of the World Alliance. There are less members in the Sword Alliance, but there are still at least 1,000 people. The Sword Alliance is a bit special. If you want to join them, you must have trained in the martial skills that use the sword as power. The people over there who have a black iron sword behind their back are members of the Sword Alliance. They are called the strongest, not only because they have a lot of people. The important part is that the founders of the two alliances are well known in our Azure Dragon School. Those two people became core disciples 10 years ago. The core disciples these days are very well-known people, and with them as support, very little people dare to act against the people from the World Alliance and the Sword Alliance. Brother, you're a bit wrong. Although the World Alliance and the Sword Alliance have strong power, I think that the strongest is the Wings Alliance. Just as the elder brother was describing vividly and colorfully, the younger brother had an opinion and interrupted. Although the Wings Alliance are strong, they have too little people. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands, and if there really was a conflict, they could not be the opponent of the World Alliance and the Sword Alliance. The elder brother shook his head. That may not be so. Although the Wings Alliance have little people, they are like dragons within men, and they have the ability to attack 100 with one. I feel that even if the World Alliance and the Sword Alliance joined hands, they might not be able to defeat the Wings Alliance, the younger brother retorted. What is this Wings Alliance? Seeing as the two of them did not rest in their debates, Chu Feng got more and more curious as he listened. Junior, listen to me. The Wings Alliance are the legends in our inner court. Seeing that, the younger brother held on to Chu Feng and started to narrate as his saliva splattered everywhere. The Wings Alliance rarely recruit members, but when they do, the people they recruit are like the dragon within men. Although the Wings Alliance only has 32 people, within the inner court they are very well-known people. Also, their hearts are one, and they look at each other like an extension of their hands and feet. Whoever dares to make a move against the members of the Wings Alliance, no matter who it is, they will have their revenge. 2 years ago, a third-rate school in the Azure province harmed a member of the Wings Alliance. The one that exterminated the school was also the Wings Alliance. That strong? Listening to that point, Chu Feng was also astonished. Although a third-rate school could not be compared to the Azure Dragon School, it still had quite some power. To be able to exterminate them showed that the Wings Alliance were very strong. Also, Although the founders of the World Alliance and the Sword Alliance are very strong, but compared to the founder of the Wings Alliance, there's a huge difference. According to the rumors, the founder of the Wings Alliance entered the inner court at the age of 11, became a core disciple at the age of 14, and was the one disciple at the age of 16 in the Azure Dragon School. But sadly, he is no longer in the Azure Dragon School. In the year that he was 16, he left this place and no one knew where he went. As he talked about things like that, the younger brother seemed to be rather regretful. Who was that person called? Chu Feng was amazed even more. Core disciples were important figures of the Azure Dragon School, and every one of them could be said to be geniuses in martial cultivation. The founder of the Wings Alliance became the strongest within the core disciples at the age of 16. How outstanding was that person? His name is Zhang Tianyi. The younger brother said his name one word at a time. Zhang Tianyi. Chu Feng remembered that name because he was qualified to be remembered by Chu Feng. That's right. I heard that our inner court beauty Elder Suru is also one of the members of the Wings Alliance, and she is also one of the strongest within the core disciples. Also, other than Elder Suru, within today's core disciples, there are a lot of people who belong to the Wings Alliance. All of their achievements are not inferior to the founders of the World Alliance or the Sword Alliance. Isn't the Wings Alliance strong? The younger brother continued saying. If you say it like that, then this Wings Alliance is really strong. Are there any special symbols for the members of the Wings Alliance? Chu Feng was getting more and more interested in this Wings Alliance. It's rare to see anyone from the Wings Alliance, but on their chest, they would wear a small badge, and a pair of wings are on that badge. The three of them chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the plaza that was filled with people. It was the place to register for the spiritual medicine hunt. Actually, the so-called registration was writing your own name on a wall scroll, then taking a token. There were no elders there. Junior, the spiritual medicine hunt starts tomorrow, so I'm thinking that you should join in an alliance and request for shelter. I'll give you a word of advice. Don't think of joining an alliance like the Wings Alliance because we won't even have a single chance in our lifetime. No need to even mention the Wings Alliance. The World Alliance and the Sword Alliance are not easy to enter as well. So if you want to join an alliance, you need to keep your eyes open. After registering, the two brothers started to take advantage of the mood again. Please give me some pointers. Seeing that the brothers were so friendly, Chu Feng couldn't bear to not give them face. Although the stronger alliances are harder to enter, you cannot choose a weak one. For example, you should never enter those who say how good their alliance are to one person after the other. Those alliances could not even protect you and you would only get bullied. Like that girl who's giving bamboo sheets to everyone. With a glance, you could tell that she's from some weak little alliance and they're here to trick the new disciples. Saying that, the elder brother pointed towards a purple-clothed young female from nearby. Looking over to the direction that he was pointing at, Chu Feng couldn't help but look blankly. That purple-clothed young female was Chu Yue. Chu Yue! Seeing her, Chu Feng yelled excitedly. After hearing Chu Feng's yells, Chu Yue turned her head to look. When she saw Chu Feng, she also was joyful, and as she waved, she yelled, Chu Feng! Chu Feng wanted to find Chu Yue, but he never would have thought that they would meet at a place like that. So he hurriedly walked over to Chu Yue. Ah, he's finished. Another idiot has been tricked. We've wasted our time after talking to him for so long. Seeing that, the pair of brothers looked at each other with their 4 eyes and shook their head. Chu Feng, you've finally entered the inner court. This is great. We can finally start training together. As she looked at Chu Feng's purple clothing, Chu Yue was so happy that her heart could jump. From the bottom of her heart, she was happy for Chu Feng. Chu Yue, what are you doing? Chu Feng was fairly curious as he gazed at the bamboo sheets. Oh, you still don't know, huh? Chu Wei created an alliance in the inner court called the Chu Alliance. All the people from the Chu family are in this Chu Alliance. But even so, there are still too little people in our alliance. So, taking advantage of this year's new disciples that are entering the inner court, I want to try to pull some more people to enter our Chu Alliance and increase our power. After all, if the Chu Alliance has a good development in the future, it will help our Chu family greatly. Chu Yue explained while smiling. The Chu Wei that Chu Yue mentioned was a young elder brother in the Chu family. He was 20 years old this year, and 10 years ago, he entered the Azure Dragon School. However, Chu Feng did not have a good impression on that Chu Wei, as Chu Wei was one of the people that bullied him a lot when he was younger. I'll help you. Although he didn't like Chu Wei, Chu Feng didn't want Chu Yue to work too hard. It's fine. It's really fine. You don't understand the situation in the Chu Alliance, so I can do it myself. Chu Yue smiled while declining, then asked with concern, That's right. Chu Feng, did you register in the spiritual medicine hunt? Look at this. Chu Feng smiled and took out the token for the spiritual medicine hunt. That's great. This time, I can go with you and catch the spiritual medicines. I'll tell you this. Catching the spiritual medicine is a battle of wits and bravery, and it's very interesting. As she mentioned the spiritual medicine hunt, Chu Yue seemed to really look forward to it. Chu Feng, I'll be getting busy. At night, come and find me. I have something that I want to say to you, so you have to come. Chu Yue saw another new disciple walking past, so she quickly stuffed a bamboo sheet into Chu Feng's hands and walked over to that new disciple and introduced the Chu Alliance to him. Seeing Chu Yue insisting like that, Chu Feng didn't force the issue. On that bamboo sheet, the location of Chu Yue's residence was written on it. Walking in the plaza and scanning through the crowds, he found out that there were quite a few people who were like Chu Yue that advertised their alliance. But very little people cared about them. Since everyone wasn't an idiot, unless they couldn't enter the stronger alliances, very little people would choose to join small alliances like that. The so-called Chu Alliance only had Chu Yue herself recruiting members. Even the founder, Chu Wei, did not appear. It showed that only Chu Yue thought about the Chu family. Night came, so Chu Feng went to Chu Yue's residence as planned. Chu Yue was walking back and forth outside the residence, and it was obvious that she was waiting for someone. When Chu Yue saw Chu Feng, she put both of her hands behind her back while skipping and jumping her way over. Although Chu Yue was 1 year older than Chu Feng, she was still at the prime of her youth. Not only was her appearance beautiful, her character was also lively and cheerful. In the Chu family, Chu Yue could be said to be a clown. No matter if it was the old or young, they all liked this little strange girl. As she arrived in front of Chu Feng, Chu Yue opened her hands and said while laughing, "Hey, hurry and pick it up." Between her two white palms was a Saint Spirit grass. Chu Yue, this. Chu Feng was speechless. Yes, this. This is for you from me, and it's my supplement for this year. As Chu Yue spoke, she forced the Saint Spirit grass into Chu Feng's hands. If it's like that, I can't have it. Did you forget that I still owe you 2 Saint Spirit grasses? Chu Feng pushed the Saint Spirit grass back, and as he said that, he pulled one out from his pocket. Chu Feng, you didn't refine the Saint Spirit grass? Looking at the intact Saint Spirit grass, Chu Yue thought that it was the one that she gave Chu Feng. I've already broke through, so I don't need it for now. I might as well return it back to you. How can I take your Saint Spirit grass? These are yours, so hurry up and take it. Chu Yue, I said that I would return too, so I will return too. Didn't you promise as well? You're making things very hard for me when you're like this. But you didn't even use the Saint Spirit grass that you gave me, and instead, you give me yours. Isn't that just me taking advantage of you? Chu Yue, I understand your kind meanings. In the entire Chu family, besides my elder brother and my father, you treat me the best. Just view this as a younger brother showing you respect. That was said from the bottom of Chu Feng's heart. Everyone in the Chu family pushed him aside, so it really moved him when Chu Yue could treat him with kindness. Seeing that Chu Feng was so determined, on Chu Yue's face, colors of shame emerged on her face as she said quietly, "Chu Feng, you doing this really makes me feel very ashamed. Actually, this Saint Spirit grass isn't from me. Chu Guyu asked me to represent him to give it to you." My brother? Chu Feng couldn't help but look blankly for a moment. Chu Guyu was Chu Yuan's blood-related child, and he was Chu Feng's elder brother. He was training in the Lingyun School, the #1 school in the Azure province. He was at the 6th level of the spirit realm at the age of 17, and he was the strongest person in the Chu family's young generation. Although Chu Feng wasn't Chu Yuan's blood-related child, Chu Guyu still treated him as his own younger brother, and he was one of the most respected and loved people by Chu Feng. He was afraid that you would be burdened, so he instructed me to not say that it was from him. But now, I have to say the truth. Chu Yue's face was red, and it could be seen that she was really ashamed. Chu Yue, even so, I still have to thank you. Although this Saint Spirit grass may not be from you, your feelings from all these years towards me are. Like I said, just take it as your younger brother giving respect to you by giving these 2 Saint Spirit grasses to you. Besides, you're going to enter the 5th level of the spirit realm soon, so this Saint Spirit grass is more important to you. Because of that, don't refuse this Saint Spirit grass. Chu Feng still firmly continued to put the Saint Spirit grass in Chu Yue's hands. In that case, I'll only look at this as me borrowing a Saint Spirit grass, but I can only borrow one because I can only afford to give one back. Seeing Chu Feng so insisted, Chu Yue gnashed her teeth and she could only take one of the Saint Spirit grass. In reality, what Chu Feng said was correct. Chu Yue was going to enter the 5th level of the spirit realm soon, and at that moment it was a crucial stage. This Saint Spirit grass was indeed very important to her. Done. Chu Feng smiled. That's right, Chu Feng Chu had a letter that he wanted me to give to you. Chu Yue took a letter out from her waist. As he accepted the letter, Chu Feng felt a burst of emotions. He hadn't returned to the Chu family in 5 years, which meant that he hadn't seen his father and his elder brother in 5 years. He did not return because he felt that he was too shameful to see them, but in the 5 years, his brother and his father would write him a letter almost every single month. It showed how those 2 thought of Chu Feng. Okay, read the letter when you get back. Hurry up and follow me because today is a good day. Chu Yue grabbed Chu Feng's arms and pulled him towards the residence. But before even getting close, Chu Feng started frowning. He heard lots of familiar sounds in the residence, and those were all people that he did not like. Indeed, in the instant that the door to the residence opened, there were 32 faces there. A large portion of them were familiar faces. And almost all the members of the Chu family who were disciples of the Azure Dragon School were here. As for the few strangers, Chu Feng could guess where they came from. They must be the new members of the Chu Alliance. Everyone, see who's here, Chu Yue yelled happily. When the gazes of the crowd were cast over to that direction, Chu Feng could feel that they was filled with disdain and hate. Oh, I wondered who it was. Isn't it the person who performed outstanding deeds to our Chu family? One youth walked over to Chu Feng. It was Chu Cheng, and he was Chu Zhen's elder brother. He entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time as Chu Yue, and he was also in the 4th level of the spirit realm. Chu Feng, you've done the deeds. You know that? Chu Cheng pointed at Chu Feng and his gaze was not kind. Chu Cheng, what are you talking about? Today is a rejoiceful day, so don't speak nonsense. Chu Yue quickly spoke. What's wrong, Chu Yue? You're not letting me talk about all his deeds? Chu Cheng shot Chu Yue a glance, then looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, did you know that you've done the deeds? Damn, you've done great deeds. You've stayed as an outer court disciple for 5 years in the Azure Dragon School, and you have disgraced the Chu family. But even so, you still have face to join in this Chu Alliance gathering. How thick is the skin of your face? Chu Cheng, shut up. Chu Yu was a bit angry, but before letting her say any more, Chu Feng pulled her. Chu Feng's face did not change, but at the end he lightly smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. I have no interest in your gathering. I am demanding a payment here today." Payment? What payment? After hearing those words, Chu Cheng's face instantly changed. That's quite funny. A person taken in my Chu family is actually demanding a payment from the Chu family. Do you not know who gave you what you have right now? That's right, too shameless. At the same time, the people from the Chu family started criticizing Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored the words of the crowd, and as he walked into the residence, he said, "A few days ago, a certain person made a bet with me, and bet that I wouldn't pass the inner court disciple exam. He even said if he lost, he would give the yearly supplemented Saint Spirit grass to me." Chu Zhen, you didn't forget about that, right? Chu Feng stopped in front of Chu Zhen. Chu Zhen was sitting on a chair while chewing on some fruits in his mouth. However, the corner of his mouth twitched and his face was extremely ugly. Of course, Chu Zhen did not forget the things that he said that day. Since he was afraid that Chu Feng would mention that matter, he honestly stayed here. Or else, with his temper, he would have searched Chu Feng out for trouble already. Chu Feng, you need evidence for your words. Just at that time, a young man next to Chu Zhen opened his mouth. In the residence, most of the males and females were as old as Chu Feng, but this young man was not. Indeed, he was Chu Wei. Chu Wei is correct. If you made a bet with Chu Zhen, you need to pull out the evidence or else you are only spitting out false accusations. Chu Cheng yelled out first because he was Chu Zhen's elder brother. That's right, take out the evidence or else don't think of walking out here today. After Chu Cheng, pretty much everyone from the Chu family in the hall started yelling. Even the non-Chu family members also joined in. Although they were not be part of the Chu family, they could tell that Chu Feng's position in the Chu family was very low. If his own family was looking down on him, then naturally they would as well. I testify for Chu Feng. But just at that time, Chu Yue, who did not speak for a long time, suddenly spoke. At that instant, the hall went into complete silence, and all the gazes were cast towards Chu Yue. Chu Yue, what did you say? You cannot speak such nonsense to testify. As Chu Wei said that, his dense gaze was filled with implications of warning. His meaning was very clear, and it was to make Chu Yue say the truth. I am not speaking nonsense. That day, when Chu Zhen and Chu Feng made the bet, I was there, and it was even Chu Zhen who let me be a witness. After that, Chu Yue was not afraid of Chu Wei at all. She stood next to Chu Feng, as if hiddenly telling the crowd which side she was standing on. At that moment, not only Chu Zhen, even Chu Cheng, Chu Wei, and most of the Chu family's faces were starting to change. They never would have thought that Chu Yue would do this for Chu Feng, and she was even willing to go against the entire Chu family crowd. In reality, even Chu Feng felt a bit surprised since by doing this, Chu Yue would offend a lot of people. But other than that, Chu Feng felt moved. Chu Zhen, are you failing to honor your debt? Chu Feng continued to pressure him. With Chu Yue as a witness, he did not believe that Chu Zhen would deny it. Chu Zhen's face was extremely ugly, and he did not know how to reply. Every year, the family only supplemented one Saint Spirit grass. Other than the one, they did not have any other chances to get such a good spiritual medicine. He just got his supplemented Saint Spirit grass, and Chu Zhen was preparing to use it to make a breakthrough into the 4th level of the spirit realm. How could he give it up to someone? So what if it's true? You entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time as Chu Zhen. He already entered the inner court 2 years ago, and you are a full 2 years late. What, after using that much time to enter the inner court, you're still arrogant? You want to extort Chu Zhen's supplement? Chu Cheng coldly smiled and cunningly argued. As Chu Zhen's elder brother, it was obvious that he wouldn't let Chu Feng take away his brother's supplement. Don't tell me that. Your brother should know what is happening. If you are failing to honor your debt, just admit it. I can forget about it. But you need him to personally admit that his words are like fart, and they are absolutely untrustable. Chu Feng did not let him go. You. With those words, Chu Zhen was really gnashing his teeth out of anger, yet he could not refute him since it was true. Ha ha! Jokes! Failing to honor a debt? Have I ever mentioned anything about that? You can have Chu Zhen's Saint Spirit grass, but you need to admit in front of the crowd that you are a useless garbage. An idiot that needed 5 years to enter the inner court. Everyone, am I correct? Chu Cheng yelled loudly. That's right, Chu Cheng is right. That's right, if you want to take the Saint Spirit grass, you need to admit that you are garbage. As long as you admit it, then we'll just give it as pity to a beggar. Chu Cheng raised his hands and yelled, and naturally everyone yelled in response. In the Chu family, excluding Chu Yuan, Chu Guyu, and Chu Yue, pretty much no one liked Chu Feng, and they all wanted him out of the Chu family. So no matter how excessive it was, as long as it was related to Chu Feng, they would support it. They all wanted Chu Feng to feel horrible. Chu Cheng, don't create trouble without a reason. This is a private matter between Chu Zhen and Chu Feng, so all of you are not qualified to interrupt. Chu Yue scolded. We are not qualified, yet you are. You are the elder sister of Chu Zhen, but even so, you supported an outsider. Are you still even part of the Chu family? Chu Cheng maliciously and fiercely refuted. I only look at the case and not the person. In any case, Chu Feng is not an outsider. He is part of the Chu family. You clearly know whether or not he is part of the Chu family. However, I can tell you that Chu Zhen is your own brother. You don't even bother to reason. Chu Yue was so angered by Chu Cheng that her entire body was trembling. But just at that time, Chu Feng put his hands on Chu Yue's shoulders and moved her behind him. Although the current Chu Feng had the same smile as always on his face, his gaze became serious and he said calmly, I will only ask you one question. Will you give this Saint Spirit grass to me or no? Ho Chu Feng, don't say that we are making things hard for you, but you really are not qualified to take Chu Zhen's Saint Spirit grass. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Duel a bit with Chu Zhen. If you win, that shows that you are qualified to take away this Saint Spirit grass. Chu Yue, don't say that I'm not speaking reason. I'll even take my own Saint Spirit grass out. If Chu Feng can win, then these are all his. While saying that, Chu Cheng put the Saint Spirit grass from his pocket onto the table. Also at the same time, Chu Cheng shot a glance at Chu Zhen. Chu Zhen instantly understood, and he also put his Saint Spirit grass onto the table. Chu Zhen, you've entered the inner court for 2 years, and you've also cultivated 2 skills. On the other hand, Chu Feng just entered the inner court. Don't you feel ashamed dueling with him? You just aren't willing to give it up. Chu Yue still felt that it was unfair towards Chu Feng. Shut up, you don't have any part in this. Chu Cheng threateningly pointed at Chu Yue, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Feng. But if you lose, bring your Saint Spirit grass out. Do you dare? At that instant, all the eyes landed on Chu Feng, and they were waiting for his reply. If Chu Feng refused, they could humiliate Chu Feng and say that he was a coward. If Chu Feng agreed, Chu Zhen could openly give Chu Feng a lesson. No matter what, Chu Feng was in a dangerous spot. They only wanted to see how Chu Feng would be humiliated. Why wouldn't I dare? Chu Feng smiled and agreed. Good, you have the guts. But let's say this first. Fists and kicks don't have eyes, so you cannot complain about any injuries. Chu Cheng's smile became even more despicable. Enough with the rubbish. Come at me. Chu Feng put his own Saint Spirit grass on the table, then walked to the middle of the hall. Chu Feng. Chu Yue pulled on Chu Feng, and those flickering eyes were urging him not to duel with Chu Zhen. But Chu Feng pushed away Chu Yue's hands with a smile and said, "Trust me." Seeing that, Chu Yue couldn't help but have a blank look. For some reason, she had a feeling that Chu Feng would undoubtedly win this round. Chu Feng and Chu Zhen walked towards the middle of the hall, and everyone surrounded them. They didn't want to miss out on Chu Feng's humiliation. Chu Feng, it seems that you want the riches but not your life. The Chu Zhen that hadn't spoken a long time finally had a smile on his face, but his smile was very evil. Being forced into the embarrassing situation by Chu Feng made him very unhappy. Since he had a chance to teach Chu Feng a lesson, obviously he wouldn't restrain himself. Ho ho, Chu Feng lightly smiled, then said, I just wanted to say those words to you. You talk too big. Today, I'll let you know how weak you are. Suddenly, Chu Zhen's left feet stepped forward. One could only hear a boom before his entire body ran with flying speed. Both his arms were moving and his punches were flying everywhere. Powerful aura came from his body and he was like a wild, fierce beast as he headed towards Chu Feng. Rank 1 skill, the 100-arm fists reached the point of mastery. Cries of surprise sounded in the hall, and everyone could see that Chu Zhen was able to fully use that skill. Although the 100-armed fist was only a rank 1 skill, if it was mastered, it would be very strong as well. If they were on the same level, and if there wasn't an appropriate skill to counter it, he would have no chance. That was why everyone knew that Chu Feng, without a doubt, would lose. Chu Yue frowned and secretly walked 2 steps forward. She wanted to stop Chu Zhen's evil schemes. Chu Yue, observers cannot help. You should know this rule, right? But just at that time, she heard a sound next to her ear. She turned around and she saw that Chu Cheng was smiling and staring at herself. Chu Yue knew that the situation was not good, since she never thought that Chu Cheng would have his eyes on her. However, because of that, it meant that the 2 brothers would not easily let Chu Feng go, and that made her even more worried. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The afterimages of the fists filled the air and almost completely blocked Chu Feng's line of sight. With the sound of breaking through the air, he suddenly attacked. Chu Feng could feel that Chu Zhen's fist was not ordinary, and he did not restrain himself in any way. It showed that he was very ruthless. But Chu Feng was not afraid at all, and he stood still. He did not dodge nor escape, and he only silently waited for the attack. Is this Chu Feng stupid? Why isn't he dodging? He wants to dodge. But could he? With his power, he probably can't react in time. That's true. He is, after all, the trash that stayed in the outer court for 5 years. Seeing that Chu Feng did not dodge, they even thought that Chu Feng was scared stiff by Chu Zhen's might, and their faces revealed the smiles of seeing others in misfortune. Whoo! But just as Chu Zhen got near, Chu Feng suddenly waved his sleeve, and an extremely huge aura exploded from inside his body. When that aura pounced at Chu Zhen, he was suddenly at a loss because within that aura, he felt killing intent. Whoosh! Just as Chu Zhen was staring blankly, Chu Feng suddenly stuck his palm out. The speed was extremely fast, and before anyone reacted to it, he already blasted it onto Chu Zhen's chest. Boom! With the strike of the palm, Chu Zhen instantly felt that his qi and blood were raging as a wave of pain came from his chest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But before he even had time to think, Chu Feng already sent a few more palms and they all struck Chu Zhen. Ah! Chu Zhen cried out loud. Both his legs went numb and he directly kneeled in front of Chu Feng, then fell on the ground without power. The scene widened everyone's mouth. They would have never thought that Chu Feng would have such an explosive power. However, they didn't even know that it was the result of Chu Feng restraining himself. Or else with only one palm he could have killed Chu Zhen. You are at the 4th level of the spirit realm? At that time, Chu Wei opened his mouth. Both his eyes tightly stared at Chu Feng, and they were filled with astonishment. What? 4th level of the spirit realm? With those words, everyone came to their senses. To beat someone at the 3rd level of the spirit realm without using martial skills meant that they required the power of the 4th level of the spirit realm. However, trying to connect 4th level of the spirit realm with Chu Feng was unimaginable, and it was hard to accept by the crowd. Not only them, even Chu Yue had her eyes wide open. Her small mouth slowly opened, and her face was full of surprise. Chu Feng didn't care about the crowd. He directly walked in front of the table, took the 3 Saint Spirit grasses, and walked towards the door. Stop right there. This is an exchange between family members, yet you attacked so heavily. Where is your heart? Just at that time, someone suddenly yelled out. Looking over, Chu Cheng was holding Chu Zhen by the arm and lifting him up while his face was full of anger. It was not endurable when his younger brother got beaten up by someone to this extent. What? When did you see me as part of your family? I don't recall you saying that before. Chu Feng lightly smiled and said, even you said it. Fists and kicks don't have eyes, so you cannot complain about any injuries. What are you doing right now? You can't take the loss. I can't take the loss. It's obvious that you intentionally heavily attacked. Chu Zhen bit his teeth to endure the pain and loudly lashed out. As the victim, he was very clear that Chu Feng's first palm already defeated him. But Chu Feng continued to bombard him with more attacks, so it was obvious that it was intentional, and he wanted to humiliate him even more. As he listened to that, Chu Feng smiled again. I just entered the 4th level of the spirit realm, so I don't understand my strength that much. And before, your skill seemed so strong, so naturally I didn't dare to underestimate it, and I used my full strength to answer your attack. But who would have thought that you were just like a paper tiger, so weak that you couldn't even take one hit? I overestimated you a bit. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Chu Zhen's face was pale. He was so angry that every breath he was taking made huge sounds, and he almost spit out his own liver out from all the puffing. Not only was he defeated by the garbage, he was even mocked in front of the crowd. It was extremely hard for him to accept that, but even if he wasn't willing to, he could say nothing about it because the rules just now were made by him and his brother. Chu Feng, don't be too arrogant. If you have the guts, then let's go right now. Just at that time, another person from the Chu family stood up. Oh, you want to duel me as well? That's fine. Just bet a Saint Spirit grass. Do you dare? Chu Feng stretched his hand towards that person. That person was the same as Chu Zhen, as he also entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time as Chu Feng. However, his strength was not strong as Chu Zhen. He did dare to duel Chu Feng, but he did not dare if he had to bet the Saint Spirit grass. What's wrong? If there's anyone else who wants to go, you can come right now as long as you don't mind parting with your Saint Spirit grass. Chu Feng scanned his gaze at the crowd, but not one of them dared to look at him in the eyes. They were not afraid of Chu Feng. They just didn't dare to take the Saint Spirit grass as a wager because those were their lifeline. Chu Feng, Don't be excessive. Finally, Chu Wei talked. What's this? Chu Wei, you also want to go? If I'm not mistaken, you are 5 years older than me, right? Follow newest stories at novelbean.com. If you don't mind people saying that you are bullying the young, I don't mind. After all, if I lose, I won't lose face. And if I win, I'll earn big, right? As he listened to those words, Chu Wei clenched his fists, but he said nothing more. It was because Chu Feng was correct. Chu Wei was not like Chu Cheng or Chu Zhen, since there was not much of an age difference between them and Chu Feng. However, Chu Wei couldn't because he was not a youth anymore. With his age, even if he defeated Chu Feng, he would be ridiculed by others, so that was why he could not attack. Seeing that most of the people in the hall lowered their heads, Chu Feng suddenly laughed. He laughed very happily, but before turning around and leaving, he said, I'll give everyone here 2 phrases before I leave. The first is, thinking that you are infallible. The second is, self-ridicule. As for the meanings behind them, all of you can comprehend them by yourselves. After saying that, Chu Feng forced the door open and left elegantly. At that instant, the atmosphere in the residence became very awkward. Originally, the Chu family wanted Chu Feng to be humiliated, but now, they got humiliated by Chu Feng in front of several outsiders instead. That really made them feel that they had no more face. But the most unacceptable thing was Chu Feng's strength. Originally, they thought that Chu Feng was the garbage of the Chu family. But now, Chu Feng was at the 4th level of the spirit realm, and he surpassed many people. That made them feel a lot of shame. Chu Feng walked out of the residence, and he felt refreshed in his heart. Pretty much from his younger times until now, he was bullied by those people, and finally, he bullied them back today. Actually, that wasn't bullying. Chu Feng was only forced by them. But no matter what, Chu Feng felt extremely refreshed. Chu Feng. Before Chu Feng even walked far, a sweet call came from behind him, and it was Chu Yu. Chu Yue, why did you come out? Chu Feng asked confusedly. Chu Yue ran to Chu Feng's side while laughing, and using her white hand, she lightly punched Chu Feng's chest and said happily, You're quite good. I was saying why you were so calm when you were in the outer court. But now, after a day, you already caught up to me. Chu Feng embarrassedly shook his head. Chu Yue, I've given you troubles today, and it seems that your Chu Alliance gathering has to end unhappily. Don't worry, giving them a lesson is good, or else they would bully you all day. That's right. Chu Feng, let's go together in the spiritual medicine hunt tomorrow. Those things are very hard to catch alone. You know my relationship with them. Even if I was willing to join the Chu Alliance, they wouldn't be willing to. Chu Feng shook his head. Don't worry about those things and just leave it to me. Just come and find us here tomorrow. Chu Yue gave another bamboo sheet to Chu Feng, and on there was the gathering location for the Chu Alliance tomorrow. Fine. Seeing Chu Yue being so persistent, Chu Feng could not bear to refuse it. After appeasing Chu Feng, Chu Yue jumped and bounced back to the residence. She was really happy today because Chu Feng gave her a huge surprise. Everyone in the world respected strength, and seeing that Chu Feng revealed unordinary strength, she felt that perhaps people from the Chu family would start to accept Chu Feng. To unify the Chu family without discrimination was her biggest wish. Chu Wei, you guys. But just as she arrived in front of the residence, Chu Yue found out that all the Chu Alliance members already left. Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen fiercely glared at Chu Yue, said nothing and left. Chu Yue, it's not like I want to say it, but today you sided too much with that Chu Feng. Now you've done it. Not only did Chu Feng take 2 Saint Spirit grasses from us, we even got insulted by him. Now everyone left in anger. Are you happy now? Chu Wei reprimanded strictly. Chu Wei, just view it as my fault and don't blame him. In any case, Chu Feng is still part of our Chu family. Look, you've seen Chu Feng's strength. He isn't the trash in your eyes. Also, our Chu Alliance needs people now, so why not let him join? Listening to Chu Yue say that, Chu Wei's face instantly changed. But, as he was going to say something, a strange flicker appeared in his eyes, and at the end, he sighed helplessly. I can't do anything about you. Fine, I'll give Chu Feng another chance. Bring him tomorrow. That's great, you're the best. Chu Yue jumped excitedly and her smile was especially splendid. Okay, hurry up and rest early. Chu Wei shook his head and walked towards his own residence. Chu Wei, you should also rest early. Chu Yue smiled and waved at Chu Wei, then followed Chu Wei with her eyes as he left. Chu Wei allowing Chu Feng to enter the Chu Alliance made Chu Yue happy beyond her expectations. But what she didn't see was that the moment Chu Wei turned his body around, a sinister smile was formed by his mouth. Senior Chu Yue, the one called Chu Feng, concealed himself quite deeply. I've stayed in the outer court for so long, but I've never even heard his name before. It seems like he was aiming to be the first in the disciple exam. Just at that time, a young man walked over. He was the same as Chu Feng, also being a new disciple this year. He just joined the Chu Alliance today. You're correct. Chu Feng must have stayed in the outer court for the exam reward. I wonder if he got it or not. Listening to what he said, Chu Yue also suddenly realized that. Senior Chu Yue, you're thinking too much. A fierce character appeared in this year's outer court and that person got first place. Although Chu Feng has quite some strength, he cannot even be compared to that person. The young man smiled and said, Fierce character? How fierce? Chu Yue curiously asked. Extremely fierce. 1 rank 4 fierce beast, 9 rank 3 fierce beasts, 30 rank 2 fierce beasts were all slaughtered by that person within a blink. When the genius disciples of the outer court arrived, they only saw the fierce beast's corpse that filled the ground. Isn't that amount of strength fierce? That strong? At that instant, Chu Yue's face was filled with shock. She also passed the inner court disciple exam, so she knew the power of the mechanism stage. She also knew about the terrifying fierce beast. To be able to kill that many fierce beasts before people even arrived really made her imagine how strong that person was. It would require a person of at least the 5th level of the spirit realm to do that. Who's that person called? After being shocked, Chu Yue also wanted to know the name of this fierce character. I want to know as well. But sadly, that person intentionally hid their identity. After taking the reward, that person did not open the door out of the underground palace. Instead, that person concealed themselves so no one knew who that person was. The young man shook his head and left. That person is quite strange, so strong, yet so low-toned. Perhaps that person has a secret that cannot be told to other people. At that instant, Chu Yue got more and more curious towards the so-called fierce character. It was because she knew that it might represent another genius disciple rising from the inner court. Oh no. But suddenly, Chu Yue was suddenly alarmed because she thought of a strange scene that just happened. When Chu Chang and Chu Zhen left, they did not head towards their own residence. The direction that they headed towards was the same road as Chu Feng. With that, Chu Yue knew that something was wrong and quickly headed towards the same direction as Chu Feng. The inner court was extremely huge, and there was quite some distance between Chu Feng and Chu Yue's residence. However, Chu Feng did not rush nor panic, and he slowly walked. He kept on going until he arrived to a desolate location, then he stopped there. Don't be so sneaky and come out. Chu Feng's gaze was cast towards a corner in the darkness. You are quite alert. It seems that I've really underestimated you. Before even finishing his sentence, 2 familiar bodies walked out of the shadow. They were the brothers, Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen. Chu Zhen's face was a lot better, but his anger did not decrease in the slightest. He even had thoughts of killing Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the 3 Saint Spirit grasses, kneel in front of my brother, kowtow, and apologize. Then perhaps I'll forgive you. Chu Cheng glared at Chu Feng and absolute confidence filled his tone. What, you two want to rob me? So what if we rob you? You need strength to rob. Strength? I'll tell you right now what strength I has. Chu Cheng's body moved, and strong wind rose behind him. In a blink, he arrived in front of Chu Feng. His hand was in a claw state, and he directly attacked Chu Feng's throat. It had to be mentioned that Chu Cheng's strength was several times stronger than Chu Zhen, and he was not weak even within the ranks of the 4th level spirit realm. However, his opponent was Chu Feng, the fierce character that barehandedly killed a rank 4 fierce beast. Whoosh! Chu Feng dashed to the side and dodged Chu Cheng's attack. At the same time, one of his foot touched the ground. He suddenly spun, and after one rotation, his foot was retracted. Seeing that, Chu Cheng's face slightly changed, and he hurriedly backed off. But sadly, not only were Chu Feng's feet abnormally quick, his positioning was accurate and there was no way to dodge it. As he panicked, Chu Cheng could only put both his arms together and forcefully block Chu Feng's attack. Bang! Tata read latest chapters on Noville.com. After the sweep of the leg, Chu Cheng was forced back several steps and a numbing feeling continuously came from his arms. At that instant, Chu Cheng frowned slightly. No matter what, he did not think that Chu Feng would have such powerful strength. That strength completely exceeded his expectations, so he had to treat the fight seriously. You know your stuff, but with only a body of brute strength, at the end, it is impossible to become useful. I'll let you experience the might of the martial skills. Papa. Ha! Chu Cheng continuously hit the acupuncture points of his body, and he suddenly yelled out loud. In an instant, his body expanded quite a bit, and his fists were also increased in size. Also, his skin turned from white to purple and veins emerged. It was quite frightening. A strengthening skill. Chu Feng squinted his eyes, and he could tell that Chu Cheng used some sort of strengthening skill. That kind of skill would not change the amount of skills one had, but their entire body would receive an upgrade. After cultivating to a certain point, one's body would not be invaded by the elements, nor can swords or spears pierce through the body. Their entire body would like a lethal weapon. He saw Chu Feng's change in expression, so Chu Cheng was instantly proud of himself. Although Chu Feng's strength was unexpected, he knew that Chu Feng's biggest weakness was that he did not cultivate any martial skills. The skill that he used was called Body of Steel. With that skill, one would be almost invincible while physically battling a person of the same level, so he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you can kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but not even letting him finish his words, Chu Feng's body flashed and disappeared. When Chu Feng reappeared, he arrived in front of Chu Cheng. A strong, heavy fist got bigger and bigger before in his eyes. Seeing that Chu Feng dared to battle with him physically, Chu Cheng sneered, and he also threw his fist out at Chu Feng's fist. Clang! With the collision of the two fists, a sound rang out, as if it was the collision of steel. But after that exchange, Chu Cheng got pushed back a few steps. The numb feeling did not decrease, but rather increased on his fist, and he looked at Chu Feng, who was not even pushed half a step back. How is this guy's body so strong? Chu Cheng finally realized that something was wrong. With his current cultivated skills, there was pretty much no one that dared to meet his force with force in the same cultivation level. But right now, in front of his eyes, not only did Chu Feng meet force with force, he even had the advantage. That really made him feel that the situation was not good. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chu Feng's body dashed in front, and he struck out with a single palm. He directly attacked Chu Cheng's right in front of him. Chu Cheng, who had 2 previous lessons, did not forcefully accept it. Instead, he aimed at Chu Feng's wrist and grabbed it. But it still wasn't time for Chu Cheng to be happy. He surprisingly found out that his hand grabbed onto nothing, and the palm that was heading straight for him also disappeared in the air. Thump! Ah! As he was surprised, an extremely powerful palm fiercely landed on his chest. Chu Feng's palm had a lot of power. Chu Cheng got pushed back beyond 10 meters, then fell on the ground while spraying out a mouthful of blood. That scene made the observing Chu Cheng widen his eyes and mouth. No matter what, he wouldn't have thought that even the Chu Cheng that was in the 4th level of the spirit realm would be defeated by Chu Feng's hands. That already exceeded his bearable boundaries. After all, before, Chu Feng was a useless person that could not be more useless. How did this happen? At that time, on Chu Cheng's face, other than pain, most of it was shock. He could not understand. He could not understand why he wasn't able to grab onto Chu Feng's wrist and got hit by him instead. Did he train in a skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's only been in the inner court for 10 days. How is he able to use skills? Chu Cheng felt that what Chu Feng showed could not be martial skills because within 10 days, it was impossible to learn a martial skill. But if he knew that not only did Chu Feng use martial skills, it was even the strongest skill in the inner court, the illusionary palm, who knew how he would feel. Brother. Just at that time, Chu Zhan ran over, supported Chu Cheng, and wanted to escape. He was really panicking. He only thought that if Chu Cheng could not defeat Chu Feng, he could only think of escaping. No need to leave so quickly, you two. But just at that time, Chu Feng appeared without even making a sound and blocked their path. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Chu Zhen had a calm face on the surface, but he could not cover the fear in his heart. It was because the current Chu Feng was completely different from the Chu Feng in his memories. It was as though he was a completely different person. That change really terrified him. I'm not planning on anything, just take out all the things on you, kneel and beg for forgiveness, then I'll let you go. There was a small smile that hung on Chu Feng's face, but that smile made them even more frightened. Chu Feng, don't be excessive, Chu Cheng said while grinding his teeth. I'm excessive? You all said with your mouths that I'm garbage, humiliating and insulting me in front of others. You even followed me sneakily, and you wanted to rob me and beat me up. Now you say I'm excessive? I know that you don't see me as part of the Chu family, but that doesn't matter, because I have never seen you as family either. Insulting me is fine, but to treat Chu Yue like that is intolerable, because Chu Yue is family to me, and she is one of the few people I want to protect. After saying that, Chu Feng's face suddenly turned cold and he extended his hands. With two sharp bangs, two clear slaps landed on Chu Cheng's and Chu Zhen's face. Those two slaps were very powerful, and the two of them rigidly fell on the ground. After that, Chu Feng suddenly extended his leg and fiercely kicked Chu Cheng's chest. How's your mouth now? Weren't you able to force your logic? Weren't you very threatening? Why aren't you saying anything? Talk, say, please forgive me. While Chu Feng was speaking, he slapped Chu Cheng 2 more times. After those 2 slaps, both of Chu Cheng's cheeks were left with 2 red palm marks and a trace of blood flowed from his mouth. For me to beg to trash like you wish. Chu Cheng seemed very unyielding. But Chu Feng only smiled and started waving both his arms. Several slaps continuously landed on Chu Cheng's face. In that situation, Chu Cheng's cheeks quickly started swelling, and his head became a pig's head. Chu Feng, seeing that his own elder brother was cruelly hit by that, Chu Zhen finally exploded. Move! Just with a wave of his huge sleeve, and with a slap, Chu Zhen laid on the ground without even having strength to climb back up. That instant, Chu Zhen truly understood the difference between him and Chu Feng, so it turned out he really couldn't even take one attack from Chu Feng. Chu Feng, kill me if you dare! Chu Cheng revealed a sinister glare and started bellowing. You think I don't? As he said that, Chu Feng took a dagger from Chu Cheng's waist, aimed it at his dantian and said, I will count to 1. If you don't beg for forgiveness, I'll destroy your dantian and you won't be able to cultivate anymore in your life. You dare. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Cheng's face instantly changed. There was no more sinisterness, and replacing that was incomparable fear. He felt the same as Chu Zhen. He also thought that the Chu Feng in front of him was completely different from the Chu Feng in his memories. He could really not be sure whether or not Chu Feng would destroy his dantian, or whether or not he would kill him. Chu Feng smiled, but his smile was very malicious. He raised the dagger up high and spit a single word out very faintly. 1. Whoosh! Before he even finished speaking, Chu Feng's dagger suddenly descended. I was wrong. I was wrong, Chu Feng, I was wrong. Please forgive me, please. Don't destroy my cultivation, please don't. Chu Cheng yelled out as if he was crazy, and his sounds carried some sobbing noises. With that, Chu Feng also stopped his movements with a bit of shock and smiled while looking at the current Chu Cheng. He discovered that Chu Cheng had his eyes closed, 2 rows of tears were rushing out, and his mouth kept on asking for forgiveness. Not only was his expression painful, his entire body was trembling, and underneath there was even a huge puddle with a nasty smell emitted from it. Chu Feng threw the dagger on the floor, searched around Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen's body, and finally he found 5 low-quality spiritual medicines, ground spirit grass. After doing that, Chu Feng went in front of Chu Cheng, lightly patted his face and said, Look at yourself. Who is the actual garbage? You should now know that clearly in your heart. Ha ha. After saying that, Chu Feng laughed and left gracefully. After Chu Feng left, Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen supported themselves and stumbled into the darkness of the night. But before they left for long, a beautiful face walked out from the darkness. It was Chu Yue. However, Chu Yue's sweet face was already filled with astonishment. After quite a while, she muttered to herself, Chu Feng, what kind of person are you, and what kind of strength do you have? Suddenly, she closed her eyes, and she remembered the young Chu Feng. No matter how much people mocked him, he never mocked back. No matter how much people humiliated him, he never attacked back. A smile was always on his face, and it made people feel pity. It made people feel sorry for him. It made people want to protect him. Finally, Chu Yue opened her eyes and she suddenly smiled. Perhaps we were wrong by looking at you as a weak person. Perhaps this is the real you. You don't need the protection of others because you are strong enough to protect others. At that moment, Chu Feng already returned to his own residence. He took out the 3 Saint Spirit grasses and the 5 ground spirit grasses out. Although the ground spirit grasses were only low-quality spiritual medicine, they were still precious items for cultivation. Chu Feng felt that by taking them away, it was enough to make Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen feel pained. When he thought of the brothers who always humiliated him just got a lesson given by him, Chu Feng felt extremely refreshed. It seems that there's a correct saying, against an evil person, you need a grindstone for an evil person. To talk reason to an evil person requires one to use their fists. Chu Feng smiled, but didn't rush and start cultivating. He took out his elder brother's letter. He opened the letter and rows of familiar characters appeared in front of him. It was Chu Goyu's handwriting. Brother, 5 years has passed since you entered the Azure Dragon School, and we haven't met each other in 5 years as well. After a few more days, the annual family gathering will arrive, and this year, the head of the family will retire from his position. With his retirement, we need to elect the new head of the family, and Father is one of the candidates. To Father, this is an extremely important day, so I hope that you can return in this year's gathering and cheer for Father along with me. Although there were only a few lines of words, the meaning was passed on. Chu Feng thought deeply about the letter's contents. Every year, in the family gathering, the young generation of the Chu family would have a martial exchange competition to test the results of their cultivation. Although it was only test on the surface, in reality, it showed the potential of the younger generation, and it also decided the position of the older generation in the family. This time, Chu Yuan was able to get the qualifications as a candidate, because not only did he have strong power, he also had an absolute relationship between Chu Gayu. Chu Guyu. Within the young generation of the Chu family, he was the only person able to enter the Lingyun school. He pretty much was able to get first in all the family competitions. His potential was very huge, so naturally, it affected Chu Yuan's position. After some thought, Chu Feng found a pen and paper, then started to write the reply letter to Chu Guyu. The content was very simple. This year, he would go the family gathering, because Chu Feng also wanted to help out in his father's election. He wanted to demonstrate his abilities in the family competition and at least get a decent position. That way, he could let everyone know that both of Chu Yuan's sons were not mediocre. Or in other words, Chu Feng felt that the time to prove himself had arrived. After writing the letter, Chu Feng completely refined the 3 Saint Spirit grasses and the 5 ground spirit grasses. That time, Chu Feng finally felt a full feeling in his dantian. With his estimation, after refining another 20 Saint Spirit grasses, he may be able to have a breakthrough. However, those 20 Saint Spirit grasses would cost an astounding amount. Therefore, he put all his hopes in tomorrow's spiritual medicine hunt. The next morning arrived, and the sky just started getting bright. But in the huge plaza at the north of the Azure Dragon School, over 10,000 people were gathered there. It was one of the entrances to the spiritual medicine mountain. Chu Feng carried 2 bags. One was full of food, the other was completely empty. He was looking all around in the crowd and trying to find Chu Yue. Chu Feng, here. He heard a familiar sound, and Chu Yue was indeed nearby. She was happily waving her hands at Chu Feng. Compared to Chu Feng's equipment, Chu Yue was a lot simpler. She only brought a waist purse, and she had the same as the clothing as yesterday. Chu Yue, you're not bringing food? The spiritual medicine hunt spans for a whole 10 days. What are you going to eat? Chu Feng had a face of confusion on. Idiot. Don't forget that we are an organization. I'm only responsible for chasing the spiritual medicine. Rough work like carrying food would of course be done by other people. As Chu Yue said that, she pointed to some place. The members of the Chu Alliance were there, and Chu Feng had seen them yesterday. Indeed, 3 of them carried a huge bag, and those must have been for food. Chu Feng, there are different teams for hunting the spiritual medicine. After entering the mountain, we split into 3 groups. In every group, some are responsible for carrying food, some are responsible for surrounding the spiritual medicine, and I am responsible for hunting the spiritual medicine. The division of work was determined by strength, and the division of spiritual medicine was also divided like that. Chu Yue explained in detail to Chu Feng. With that, Chu Feng had a deeper understanding in spiritual medicine hunting, and he also learned the benefits of group hunting. Before being picked, the spiritual medicine had their spiritual nature so they could escape. Without an absolute strength, it was really too hard to try and catch spiritual medicines by yourself. That was also why a large portion of the disciples would choose to enter an alliance. It was because with strength such as theirs, the group power was indeed stronger than their personal power. After describing the methods of hunting the spiritual medicine, Chu Yue brought Chu Feng to the crowd of the Chu Alliance. After getting near, Chu Feng found out that there was one less person than yesterday. That person was exactly Chu Cheng. Yesterday, Chu Cheng was beaten extremely badly by Chu Feng. His entire face became a pig head, so he must have had no face to see anyone. That was why he abandoned his chance in the rare spiritual medicine hunt. Other than Chu Cheng, Chu Feng also saw another familiar person, and it was Chu Zhen. But the current Chu Zhen did not have the former arrogance. He lowered his head and said nothing, seemingly having received a huge blow, and it seemed extremely depressing. I, Chu Feng, am present as the last member here. Everyone welcome Chu Feng. She clapped up pa. After Chu Yue brought Chu Feng there, she cheered and clapped. Seeing that, the several Chu Alliance members who were not part of the Chu family also clapped to welcome him and nodded at Chu Feng. They had seen Chu Feng's strength yesterday, and no matter how the Chu family saw Chu Feng as, at least they approved of Chu Feng in their hearts. But, other than Chu Yue and the others, the Chu family disciples did not do anything, and their gazes towards Chu Feng were extremely ill. Chu Yue, what are you doing? You brought an outsider like him to our Chu Alliance? Hurry up and get him lost, Chu Wei suddenly angrily yelled. That's right. The Chu Alliance does not welcome him. Get him lost. At the same time, the other people also started yelling. Their voices were very loud, as if they were intentionally doing that to let everyone around them hear it. Indeed, they really did attract the attention of the people around them. At that instant, Chu Feng frowned. He never would have thought that Chu Wei would welcome him like that. How was that even welcoming? It was obvious to humiliate him, especially in front of all the disciples around him. Chu Wei, what are you doing? Didn't you say yes today? At that instant, Chu Yue panicked, and she didn't know what to do. Chu Yue, shut up. What I say in this Chu Alliance goes. I can accept anyone, but absolutely not Chu Feng. Chu Wei didn't even give Chu Yue the chance to finish talking. Chu Wei, I never would have thought you. Fine, since you don't accept me, I will back out. Chu Yue finally got herself together. She knew that she was used by Chu Wei to cause Chu Feng to be in such a difficult situation. Chu Yue, I'm afraid that you have no say in this. Unless you want to leave the Chu family, you cannot leave the Chu Alliance. Chu Wei coldly smiled, as if he already guessed that Chu Yue would have this reaction. You are simply. Chu Yue was grinding her teeth in anger, yet she didn't know what to do. She could only helplessly cast her gaze at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, Chu Yue, no need to explain. I know that this can't be blamed on you. Chu Feng's face was very calm, and as he scanned over Chu Wei and the others, he said, Your Chu Alliance isn't accepting me, right? Fine, that's fine. Remember what you said today. I guarantee that one day, I will make you regret everything that you've done today. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. You think you're some big shot? We will regret? You think you're worth something for us to regret over? That's right. Who do you think you are? Shameless. They didn't even put Chu Feng's words into their hearts. In their eyes, Chu Feng was only a useless person, because from when he was little, they already imprinted a mark like that on Chu Feng. This place is quite lively. But just at that time, a clear voice suddenly resounded. Everyone looked over, and they only saw 2 young men slowly walking over. They were a pair of twin brothers. Their purple long-sleeve clothing were very dirty, and it was so dirty that you could even see the oily shine. The 2 of them were holding sugar canes, and while chewing, they continuously made ear-piercing noises, and it was really annoying. However, when everyone saw the badges on their chest, not one of them was not surprised. On the badge, there was a pair of wings. It was the symbol of the strongest alliance in the inner court, the Wings Alliance. It's the Dragon and Tiger brothers of the Wings Alliance. At that moment, many people recognized those people, and all sorts of cries endlessly rang out. The male disciples revealed a respectful expression, while the female disciples were screaming like they loved those two people. Even Chu Yue's face became heavier. Chu Yu, you recognize them? Chu Feng asked curiously. Their names are Bai Long and Bai Hu. They are the same age as me, 16 years old. Tennessee, Bai is white, Long is dragon, Hu is tiger. They entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time as me, but they passed the inner court disciple exam at the age of 12, and they even placed first at that exam. According to rumors, they've already entered the 6th level of the spirit realm 1 year ago. They are real genius disciples. Chu Yue had a solemn expression while talking about those two, and it showed that those two were very important in Chu Yue's heart. 6th level of the spirit realm at the age of 16. After hearing Chu Yue's words, Chu Feng also reevaluated the Dragon and Tiger brothers because he knew that his elder brother Chu Guyu entered the 6th level of the spirit realm at the age of 17 and was considered to be a genius. Those two were a whole year younger than Chu Guyu, and it really showed that the members of the Wings Alliance were not ordinary people. No wonder they were viewed as the Alliance of Legends. Find new updates on NOV.com. They seem to be walking towards us. WWE, we didn't offend them, did WWE? As they saw that their target was them, everyone in the Chu Alliance started getting nervous, and Chu Wei was no exception. After all, the names of the brothers were too well known. Even without their status of being in the Wings Alliance, their shine could not be covered. They did not dare to offend those kinds of people, because if they did, it meant that they were sentenced to death in the inner court. But as they got closer, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief because they found out that their target was Chu Feng. You are Chu Feng? Bai Long looked up and down at Chu Feng. Problem? Chu Feng calmly replied. Oh? Hearing Chu Feng's response, Bai Hu couldn't help but frown and also started to judge Chu Feng. This is great. The Dragon and Tiger brothers were looking for Chu Feng. He just entered the inner court and he offended the brothers. Well deserved. Let's see how he's going to die this time. At that instant, the members of the Chu family were all happy. They all wanted Chu Feng to offend some big shot and then get killed by them. Who would have thought that Chu Feng actually did offend the Dragon and Tiger brothers? It really made them quite joyful. However, the next words that the brothers said instantly astounded them. Chu Feng, interested in joining the Wings Alliance? Wait, I think I heard that they just said, impossible. You must have heard wrong. The words from the Dragon and Tiger brothers astonished the observing crowd, and all sorts of complicated expressions surged onto their faces. At that instant, the people around them would rather think that they heard wrong than believing that the words were true. They could not understand why the Wings Alliance wanted to recruit Chu Feng. Just now, Chu Feng was even rejected by a small alliance. How could such a person get the respect of the Wings Alliance? Chu Feng, are you willing to join the Wings Alliance? They knew that the crowd was suspicious, so Bai Long forcefully added another sentence and emphasized the tone. Is this real? The Wings Alliance is actually recruiting that guy? Where did he come from to get the invitation from the Wings Alliance? Isn't the Wings Alliance called the Gathering of Geniuses? Why are they recruiting such an ordinary person? Not understandable. Really not understandable. Does he have a certain special area? But I really can't see anything. Even a small little alliance isn't welcoming him. How can he be someone strong? With that, discussions instantly exploded everywhere like frying oil, and all the gazes concentrated on Chu Feng. They all tried to find what was different about him to be able to be invited by the Wings Alliance. But no matter what, they could not see how that youth was different. But even so, everyone still endlessly admired Chu Feng. The Wings Alliance. The place that countless amounts of disciples looked forward to, and also where countless number of geniuses were refused. It was absolutely the sacred land of the hearts of the inner court disciples. The Wings Alliance. The dreams of endless number of disciples. It was a dream that could only be imagined and unaccomplishable. But at that instant, there was a person that entered the sacred land and completed the unachievable dreams of others. How could they not envy him? How is this possible, Chu Feng? He actually. But the ones who had the ugliest faces and the people that could not accept that the most were the people from the Chu family, especially Chu Wei. It was as if he got hit by a heavy hammer. His entire brain was buzzing as he was completely bewildered. Chu Yue was also like that. She stood next to Chu Feng, opened her little mouth, and her pair of eyes were flickering non-stop while surprisingly staring at Chu Feng. Towards the reactions of the crowd, the dragon and tiger brothers smiled since they were pleased. Then they cast their gaze towards Chu Feng. Compared to the reactions of the crowd, the brothers looked forward to Chu Feng's reaction more. They wanted to see Chu Feng celebrate as if he was crazy and as if he entered a dream. But Chu Feng obviously disappointed them. He was not overjoyed by ecstasy. Rather, he did not show any expressions, and his face was as calm as the water. The more surprising thing was Chu Feng's words that came out next. "Thank you for your good meanings, but I do not want to join in any alliances for now," Chu Feng said calmly. "What? I did not hear wrong, right? He refused?" When Chu Feng's words came out, the crowd that was already like a boiling pot of oil instantly rose to the extreme. The good thing that countless of people wished to have in their dreams was refused. It was absolutely unthinkable. After getting that reply, the dragon and tiger brothers also frowned, and their faces were obviously displeased. "Chu Feng, if you join our Wings Alliance, you will only have benefits in your future development in the Azure Dragon School. Are you really going to refuse?" Bai Long advised and asked. "I am very sorry." Chu Feng's reply was firm. Bai Hu was a bit angry, but before letting him break out, he was stopped by Bai Long's extended hands. Bai Long reevaluated Chu Feng once again and said, "Chu Feng, I hope that you can reconsider this." After that, Bai Long turned around and left. After a fierce glare by Bai Hu, he also left in huge strides. That guy really refused the invitation of the Wings Alliance. Is he stupid? Looking at him, you can tell that he did not even think about it, so he must not know the big name of the Wings Alliance. Ah, what a shame. I'm guessing in the future, when he understands the strength of the Wings Alliance, he would be extremely frustrated. Future? If you offend the Wings Alliance, from what I can tell, this guy is not far from death. In that instant, everyone widened their mouths, and the sounds of all sorts of discussions continued without end. Even Chu Yue had a full face of confusion as she asked, "Chu Feng, did you know what you just did?" That was. "I know, it was the Wings Alliance, the organization of legends within the inner court. You knew, yet you still refused." Chu Yue was absolutely speechless. "I will not enter an alliance that I don't understand anything about. I'm afraid that the Wings Alliance are no exception." Chu Feng smiled, and his smile was abnormally calm. Not caring about the astonished gazes from all around him, he elegantly blended into the crowd, as if he never even put the Wings Alliance in his eyes. Chu Yue kept on looking at the place where Chu Feng disappeared at. Her expression was extremely complicated, and after a good while she muttered, "Chu Feng, it seems that I am able to see through you less and less." Actually, Chu Feng was also surprised by the Wings Alliance's invitation as well, but because it was unexpected, he firmly refused. After all, there was a secret that others could not know in his body. The 9-colored lightning, the scary thing that almost destroyed the continent. If people knew that the thing was inside Chu Feng's dantian, who knew what the experts of the world would do to Chu Feng? It was even a possibility that he would get his stomach cut open. After a short while, in a mysterious place outside of the plaza, the dragon and tiger brothers were standing there with a depressed expression. In front of them was a young female. The girl had fair skin, sharp eyebrows, large eyes, a small mouth which was as red as a cherry. Although her face was a bit young, it could be said that she was a beautiful person and a person that just slightly undeveloped. But at that moment, the young female's eyebrows were frowning as she asked the brothers, "You are saying that he refused to join the Wings Alliance?" "Senior Su-mei, everything that we said was true," the brothers replied at the same time. "There is actually a person that dares to refuse the invitation of our Wings Alliance. He must be tired with living." The girl was biting her lips, and there were traces of anger that surged within her beautiful eyes. "Senior Su-mei, to be honest, we don't even know which part that boy was outstanding at." But he was mentioned by those two, and they told us to invite him. If we do anything bad to him, I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of? We are already giving him face by inviting him to the Wings Alliance. But now he dared to refuse. We gave him face, but he just didn't take it. Riyadh updated stories at Novelbin. Calm. If we don't let him taste a bit of pain, where's the honor of our Wings Alliance? I'll hand this issue to you two. Don't worry. With my elder sister, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you two. Fine. The Dragon and Tiger brothers didn't dare to retort a single bit while in front of the beautiful young girl. Also, I'll say it for the last time. Don't call me as senior. My age is no older than yours. After casting a gaze to the two people, she left. The brothers silently watched as the young girl went farther and farther away, all the way until she was completely gone. Only then did they exhale deeply as if a weight had been lifted. This little girl is too hard to serve. She is treating us like slaves. Baihu complained as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. Whatever. We can't do anything about her special family status. Ignoring her family background, it would be enough just by looking at her elder sister's inner court influence. Bai Long bitterly said, "On that topic, I like her sister better. At least she's a lot more gentle." Gentle? You just haven't seen her when she gets violent. It's even more scary than Su Mei. The combination of these two sisters are called Ru Mei. There's the beauty, but I haven't found the gentleness. But what should we do now? Do we really need to take care of that Chu Feng? Tennessee, the Ru from Su Ru means gentle, and the Mei from Su Mei means beauty. Let's give him an appropriate warning, but we can't be too excessive. After all, other than the sisters, that person also spoke. After saying that, Bai Long couldn't help but sigh deeply. Yesterday, in the Rare Wings Alliance gathering, two big shots showed up without being invited. Also, those two gave the same request, and it was to have the Wings Alliance invite Chu Feng, although they were not willing to. The Wings Alliance still agreed because those two people were existences that they did not dare to offend. The Spiritual Medicine Mountain was a forbidden land. The entire mountain had layers of seals. Unless one had flying abilities, they could only enter the Spiritual Medicine Mountain from the entrance. There were 8 entrances in the Spiritual Medicine Mountain, and all 8 entrances had elders guarding there. Only at the time of the Spiritual Medicine Hunt would they be open. At that instant, all 8 entrances opened. The inner court disciples who had a token could enter, and almost 100,000 disciples came in from all directions. This Spiritual Medicine Mountain is quite the mysterious place. Chu Feng wandered around in the Spiritual Medicine Mountain. His gaze was attracted to the huge sky-covering trees and the dense bushes. It was the first time that he saw such beautiful plants. Even the fragrances of the flowers were very dense, and the otherworldly scene intoxicated him. Ground spirit grass? Suddenly, Chu Feng saw a strange plant. It had a height of 5 inches with 4 leaves entirely green, and it was covered with faint light. It was the low-rank ground spirit grass, Pu. But before even getting close, the ground spirit grass contracted and prepared to escape. Whoosh! Seeing that, Chu Feng suddenly leaped, but he was one step too slow. The ground spirit grass already burrowed into the ground when he arrived. These things really do have a spiritual nature. Chu Feng dryly laughed, but he was not impatient. He scanned around with his gaze. He knew that the ground spirit grass could escape underground, but after a certain distance they must return to the surface, and the escaping direction was usually straight. So, Chu Feng felt that, as long as he confirmed the escaping tracks of the ground spirit grass, it was not difficult to catch them with his speed. Whoosh! Just at that time, a light flashed, and a ground spirit grass came out of the ground. It was obviously the same one that just escaped. But just as the ground spirit grass revealed itself, it suddenly burrowed back into the ground and continued escaping. Chu Feng rejoiced, and he strided over several steps, then leaped into the air like a sly rabbit. His hands formed into an eagle's claw, and he grabbed at the empty space in front of him. Whoosh! Just as Chu Feng predicted, as he landed on the ground spirit grass came out from the ground again. But this time, Chu Feng was faster than it. He did not give any chance for it to escape. Chu Feng's big hands tightly grabbed onto its branches and pulled it out of the ground. Ji. When the ground spirit grass disconnected from the ground, It started making ear-piercing noises, and a wave of strong, struggling power kept on coming from it. But that struggle only lasted for a short while before it got weaker and weaker. At the end, the ground spirit grass's glow flashed. Then it started to decrease in size. At the end, it was almost as big as a finger. This thing is really quite strange. When the spiritual medicine left the soil, it would lose its spiritual nature. And the spiritual medicine that had no spiritual nature would have a very small body. But those were only rumors. When a ground spirit grass which was 5 inches long changed into not even half an inch long, anyone would feel surprised when they saw that in front of their face. After taking care of the ground spirit grass, Chu Feng layered his hands and did a hand seal. Strong, absorbing power surged from his dantian, and within a blink, it completely refined the ground spirit grass that was in his palm. These things aren't even enough for you to fill the crack in your teeth, Chu Feng bitterly smiled. The ground spirit grass was only a low-rank spiritual medicine, and the spiritual energy inside it was several times worse than the saint spirit grass. He would need quite a terrifying amount if he relied on it to feed the divine lightning. As it couldn't be helped, Chu Feng continued wandering and went straight into the deep parts of the mountain forest. The spiritual medicine mountain was divided into the inner circle, middle circle, and outer circle. The outer circle had the low-quality spiritual medicines, the middle circle had the medium-quality spiritual medicines, and the inner circle had the high-quality spiritual medicines. Chu Feng was more familiar with the high-quality spiritual medicine, Saint Spirit Grass, but he also knew that the Saint Spirit Grasses were not kind when they still had their spiritual nature. Not only did they escape when they saw people, they even had extremely strong attack power. According to rumors, one Saint Spirit Grass was comparable to a rank 6 fierce beast. It also meant that without being in the 6th level of the spirit realm, you would not be able to defeat it. That was why the inner circle was viewed as a forbidden area and very few people dared to enter it. Chu Feng also didn't plan to hunt those scary guys, so his goal was the middle circle. The medium-quality spiritual medicine was the sky spirit grass. According to legends, it could stick to and quickly run across the ground. It even had the ability to become invisible, so it was very hard to catch. But luckily, it didn't have any killing power. Although the spiritual energy that it contained was incomparable to the Saint Spirit Grass, it was still far away from the ground spirit grass. So that was why catching it was Chu Feng's best goal for this time. He kept on going, and all the ground spirit grasses that Chu Feng saw along the road were not able to escape his demonic grasp, and they were even refined at the scene. When it was noon, he finally reached the middle circle, and he quickly found one sky spirit grass. However, the sky spirit grass was very impressive. Not only could it change its route of escape, it really did have the ability to become invisible. Although the invisibility only lasted for a short while, Chu Feng always suffered when it did. Straight until the sun started setting in the west, Chu Feng saw at least a dozen of sky spirit grasses. But he didn't even catch one. I do not believe that I will lose to a medium-quality spiritual medicine. Although Chu Feng was still vigorous even after running for the entire day, he was helpless when his stomach started drumming, so he could only stop to fill himself up. As he ate the rations, he did not forget about his ridicule by the sky spirit grasses, and he swore to catch the sky spirit grass and to refine them. Like I said, don't come to the middle circle. These sky spirit grass aren't something that we can catch. Miss, no need to rush. I've already slowly grasped onto the escaping patterns of the sky spirit grass. Give me one more day and I'll guarantee that we can catch it. One day? In one day, how many ground spirit grasses can we catch in the outer circle? You are simply wasting our time. Just at that time, broken words came from the forest, and Chu Feng could feel that at least 10 people were coming close. It looks I'm not the only one who's suffering. Chu Feng chuckled, but didn't even raise his head to look and ate the rations in his hands with huge bites. Miss, look, that seems to be Chu Feng. But when a surprised yet also full of mock voice sounded, Chu Feng knew that he met a damn acquaintance. He raised his and looked. 10 silhouettes were staring at him, and all of them were familiar faces. The young female that was leading was called Chu Shui. She was 1 year younger than Chu Feng, and she could be said to be Chu Feng's cousin. Although Chu Shu was not as sweet and beautiful as Chu Yue, she still had a few points of looks. Especially her snow-white skin, which matched her name. Tennessee, Shu means snow, but she was the same as Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen. She didn't like Chu Feng from when they were young, and she belonged to the enemy force. Behind Chu Shu were 9 people. Although they had the surname of Chu, strictly saying, they weren't part of the Chu family. They were the servants of the Chu family, but because their parents had some status in the Chu family, they entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time. But the funny thing was, even those people looked down at Chu Feng. "Oh, it's you, Chu Feng." The repulsive voice sounded again, and it turned out that the person who spoke was a tall and skinny youth that stood next to Chu Zhou. Chu Feng also recognized that person. He was called Chu Gao, and from when he was young, he liked to stick next to Chu Shu. He was Chu Shui's shadow. The thing worth mentioning was that, although Chu Gao had the status of a servant, his talent wasn't bad, and he entered the Azure Dragon School at the same time as Chu Yue. And he was also level 4 in the spirit realm as well. In Chu Shui's group, Chu Gao's strength was decent, so it was obvious that he was the main power in this group. But that guy was not reliable. Seeing as he brought Chu Shu and the others into the middle circle, one could tell that he was a person who bit off more than he could chew. "I say, Chu Feng, you're no good either. You don't even have anything after a full day." As she saw Chu Feng's dried-out bag, Chu Shui sneered and digged at the hardships. "Is that so? With the 10 of you all together, it doesn't seem that you are any better than me." Chu Feng scanned with his gaze, and seeing the same dried-out bags on Chu Shui's side, he mocked. "I really don't understand what Chu Wei is thinking. He put the 10 of you useless people in one ground, and the 10 useless people ran to the middle circle. Are you guys here for camping? You have enough rations? Nonsense." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Chu Shui got agitated and angered. The 9 other servants on the side were also not in a good mood. Especially that Chu Gao. He even pointed at Chu Feng and yelled, "If you dare to be any more unrespectful to my family's miss, I'll cripple you. If you feel you can, then come and try." Chu Feng cast a glance of disdain at Chu Gao, then looked down and continued to eat his rations. "You think I don't dare?" As Chu Gao spoke, he aggressively ran over to Chu Feng. Swirling wind rose from under his feet and swept the huge leaves up. He completely displayed the power of the 4th level of the spirit realm. But just as Chu Gao got close to Chu Feng suddenly raised his head, and a pair of chilling eyes shot out like a sharp knife as if stabbing into Chu Gao's eyes. Ta! At that instant, Chu Gao immediately stopped walking and also quickly retreated 2 steps back. The instant that he saw Chu Feng's gaze, he felt something. The power of deterrence. That deterrence made Chu Gao feel a chill in his spine. He panicked in his heart because he had felt that deterrence before. And someone who was able to make him feel something like that was an extremely scary person. Although he also felt that it was unimaginable when it came from Chu Feng, who was also at the 4th level of the spirit realm and just entered the inner court. That deterrence told him that he could not fight with Chu Feng. Goo. After deeply swallowing his saliva, Chu Gao instantly turned around and ran back. That scene really made Chu Shui and the others not know what to do. Why did he return without even fighting? Wasn't that a bit too embarrassing? If they knew that Chu Gao was scared by Chu Feng's eye expression alone, they would have felt that they lost even more face. "Chu Gao, what happened to you?" Chu Shu lashed out angrily. "Miss I." Chu Gao didn't know how to respond. Useless trash. Looking at Chu Gao's weak look, Chu Zhu angrily bit her teeth, but she didn't know what to do. At the end, she could only fiercely say to Chu Feng, "Chu Feng, you've really grown up. Did you forget that you got beaten up by Hong Fei when you were young? Let me warn you, you better never return to the Chu family or else I'll have Hong Fei beat you up even more." After hearing Chu Shui's words, Chu Feng suddenly clenched both his hands, and the rations in his hands were completely crushed into powder. A gale with him as the core started swirling, and it blew Chu Shu and others continuously back. Even Chu Gao had difficulty resisting. Chu Hongfei, a person that heavily humiliated Chu Feng before. Chu Feng would never forget that him who was only 8 years old was beaten up by the 10-year-old Chu Hongfei to the point in which he couldn't stand up. Chu Feng had stayed in bed for an entire half a month. The important thing was later on when Chu Guyu went and found Chu Hongfei, even Chu Guyu was beaten badly. That thing became a thorn in Chu Feng's heart, a thorn that would always be painful if it was not pulled out. Chu Feng slowly raised his head, and a dense cold aura spread from his pair of eyes. He said with an extremely cold tone to Chu Zhu, "Chu Zhu, Tell Chu Hongfei that I will return in this year's gathering. Make sure that he does the preparations for kneeling and begging. And now, you all better immediately disappear from my sight, or else I will make you regret it." If they were under normal circumstances, Chu Shui would certainly talk back to Chu Feng. But now she did not have that courage to do that. At that moment, the aura that Chu Feng was emitting was enough to make her legs weak and body tremble. She knew that this feeling was called fear. At the end, Chu Shui did not say anything back and turned around, then went further into the mountains and forests. As for Chu Gao and the others, they also quickly followed, because they were the same as Chu Shui, as they were unable to resist against Chu Feng's aura. After Chu Shui and the others left, Chu Feng plainly packed up and continued. He knew that Chu Hongfei was not an oil-saving lamp. Not only was he best at fighting within the Chu family back in the days, even today, he was barely behind Chu Guyu. Chu Hongfei was from the Chu family, and other than Chu Guyu, he was the only other person who was able to get into a first-rate school. To be able to get accepted by a first-rate school already showed his talent in martial cultivation. Ever since Chu Hongfei entered the school, he hadn't returned back in the Chu family, so no one knew what kind of strength he had. However, Chu Feng felt that this year, Chu Hongfei would likely return back. After all, his own father was one of the candidates. As for Chu Hongfei's talent, even if he didn't reach the 6th level of the spirit realm, he would be at least the 5th level. So Chu Feng must quickly raise his strength and at least reach the 5th level of the spirit realm. Ah! Don't touch me. But before Chu Feng walked far, a sharp scream came from the forest. That voice belonged to Chu Shu. At that instant, Chu Feng frowned, and after some hesitation, he ran towards the direction of the sound. At the same time, in an empty area in the mountains, an unbearable scene was happening. Chu Gao and the other 9 people were shivering while standing on the side with faces full of fear. In the empty space in the middle, Chu Shui was being toyed around by 3 men. Those 3 people were aged 20 or so, and their faces were extremely vulgar. But behind their body, a black iron sword was on their back. They were members of the Sword Alliance. "Junior, no need to be afraid. We have no ill intentions and we just want to chat a bit with you." One of the males who had a full face of pockmarks was pulling on Chu Shui's purple clothes. One sleeve was already torn by him and it revealed her snow-white skin. This is quite white. I like tender girls like this." The other 2 were also touching Chu Shui's body. Their eyes shined and they were already drooling from their mouth. "We are from the same school. Aren't you afraid that the elders will punish you if you treat me like this?" Chu Shui's face was already full of tears as she struggled without strength. "Junior, we are protecting you. The elders don't even have enough time to praise us, so why would they even punish us?" "That's right. Following useless people like them will only land you in more danger. It's still better to follow us, and when the hunt ends, we will give you some rewards." Hehe. It was already night and the 3 of them were extremely lonely. Just at that time, they found a little sheep like Chu Shu. How could they let that chance go? "Seniors, please let our family's miss go," Chu Gao begged while trembling. Whoosh. Before even finishing his sentence, one of the Sword Alliance members pulled out his black iron sword, waved it at Chu Gao, and a strong wind flew in front of Chu Gao's body. Poof. After that strong wind, a bloody wound appeared on top of Chu Gao's legs, and with a poof, he kneeled on the ground. 5th level of the spirit realm. Seeing that, the Chu family crowd backed away from fear. To be able to use the wind as a blade and to defeat Chu Gao in one strike was, without a doubt, the cultivation power of the 5th level in the spirit realm. "Get lost right now, and I'll let you live." When that person pointed the cold, glittering iron sword at Chu Gao and the others, killing intent was revealed in his tone. As they faced the life threats, the Chu family and the others' feelings were shook, and some people even started moving back. Although Chu Shu was their master, and they had mountains of favors towards the Chu family, their choice was actually very simple when the decision related to their own life. All of you. Chu Shui's heart had some unspeakable bitterness when she saw the servants thinking about abandoning her. From a young age, they were people that stayed by her side and followed all of the orders since then. She wanted to scold, yet she was so helpless because she knew that she was already done for. In the Azure Dragon School, she had no influence nor power, and against the people that she could not offend. Even if she was tainted, she could only endure it since she still didn't want to die. Whoosh. But just as Chushu was despairing, a shadow leaped out from the forest like a monster and landed in front of Chushu. Bang, bang, bang. After landing, that person attacked with lightning speed. Countless afterimages of the palm brought killing intent with them, and they flew straight towards the three people from the Sword Alliance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It surprised the three Sword Alliance members when they saw such a sudden change. They tapped the ground with the tip of their toe and suddenly leaped back. They focused their eyes, and the three of them discovered that the person whose surprise attacked them was a young man. But the person who was the most astonished was Chu Shui. She would have never thought when the people whom she trusted the most had thoughts of abandoning her, Chu Feng would be standing in front of her while ignoring his own safety. "Who are you? You dare to interrupt my good occasion?" The Sword Alliance member, who had a full face of pockmarks, pointed at Chu Feng while angrily yelling. "You are not fit to know my name, but you can call me Justice." Chu Feng faintly smiled. "Justice? Ha!" The pockmarked male moved the iron sword in his hands and countless of wind blades flew at Chu Feng. Seeing that, Chu Feng pushed with one of his palms and a warm force pushed Chu Shu out of the way. After that, he quickly dodged, and after dodging the attack, he ran straight at the male and struck out with one illusionary palm. "Brat, you're looking for death." Seeing that Chu Feng even dared to counterattack, the other two Sword Alliance members also pulled out their iron swords from their back and stabbed at Chu Feng with some strange sword style. Whoosh whoosh. Not only did Chu Feng not dodge, he changed his attacking style, and all three illusionary palms stuck at the same time, making the three iron swords collide into each other. Clang, clang, clang. Three heavy sounds resonated, and the four people stepped back a bit. But from Chu Feng's palms, a numbing feeling came from it. Chu Feng also frowned, and his expression became more heavy. He knew that the three of them were experts of the 5th level of the spirit realm, and they didn't even use their full power. The three Sword Alliance members also frowned. They already found out that Chu Feng was in the 4th level of the spirit realm. But when a little child who was in the 4th level was able to knock the three of them back, it meant that they could not underestimate the strength of the little child. "Boy, we are complete strangers. You don't need to offend our Sword Alliance for some people you don't know." "That's right. I see that you have quite some talent. As long as you are a bit understandable, we can give an introduction for you to join the Sword Alliance. I guarantee that your future will be bright." Seeing that Chu Feng wasn't as easy to take care as they thought, the three of them wanted to rope Chu Feng into their own alliance. Chu Feng didn't react as he listened to those words, but Chu Shui instantly got more nervous. She and Chu Feng had deep history, and Chu Feng didn't really even have any reason to help her. Now that the Sword Alliance opened such conditions, she was really worried that Chu Feng would put her to the side and abandon her. But she also knew that hoping Chu Feng would protect was beyond reason. However, the Chu Feng in front of her was her only hope. Sword Alliance? I think it's better that it be called as the Beast Alliance. Trash, like you want to rope me into your alliance? Chu Feng fiercely spit a mouthful of saliva. "You are forcing this upon us." Seeing that the attempted roping failed and they got humiliated instead, the three of them got angry, and while holding the iron sword, they all started to attack Chu Feng. It was obvious that the three people used their true strength this time. The sword didn't even arrive, yet the wind did. Even Chu Feng had to narrow his eyes and treat this seriously. "What are you looking at? You don't want to leave? Don't affect my evil extermination power," Chu Feng yelled at Chu Shu and the others first. Only then did his body move, and with the waves of the arms, countless invisible palms filled the air and attacked the three people. "It's the illusionary palm. Careful." One of them recognized Chu Feng's martial skill, and at the same time that he was shocked, his sword style changed accordingly. A cold glitter surged out, and the three people displayed the exact same techniques and surrounded Chu Feng within it. Chu Feng. As she saw Chu Feng battling with three experts at the 5th level of the spirit realm, Chu Shui's emotions were extremely complicated. She knew what that meant. It meant that Chu Feng was risking himself for her, and that risk might very well cost him his life. Still not gone? Just as Chu Shui was hesitating, Chu Feng bellowed again. "Miss, Let's go." At the same time, the Chu family people also came and dragged Chu Shu into the forest. "Leave me." Chu Shui flung away those people and deeply looked at Chu Feng with meaning. Seeing the Chu Feng that was surrounded by afterimages of the swords and doing his best to struggle, Chu Shui gnashed her teeth as if doing a very difficult decision. "Leave!" Chu Feng bellowed once again. At that instant, Chu Shui's frail body couldn't help but shake, and 2 sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. After saying a thank you, she went back into the forest. "Brat, you dare interrupt my good occasion. I will cripple you today." Seeing the fat meat that was right in front of their mouth escaping, the 3 of them burned with anger. The points of their swords were aimed at critical body points, and they wanted to kill Chu Feng. "It'll depend on your strength." Although Chu Feng's face showed that he was holding on, he also felt the pressure. Against 3 people who were a whole level above him really strained him. Those 3 people, although they were not extraordinary people, not only was the sword in their hands strong, the martial skills that they cultivated made it so that the sharp weapon in their hands was used to the extreme. In addition, with them 3 combining their powers, Chu Feng had quite some difficulty going against them. The most important thing was that Chu Feng didn't want to expose his 3 thunder styles, so he decided that he didn't want to mess around with them 3 anymore. Whoosh whoosh. Thinking to that point, Chu Feng faked the move, then leaped into the air and jumped out like a lightning out of their 3-man circle. "You 3 trash, try and catch me." After jumping out, Chu Feng taunted them and smiled, then leaped into the forest like a monkey. "Want to escape? Chase." Seeing that Chu Feng was escaping, how could the 3 people let him go? They quickly chased after him. But they still underestimated Chu Feng. Even though they used their spiritual power to the maximum and used all sorts of martial skill, they had no way of chasing up to Chu Feng. There was always a distance between them. Damn, is this guy the reincarnation of a monkey? How is he so fast? This boy isn't simple. He has so much strength at such an age, and he can even escape from our sword formation. He must have extremely high talent. That's right, this is the first time that I've seen someone using the illusionary palm to this level. If he continues to develop, he would be completely unimaginable. Because of that, we cannot let him leave this place alive, or else he will cause endless troubles. The more the 3 people understood Chu Feng's strength, the colder their heart became. They already slowly decided to kill Chu Feng in the spiritual medicine mountain. The speed of those 3 are very fast, I can't even get rid of them. At the same time, Chu Feng was speechless from the strength of those 3 people, although his strength was way higher than the people from the same level. Against people who were a whole level higher made him feel a bit weak. But luckily, Chu Feng had plenty of spiritual energy in his dantian. He believed if he continued running, the 3 of them would stop chasing because of their stamina. However, Chu Feng was considering another problem. The power of the Sword Alliance was not small. In the future, after leaving the spiritual medicine mountain, it would be troublesome if those 3 used the power of the Sword Alliance to harm him. That was why Chu Feng was hesitating whether or not to don't do it or don't rest. So he was either going to display his 3 thunder styles and silence the 3 people, or he was not going to anything at all. But at the end, he batted that thought away. After all, killing people from the same school was a huge crime, and if any traces were discovered, there might be a chance that the entire Chu family would be affected as well. But just at that time, Chu Feng discovered with astonishment that white rays appeared all around him. Because the sky was already dark, when the light rays appeared, they seemed abnormally dazzling, and they were extremely strange. That light became stronger and stronger, and it lit up the forest as though it was day. But what stunned Chu Feng was the countless amounts of white bones that surrounded him. The vast area of white bones were densely piled into the forest. They were as boundless as the ocean. Those bones were very special. Not only were they as clean white as jade, every bone was emitting a heavy aura. Chu Feng felt a choking feeling as he was pressured by countless auras like those as they were stacked upon one another. His steps became heavy, and his entire body lost its strength. Is this place? Chu Feng was very surprised. The special bones were not owned by ordinary people, which meant the owners of the white bones must have been quite a master. Only after reaching a certain realm in cultivation could one die without their bones decaying. Not only were they as white as jade, they still contained a certain amount of pressure to deter other people. There were things that Chu Feng couldn't understand. Not only did he not understand where so many experts came from, as it was beyond common sense to have so many white bones appear here. The spiritual medicine mountain was a forbidden land. Virtually every day, the elders would patrol around. How could they leave so many white bones here and not care about them? Other than surprise, Chu Feng was starting to panic. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed that it wasn't right. The more he thought about it, more chills were sent down his spine. After all, he was only a 15-year-old young man. When trapped in such a dark forest area, of course he would feel fear in his heart. That is. Suddenly Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He discovered in shock that there was a silhouette from afar calmly walking within the white bones. He could vaguely see that it was an aged old man. The old man was as clean as snow. He was wearing a blue robe, and on the robe there was the mark of the 8 trigrams. The old man was holding a very strange fly whisk in his right hand. The old man's face was smiling, and he was slowly walking towards Chu Feng's direction. He was not even affected in the slightest by the white bones. But the thing that shocked Chu Feng the most was the old man's skin, which was like jade, and the faint glow that his entire body was emanating. That type of special aura was like a saint descending into the world. Lord, is that the 1,000-bone graveyard from the legends? Just at that time, the 3 people from the Sword Alliance also ran over. However, they had no more thoughts of attacking Chu Feng as they were completely astonished by the scene in front of their eyes. Compared to Chu Feng's panic, one word was clearly written on the faces of the 3 people. Fear. 1,000-bone graveyard? What kind of place is this? Chu Feng's heart contracted, and just with that name, it made him feel uneasy. Damn brat, you've killed all of us. You actually brought us to a place like this. This 1,000-bone graveyard is a danger spot, that pockmarked male said with a trembling voice. Danger spot? That's right, it's the real danger spot. No, it was a legend, one of the legends of the spiritual medicine mountain. According to legends, there's a 1,000-bone graveyard that was unreal, unsearchable, and it appeared in the spiritual medicine mountain at unscheduled times. But this place is really the absolute danger spot. The legends say that those who step into this place will not leave alive. Even the people who kept their lives would become insane. I never would have thought that the scary legend was true. We've stepped into the 1,000-bone graveyard. The other 2 were also extremely afraid. As they spoke, some words were nonsense, and it showed how fearful they were in their hearts. If I may ask, is this really the 1,000-bone graveyard? Chu Feng cast his gaze towards that mysterious old man who was holding a fly whisk. Although he couldn't feel anything from the old man's body, just by looking at his exterior, Chu Feng could tell that he was extraordinary. Without a doubt, he must be some big shot in the Azure Dragon School. But the thing that confused him was that the old man was obviously looking at him, yet he didn't even open his mouth to speak. Rather, with the corners of his mouth, they formed a strange smile. Oi, who are you talking to? Damn, brat, don't try to deceive us. But the unexpected thing was that after listening to Chu Feng's call to the old man, the faces of the 3 Sword Alliance members instantly paled without a single trace of color. Can't you see that I'm talking to this person? Chu Feng pointed at the mysterious old man who was standing nearby. What person? You brat, you're really looking to die. That pockmarked male held his sword and wanted to attack Chu Feng. Don't bother with him. Something's wrong with this guy, and we should quickly leave this place. But before even letting him attack, the other 2 pulled his shoulders and started to drag him away towards the path in which they came from. Gee. But just at that time, an ear-piercing noise came from all directions. That noise was very strange, extremely horrifying, and it was as if millions of souls were howling and screaming about injustice. At the same time, Chu Feng found out with shock that on the white bones all around him, dark green gas was floating, and that strange screaming came from the gas. But the thing that made Chu Feng the most uneasy was that the strange, dark green gas was floating towards Chu Feng and the others. Hurry and run. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 3 Sword Alliance members started to escape. GGG. However, their running didn't matter. The strange gas that filled the air was as though they found their target, and with lightning speed, it flew towards the three people. Shoo! As they faced such strange substances, the three of them started crazily waving their iron sword in their hands, but it was useless towards the gas. It was not affected by it in any way, and at the end, the gas entered their brains. At that instant, the faces of the three people already changed greatly. They threw away the iron swords in their hand, covered their head, then started painfully wailing. Chu Feng could clearly see that their faces went from white to green, from green to purple. And they were kneeling on the ground at first, but then they started rolling around. One could tell that they were suffering from huge waves of pain, but the painful wailing only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, the three of them breathed no more, and with the limp of their legs, they died. Their death faces were extremely abnormal. Their faces were swelled, bled from the 7 facial orifices, their eyes bulged out, and even their hair started to fall. It was as terrifying as it could get, GGG, but the more terrifying thing to Chu Feng was the strange gas. After the torturous death of the three people, the gas that went into their brains went back out. At the same time, the strange gas from all around started slowly floating towards Chu Feng. Please save me. As he panicked, Chu Feng cast his gaze towards the mysterious old man, because he found out that the gas was floating all around except for the area around the old man. Which meant, more or less, the mysterious things were afraid of the old man. But not only did Chu Feng's cry of help not gain the sympathy of the old man, it even agitated the strange gas all around him, and at that moment, they attacked Chu Feng with lightning speed. Damn! Seeing that the situation was not good, Chu Feng's body moved, and he madly ran towards that old man. He wanted to use the guy to escape the calamity. However, he underestimated the speed of the strange gas. Just after running for a few steps, Chu Feng felt a wave of pain from his brain, as if something entered his consciousness and was tearing his brain apart. Quickly after, the pain kept on increasing, and Chu Feng already knew that a large amount of the strange gas entered his brain. Those things were like eating his body, and they brought unbearable pain. Under those circumstances, Chu Feng had no way of resisting, and very quickly, he fell to the ground. He started rolling back and forth just like the 3 Sword Alliance members from before, while loudly wailing. As he looked at that scene, the mysterious old man was not moved at all. However, the strange smile that was on his face slowly dimmed down, and replacing it was a disappointed curve. But just at that time, Chu Feng suddenly started snarling. A white ray spread out from his head like a whirlpool and started swirling around it. In an instant, all the strange gas within a circumference of several meters got blown away like dust and smoke. After snarling, Chu Feng laid on the ground without power and went unconscious. But that white ray whirlpool kept on swirling with him as the core. Under the protection of the swirl of light, the strange gas from all around did not dare to get any closer to Chu Feng. Even the ear-piercing noises from before became a lot deeper and lower, as if they were scared. Facing that change, the expression of the mysterious old man changed, and a pleasant surprise surged from both of his eyes. After that, he waved his big sleeve, and a strange wave spread everywhere. All the gas went back into the white bones. When the strange gas disappeared, the swirl of light around Chu Feng's body also slowly went back into Chu Feng's brain. After waiting for almost 1,000 years, I finally met a moldable person. I hope that you don't disappoint me. The old man's body moved, floated in midair, then slowly glided in front of Chu Feng. After that, his fingers extended and he pointed at Chu Feng's chest. Several firefly-like glowing objects flew out from his fingers and shot into Chu Feng's chest. When those glowing objects went through Chu Feng's clothes and entered his body, the clothes were undamaged, but his chest started to have several dots of glow. The old man silently stared at Chu Feng until the glow disappeared from Chu Feng's chest. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, with the old man in the middle, a fierce dark green hurricane started swirling around, and the hurricane had dots of essence which contained incomparable, terrifying pressure. Instantly, it engulfed the mountain forest. The strange thing was that the hurricane did not rise up into the air. Rather, it started going down into the ground. Finally, it went deep into the soil, and the vast white bones also disappeared. After the violent hurricane, all the flowers, grass and trees in the forest were not changed in any way. and the night sky also covered the land again. The only change was the fainted Chu Feng and the 3 dead members of the Sword Alliance. A gentle wind passed and brought slight bits of chill. That chill also made Chu Feng recover his senses as he slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Was I dreaming? Chu Feng sat up, and while he massaged his aching head, he scanned around. He found out that the scary scene from before completely disappeared, and it made him feel that the previous experience was only a dream. This isn't right. When Chu Feng's gaze landed on the 3 Sword Alliance members, he suddenly stood up. As he looked at the horrifying death conditions, he knew that the previous events really did happen. That's too scary. Why is there such a strange place in this spiritual medicine mountain? 1,000 Bone Graveyard. Where did that come from? Who is that mysterious old man? Chu Feng was completely shocked. Everything that happened up to this point was unimaginable, because everything that happened already exceeded his bearable range. Shashasha. Just at that time, Chu Feng suddenly heard the sound of footsteps, and he knew that people were coming close. Looking at the situation, Chu Feng turned around and escaped deeper into the forest. He needed to leave because he could not let people know that he was connected to the 3 Sword Alliance members, or else he would have no way of explaining it. He couldn't say that they entered the 1,000 Bone Graveyard from the legends, and then the 3 got killed while he was not even scratched, right? It was too strange, and even if he told people, no one would believe it. Even if people did believe it, Chu Feng would become a strange person in the Azure Dragon School, so he needed to remove all connections. As Chu Feng ran, he quickly found out that something was different about him. He felt that his senses were extremely clear. Even the grass moving from the wind was detectable by him. He never had that feeling before. Is my head so sensitive because there is too much spiritual energy in this spiritual medicine mountain, combined with the silence of the night? Chu Feng tried to find out why he had better senses, but he suddenly stopped his footsteps. Instantly, both of his eyes lit up, and a surprised look emerged from his face. He felt a strange energy moving, and although it was still fairly far, he could confirm that it was a sky spirit grass. I'm not imagining this, am I? Chu Feng was shocked to be able to feel where the spiritual grass was located at, and of course, Chu Feng knew what that meant. If that feeling was real, it meant that in the spiritual medicine mountain, he was like a fish in water. Whoosh! Thinking to that point, Chu Feng did not hesitate and walked towards the direction in which he felt something from. He wanted to completely investigate it. As he got closer, Chu Feng got more happy because the movements of the sky spirit grass in his brain was getting stronger and stronger, which more or less meant that his feeling was not an illusion. When Chu Feng passed another bush, he saw a red plant in front of him. It was the sky spirit grass. The sky spirit grass was quite a bit better than the ground spirit grass. The red branches and trunk emitted a red glow, and it looked like it was on fire. It seemed especially beautiful during the night. Little thing, after toying around with me for a whole day, I'll see if you can escape me this time. As he saw the sky spirit grass, Chu Feng did not stop and instantly rushed forward. He concentrated his spiritual energy at the bottom of his feet, and his speed doubled in an instant. Within a blink, he arrived in front of the sky spirit grass. But before Chu Feng even extended his hands, that sky spirit grass disappeared and was not to be seen. You want to run, but can you? Seeing that the sky spirit grass wanted to escape by invisibility, Chu Feng formed a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward, grabbed the air in front of him, and then he heard a sharp cry. One sky spirit grass was grasped within Chu Feng's hands. When the sky spirit grass was caught by Chu Feng, it instantly lost its invisibility and started to madly struggle. The power of it was several times stronger than the ground spirit grass, but it was useless as it was in Chu Feng's hands. At the end, it could only obediently lose its spiritual nature and become a half-inch red-colored spiritual grass that laid in Chu Feng's palm. It seems that this is certainly not an illusion. Chu Feng threw the sky spirit grass into the bag, and he was insanely happy in his heart. Although he didn't know where the special sense came from, to Chu Feng, he could rely on it strongly. Unless. But with a thought, it was not hard for Chu Feng to think where the power came from. After all, it was formed after he entered the 1,000 Bone Graveyard, and the target of the strange gas was the brain. Which meant it was logical, even if it was the attack of the strange gas that made Chu Feng's senses stronger. Another thing dropped right at my doorstep. Just at that time, his eyes lit up once again. Another sky spirit grass entered his detection range. Under such a strong detection power, virtually no sky spirit grass was able to escape Chu Feng's hands. Any escaping methods were wasted efforts. Chu Feng did not sleep for the entire night, and when it was day, he already caught dozens of sky spirit grasses. A harvest like that would certainly make people go crazy. If someone found out about it, even robbing Chu Feng was a possibility. After all, within the spiritual medicine mountain, the number of battles and thievery between disciples were not few. However, Chu Feng's detection power was not only limited to sky spirit grasses. Even if a human entered a certain range, they would be detected by Chu Feng, so almost no one could find traces of Chu Feng. Another day passed, and when the night arrived, Chu Feng's bag was almost already full. This time, Chu Feng did not continue hunting, and he found a hidden place to start refining the sky spirit grasses. Chu Feng's refining speed was top class, and after only 4 hours, the bag that was full of sky spirit grasses were completely refined by him. With that, his dantian also got more and more full. That made Chu Feng joyful, and although the sky spirit grass was not comparable to the saint spirit grass, if he had this amount every day to refine, he could break through within 10 days. From that day forth, Chu Feng spent all day in the middle circle of the spiritual medicine mountain and hunted sky spirit grasses without restraint until deep into the night. He refined all the sky spirit grasses that he hunted that day. Then, after resting for 4 hours, he continued to hunt insanely. It cycled like such, and after 9 days from the time in which Chu Feng entered the spiritual medicine mountain, he felt a great change in his dantian. The 9 lightning beasts changed once again, and Chu Feng finally broke through the 4th level of the spirit realm into the 5th. With this power, I should be able to battle against people that are on the 6th level of the spirit realm. Feeling the strength that was improving many times, Chu Feng was speechless himself. The him who had the divine lightning really had power that was way stronger than others. Especially his 3 thunder styles. If he used it, even experts at the 6th level of the spirit realm could not defeat him. Level crossing battles were already defying common sense. Although the geniuses who had extremely high talent could do it, those were geniuses. If those things happened on a person people knew, everyone would be shocked. After raising his power, Chu Feng went hunting for sky spirit grasses again. This time it was a lot easier. With merely half a day, he already filled up his bag. Since the bag of rations was almost empty, that bag also became Chu Feng's tool for storing spiritual medicine. However, the current Chu Feng was not only thinking about sky spirit grasses. He wanted to head towards the inner circle, and he wanted to check the saint spirit grasses that were rumored to be no weaker than a rank 6 fierce beast. This aura. But before entering the inner circle for long, Chu Feng felt 2 types of auras, and they were both extremely strong. The first one were the spiritual medicines. The densely filled evil aura was obviously from the saint spirit grasses that had spiritual natures. There were a lot of them, almost 100. The other aura was from a human. It was also extremely large, so it should be an expert of the 7th level of the spirit realm. At that moment, the 2 auras were blended together. It was obvious that the person was having a great battle with the saint spirit grasses. But that person's aura was not stable, so they must have entered a trap. Who dared to challenge so many saint spirit grasses by themselves? With a heart of curiosity, Chu Feng decided to observe the outcome. When he leaped over the layers of trees, he was stunned by the scene in a distance. A 3-meter-tall huge plant, filled with purple thorns, had its mouth open, which was full of teeth. It was emitting an oppressing aura from its body, and it didn't even look like a saint spirit grass. It looked more like a monster. However, rather than the scary saint spirit grasses, Chu Feng's gaze concentrated on the petite figure, because that figure not only went through the formation of near 100 saint spirit grass, it was a beauty that matched her name. That elegant long hair, that delicate face, that snow-white skin, those eyes that were not fearful in front of danger and were instead unyielding, deeply attracted Chu Feng. That girl was undoubtedly the most beautiful person Chu Feng ever saw. But the reason why Chu Feng was attracted to her was not only because of her appearance. It was also the power that she had at her age. Careful below! Suddenly, Chu Feng yelled loudly because he felt that a saint's spirit grass was hidden under the feet of the girl. What? The girl didn't even notice Chu Feng, so after hearing such an unexpected yell surprised her. She subconsciously tapped the ground with both her feet and leaped into the air. In the instant that she left the ground, a huge saint's spirit grass drilled out from the ground, with its fangs and claws bared. That unforeseen event created lingering fear in that girl. If it wasn't for the reminder of that voice, she would have certainly had paid a huge cost. With gratitude in her heart, she cast her gaze towards Chu Feng. But when she saw Chu Feng, her delicate face instantly froze and she said with shock, "It's you. You know me?" Chu Feng carefully evaluated that beautiful girl, and after looking up and down 3 times, he found out that not only was the girl beautiful, she was also very young, obviously being younger than him. Also, there was a badge on the chest of the girl that showed that she was a member of the Wings Alliance. Although that girl shocked Chu Feng, he really did not recognize the girl. "Who knows you? Hurry up and leave. This isn't a place where you can come." The girl glanced at Chu Feng, then continued to throw herself into the huge battle against the saint's spirit grasses, and it seemed that she was extremely angry at Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng did not know why the girl was so angry, Chu Feng already knew that the girl was surrounded by the saint's spirit grasses. She wanted to escape, but she did not have that chance. If that continued, the girl would not able to continue because of her physical strength, and she would die there. As a man, how could Chu Feng let such a beautiful girl be eaten by those monsters? He could not ignore something like that, so while thinking about that, Chu Feng jumped in without hesitation. But just as he entered, he regretted it a bit. A large amount of monsters felt his presence and started attacking straight at him. It seems that I have to go all out. Life was hung by a thread, so Chu Feng didn't hold back anymore. The spiritual energy in his dantian started to move and it went along the veins. The top of his toes touched the ground, and with a boom, his entire body leaped into the air like lightning. As he was landing, Chu Feng suddenly started spinning. A whirlwind started to rise, and his entire body was like a human blade as it fiercely thrust into the 100 of flowers underneath. Bang! As he was landing, the flowers scattered. The moment he landed, the ground formed a deep hole with cracks all around it. One saint spirit grass was killed on scene by Chu Feng and became as big as his finger. He displayed the first 2 styles of the 3 thunder styles, yet he only killed one saint spirit grass. That was unexpected to Chu Feng. After all, it was his strongest trump card. He thought that with those attacks, the sky would be frightened and the ground would sob, and a large number of saint spirit grasses would die under his feet. But the result in his eyes had too much of a difference from his imagination. However, Chu Feng didn't think too much about that. Almost at the same time that he landed, he suddenly jumped up again because he felt that there were at least 3 saint spirit grasses that attacked from behind. "Do you want to die?" Feeling the change in the saint spirit grasses attack formation and the wailing sounds from nearby, the girl knew that Chu Feng jumped in. But when she cast her gaze towards Chu Feng's direction, she couldn't help but be astonished, no matter what she thought. She never would have guessed that Chu Feng could come and go, as he wished within the army of saint spirit grasses that even she was fearful of. Even without seeing the attacks of the saint spirit grass, he could still accurately dodge and attack. Although she did not recognize the skills that Chu Feng used, she could still tell from the power that it was at least a rank 4 skill. This guy, he just entered the 5th level of the spirit realm and he can already use rank 4 skills? The girl was deeply attracted towards Chu Feng's performance. "Careful on the left!" Just as the girl was in a daze, Chu Feng suddenly yelled. Hearing that, the girl was suddenly alarmed and quickly turned her body. With one palm, she grabbed her left and grabbed onto the thorny vine. After grabbing on the vines, the girl clenched with her fist and broke the vines into pieces. Another palm swept out like a blade, and with a cold flash, she chopped the saint spirit grass into 2. It wasn't even like a palm, it was more like an iron blade. After accurately chopping the saint spirit grass, the girl was even more shocked. Chu Feng was clearly facing her with his back, so how could he see that there was a saint spirit grass attacking on his left? Unless, whoosh! Just at that time, Chu Feng brushed next to the girl like lightning. At that moment, he was covered with sweat, and bloodstains also appeared on his clothes. The saint spirit grasses were too strong and there were too many of them. Although Chu Feng had the strong detection power and his incomparably strong 3 thunder styles, the him who was in the 5th level of the spirit realm was a bit weak towards them. Oi, if you want to get out alive, listen to my instructions, Chu Feng said to the girl. You want me to listen to you? In your dreams. The girl was extremely displeased. Say, are you even making sense? I came in here to save you and this is how you treat me. Also, didn't you notice that these saint spirit grasses are a bit strange? They don't attack blindly and they have a strict coordination. If you're going to go head on with them, you will only get tired. Rubbish. That's obvious. I already knew that. Although she said that on the surface, in her heart she just understood that. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's reminder, she really wouldn't have noticed that. With her strength, killing saint spirit grasses was not hard. But it was obvious that she was helpless against this crowd of saint spirit grasses. There were very small chances of a straight-up confrontation, and she always needed to dodge the attacks from them. It's fine if you don't want to listen, since I can leave this place alive. Chu Feng coldly snorted and prepared to leave. Follow new stories at novelb.com. Oi, don't. Seeing that Chu Feng was leaving, that terrified the girl. She already saw Chu Feng's ability, so she had no doubts that Chu Feng could successfully escape. However, she could not, so she immediately said, I'll listen to you. Heh. Seeing the cute, obeying look of the girl, Chu Feng chuckled, then said, That's better. Seeing Chu Feng so proud of himself made the girl's mouth twitch. Although her strength was above Chu Feng, she knew that if she wanted to escape, she needed to rely on Chu Feng. The two of them tried their best to coordinate, and under Chu Feng's command, the strength of the girl was truly exhibited. The near 100 saint spirit grasses were completely annihilated by the two people with only an hour. After the huge battle, Chu Feng started cleaning up the battlefield. Of course, he had his part in the saint spirit grass that filled the ground. Although the main force was the girl, he was the main brains. Did this guy train in the mysterious techniques? Seeing the Chu Feng that was happily picking up the saint spirit grasses, the coarsely breathing girl who was sitting on the side started muttering. At first, for self-protection, Chu Feng was continuously using rank 4 skills. Although rank 4 skills were strong, they consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Most people could only use it a few times before they exhausted their spiritual energy. However, after using it for so long, Chu Feng didn't even have any feeling of exhaustion. In addition, being able to use his 5th level of the spirit realm power to defeat the saint spirit grass that was equivalent to a rank 6 fierce beast indicated a problem. It was that Chu Feng might have trained in the mysterious techniques. Mysterious techniques. They were mysterious techniques. Cultivators were able to gather more spiritual energy, refine spiritual medicine quicker, causing the spiritual energy in the Dantian to be more rich, and the battle abilities were several times stronger than normal people. But there were very little mysterious techniques, and even the Azure Dragon School only had a few. They were only provided to the core disciples for cultivation, and inner court disciples had no way of even touching them. Chu Feng being able to cultivate in the precious mysterious techniques naturally made the girl see Chu Feng in another light. However, she didn't know the reason why Chu Feng's spiritual energy was so strong wasn't because of some mysterious technique. It was because of the divine lightning in his Dantian. It seems that not only is your spirit power impressive, you have plenty of spiritual energy as well. The girl stood up and walked over to Chu Feng with both of her hands behind her back. What spirit power? Chu Feng stared blankly. Still playing dumb? If you didn't have the spirit power, how could you clearly see the attack of the saint spirit grasses? The girl looked blankly back at Chu Feng. You're talking about my detection power? Chu Feng was startled as he knew what the girl meant. Detection power? My gods, you called the spirit power the detection power. You really are a bumpkin. The girl's gaze towards Chu Feng became more and more disdainful. It's normal to not know. Would you know if you were male or female when you were born? Chu Feng coldly snorted and continued to pick up the saint spirit grasses all around them. Oh, your temper is quite short. The girl sweetly smiled, caught up to him, then chuckled. Did you know that not even one person out of 10,000 have this spirit power? You seem to really understand this spirit power? Chu Feng's heart tightened. He just started using the so-called spirit power, so he didn't understand it too much. But he also knew that it was likely true when the girl said there weren't even one within 10,000 that had the spirit power. It was very obvious that this extremely talented girl didn't have it. In addition, her treatment towards him turned 180 degrees, showing that this spirit power was quite an impressive thing which ordinary people did not have. But of course, the spirit power is the favor of the heavens. It is brought by nature and unobtainable by cultivation. Those who have spirit power can be said to be a dragon within men. Not only would their cultivating talent be extremely strong, their observation would be unrivaled. No wonder my elder sister looked at you and asked our Wings Alliance to invite you. Your elder sister? I forgot about the self-introductions. I am called Sumei, 14 years old, and you certainly know my elder sister. She is called Suru. You are Elder Suru's sister? Chu Feng did not expect that. The girl in front of him was pure and sweet, but that Suru was extremely charming. Although the two of them were very beautiful women, they were not similar. But after some more precise looking, Chu Feng found out that the girl in front of him looked a tiny bit like Suru. Right now, the girl was still a bit young, but in a few years, she would certainly be a stunning beauty. What surprised Chu Feng was that he was not related to Suru in any way, so why did Suru try to pull him into the Wings Alliance for no reason? Was it that his strength was already exposed on the day of the exam? After some more careful thing, there was that possibility. After all, Suru's strength was unmeasurably deep, and there were layers of mechanisms in the underground palace. He may have been able to deceive the disciples, but to deceive the elders would really have quite some difficulty. Is it so surprising? But there's actually nothing that surprising. My sister saw that you were a talented person, so she wanted to develop you a bit. From my observations, you do have the qualifications to join the Wings Alliance. As one of the members of the Wings Alliance, I hereby officially invite you to join. Speaking to that point, Sumei squinted her eyes and gave Chu Feng an incomparably sweet, clean, pure smile. At first, Sumei extremely disliked Chu Feng, and the reason was obviously because Chu Feng refused the invitation of the Wings Alliance. Chu Feng was the first ever person in history to refuse the invitation of the Wings Alliance. But knowing that Chu Feng had the extremely rare spirit power, she also knew that the place that Suru had her eyes on were naturally the spirit power. From what she knew, in the entire outer court, not one person had the spirit power, and it was just like a legend. In short, any person that had the spirit power would have unlimited accomplishments in the future and were destined to be an extremely strong person. So, to a person like Chu Feng, she obviously could not let him go and did everything she could to attract him. Seeing Sumei's sweet smile, Chu Feng knew that the girl wanted to pull him in the alliance with her looks. It was impossible for Chu Feng's heart to not be moved in front of such a beauty, so he smiled at first, but then firmly said, "I refuse." "You bastard." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Sumei was so angry that she jumped up. The previous gentleness instantly disappeared, and she bit her teeth in anger while pointing at Chu Feng while angrily saying, "Chu Feng, who do you think you are? How many people wish to join in the Wings Alliance yet are refused by us? Today I personally invite you, yet you still refused. Is your brain wedged by a door? So what if you have the spirit power? At the end you're just at the 5th level of the spirit realm. It's not even comparable to the people in the Wings Alliance." Facing Sumei's fierce cursing, Chu Feng did not get agitated nor angry and completely ignored her. He continued picking the same spirit grasses on the floor, and the ones he could pick up he did. Suddenly, he had a blank look. He discovered with astonishment at a not-so-distant place, a purple bead appeared. That bead was the same size as a pearl, but it contained extremely strong spiritual energy. "What's this?" Chu Feng picked up the bead and carefully assessed it. "Wah, is it? It's a spiritual bead." Seeing that purple shiny bead, Sumei hurriedly ran over and her eyes were lit up. "You recognize this thing?" Chu Feng asked curiously. "Of course I do. It's the top quality spiritual medicine, the spiritual bead. From several hundred saint spirit grasses, only one would form into a spiritual bead. You cannot refine the spiritual bead, but if you directly swallow it, it would form into spiritual energy and be absorbed by the Dantian. That's why the spiritual bead is extremely precious. The price of one of them is equivalent to 100 taels of gold. I've been wandering around the inner circle of the spiritual medicine mountain for all these days just for this spiritual bead. I never would have thought that I would get it before leaving. I'm too fortunate, Sumei said, emotionally. So this thing is a top-quality spiritual medicine that doesn't require refining. It is indeed a good thing. Chufeng chuckled and didn't put the bead in the bag. Rather, he put it in his own pocket. You want to keep it to yourself? Seeing that, Sumei angrily yelled. Of course not. In a while, I'll give you a few more Saint Spirit grasses. These Saint Spirit grasses were originally mine, and it's already pretty good that I'm willing to give you half. In any case, the Saint Spirit grass are only high-quality spiritual medicine. How could they even compare to the top-quality spiritual bead? You can't say it like that. If it wasn't for me, then you would have already been divided into two by those Saint Spirit grasses. How could you even be standing here and be dividing these Saint Spirit grasses with me? You. Sumei tightly bit her teeth in anger, yet she was helpless. Although Chufeng's actions were very scoundrelly, she still wanted to get Chufeng into the Wings Alliance, so she could only endure. After that, Chufeng counted a bit, and except for the spiritual bead in his pocket, he gathered a total of 78 Saint Spirit grasses. It was absolutely an unimaginable number. Also, the spiritual energy contained in these Saint Spirit grasses were very rich, they were very high quality, and they were a lot better than the ones Chufeng refined before. Chufeng only took 30 and left 48 for Sumei. He could feel that the spiritual energy in his pocket were equivalent to at least 50 Saint Spirit grasses. So even if it was divided up like this, he still gained a lot. But Chufeng did not expect that Sumei only took 40, and with that, Chufeng had 38. Sumei's meaning was very clear. She was cursing Chufeng to be 3 to 8. Tennessee 3-8 is an insult. Chufeng could only call her actions as childish. Giving up 8 Saint Spirit grasses for cursing was really something a wasteful person would do, as the price of 1 Saint Spirit grass was equal to 1 tael of gold. 1 tael of gold was equal to 100 taels of silver. It was enough for an ordinary family to pass their lives without worries for clothing or food. Girl, what are you following me for? You didn't fall for me, did you? After dividing the Saint Spirit grasses, Chufeng decided to leave the spiritual medicine mountain. The 10 days were up, and they needed to leave the inner circle before the sky turned dark. But Chufeng did not expect that Sumei would be following him. To be honest, having such a beautiful person that walked with him was a very satisfactory thing. But as they walked, they met a lot of people. When all sorts of gazes of hate were cast towards Chufeng, he didn't feel easy. He felt that Sumei was intentionally bringing hatred towards him. Follow new stories at novelb.com. I have indeed fallen for you. Do you dare to marry me? But when Sumei said those words while laughing, Chufeng was instantly in chaos. Chufeng never would have thought that the little girl seemed so pure, yet was so unreserved. No matter what you say, she was still a little beauty. So how could she say such things out of nowhere? Marry you? Why wouldn't I dare? But Chufeng did not back off. He stopped his steps, put his hand under his chin, looked up and down with his eyes, and seriously evaluated the beauty in front of him. Only then did he discover that Sumei's age may not be big, but her development was quite nice. It really heated people up with her good convexes and her beautiful curves. You dare marry, but I don't. Damn hooligan. Being looked by Chufeng's scoundrelly gaze, Sumei could not keep up with that face. She finally discovered that she was too inexperienced and acting shamelessly with Chufeng, and just with a few words from Chufeng, she became completely frantic. Oh, that's great if you don't marry, you really aren't my type. Chufeng faintly smiled, as if a huge burden had been released, and continued walking. You bastard. Sumei's angry voice came from behind him. To have revenge on Chufeng, Sumei did not leave Chufeng no matter what, and she kept on sticking next to him. As they walked, Chufeng attracted plenty of enmity. Chufeng really was helpless against Sumei's actions. On the topic of power, he was far from Sumei, and even if he was stronger than Sumei, there was no need to use fighting to drive the little beauty away. Right? Since he was helpless, Chufeng might as well enjoy it a bit instead. Once in a while he admired Sumei's looks, once in a while he provoked her a bit, and that made her angrily stamp like thunder. She grabbed on Chufeng's arm and bit, madly hammered on Chufeng's back, and all along the road Chufeng was quite injured. There were very few people that recognized Sumei, but with her beauty she could even be called as one in the inner court. Seeing Chu Feng bully a beauty like Sumei, there were countless of young males that walked up and tried to fight for justice and pull a hero saving the beauty. But what they got was Sumei's cursing, and there were even 2 people that had their ribs broken by Sumei. When they saw the Wings Alliance badge on Sumei's chest, all of them could only curse their luck. The 2 of them continued walking, and all the observers would focus their attention on them. Just like that, they became a strange scene. When they walked to the outer circle, a large amount of people were gathered there, and they became the focus point of people's attention. Look, isn't that Chu Feng? There seems to be a person behind him, isn't that Sumei? 2 bodies came out of the crowds, and it was the Dragon and Tiger brothers. Those 2 people were very afraid of Sumei, so they wanted to turn around and escape. Bai Long Bai Hu, help me stop this bastard. But when Sumei called out to them, they knew that they couldn't escape. Brother, what should we do? Since it's like this, we can only follow up and give that Chu Feng a bit of suffering. Or else, Sumei would not forgive us. The 2 of them looked at each other's eyes and remembered Sumei's orders from all those days ago. They couldn't help but grind their teeth and leap towards Chu Feng's direction as they wanted to block him. Chu Feng already noticed those 2, and seeing as they were leaping towards him with unkind faces, he knew that they were going to attack him. Indeed, the brothers arrived in front of Chu Feng and stuck out with 1 fist and 1 kick aiming towards Chu Feng's stomach and leg. Those 2 were in the 6th level of the spirit realm, and although they didn't use any martial skills, their strength and speed were top class. If it was several days ago, Chu Feng would have no way of taking their attacks. But it was no longer hard now. Whoosh Chu Feng did not back off, and he went forward instead. With 1 foot touching the ground, his body suddenly spun, and he went between the 2 people like the wind. This aura, spirit realm, 5th level. The brothers felt Chu Feng's aura, but they were surprised because of that. How could he dodge the attacks of the 2 while only being in the 5th level of the spirit realm? It did not make any sense. At that instant, the 2 brothers felt that they had no more face. Even though Chu Feng was a talented person, the 2 of them were not ordinary either. How could they let a little person, who was only in the 5th level of the spirit realm, toy with them, who were in the 6th level of the spirit realm, in front of all the eyes of the crowd? Thinking to that point, the hearts of those 2 became colder. They changed their styles, and several palms stuck out at the same time. Countless of wind palms that was visible by the naked eye started flying towards Chu Feng. Those wind palms were densely compacted, and there was almost no way of dodging them. These 2 guys. Seeing that the 2 of them actually used a rank 3 skill, Chu Feng started to frown. He was already unable to dodge against those skills, so he had to use his own skills to counter. But there were too many observers, so if Chu Feng really used his skills, his true strength would also be exposed. After some thought, Chu Feng bit his teeth and poured the spiritual energy within his body onto his skin. He shifted towards the thinnest wind palms and he wanted to forcibly take on the attack. Bang, bang, bang. After some heavy sounds, Chu Feng got hit by 3 continuous palms, although a wave of numbing pain came from his back. He did not suffer from any internal injuries, so the Dragon and Tiger brothers did restrain themselves. But to fake the real, he threw himself forward, and at the same time that he landed on the ground, he intentionally bit his lips and spit out some watery blood. It terrified the brothers as they saw that Chu Feng fell on the ground and even spit out blood. They only wanted to get back some face, and they did indeed restrain themselves. After all, they did not want to anger the person behind Chu Feng, although they were afraid in their hearts. They saw Sumei coming up, so the 2 of them did not lend a hand towards Chu Feng and could only put on a face of evilness, then said while pointing at Chu Feng, this is the price of offending Sumei. Sumei, the sister of Elder Suru, Sumei, hearing the name Sumei shocked the observing crowd. The name Sumei were not unfamiliar to them because it was an extremely talented person that everyone knew. It was said that Sumei was an exceptional beauty and only entered the Azure Dragon School this year, so that was why very few people recognized her. But because Sumei was extremely talented, being in the 7th level at the age of 14, she was directly accepted as an inner court disciple as an exception. On the same day that she entered the inner court, she entered the Wings Alliance. After comparing Sumei's appearance and the Wings Alliance badge on her chest, everyone was more certain about her identity. At that moment, the crowd exploded because Sumei's name was really too well known. "Ah, who's that boy? I see he's dead if he offended Sumei. I think I heard that the Dragon and Tiger brothers say that he was Chu Feng." Seeing his face, he should be that idiot. He really must not know how high the sky or how deep the ground is. At that instant, pretty much everyone thought that Chu Feng was dead. Because of Suru's existence, Sumei's position in the inner court was not low. Also, with her beautiful appearance, she already became the spouse of choice for all sorts of geniuses within the inner court. Whoever dared to offend her was looking for death. Sumei arrived in front of Chu Feng, and as she looked at him who was slowly climbing back up and also the pool of watery blood in front of them, her face changed greatly. She suddenly spun around and slapped the Dragon and Tiger brothers with 2 bangs, then loudly bellowed, "Who let you hit him? Are you looking to die?" Damn, what happened? The 2 slaps from Sumei were extremely clear. Not only did it completely confuse the Dragon and Tiger brothers, she even stunned the observing crowd. Wasn't Sumei trying to catch that Chu Feng? Weren't the brothers trying to help Sumei? What is this situation and why did Sumei hit the brothers? She even looked like she cared about Chu Feng, and it completely scrambled everyone's minds. What are you looking at? What's there to look? If you keep on looking, I'll scoop your eyes out. Just at that time, Sumei suddenly turned around. The cuteness from her beautiful face was no longer there, and her pair of eyes shot 2 cold rays out, completely scaring the crowd back. "Oi, are you fine?" After terrifying the crowd, Sumei walked towards Chu Feng. "I'm fine, this is nothing." Chu Feng stood up and used his fingers to wipe away the blood on his lips. A small bite wound also appeared. You bastard." At that instant, Sumei suddenly understood. He wasn't spitting blood from the attacks, it was just him acting for his own entertainment. And that acting was so real that it even tricked her. At that time, at that instant, Sumei really wanted to jump over and scratch Chu Feng's face until it was full of flowers. But she still wanted to rope him in, so she endured. She turned around, looked at the brothers, then said, "Follow me." After that, she quickly walked out of the surrounding crowd. That moment, the Dragon and Tiger brothers were full of anger. However you say it, they were still famous people in the inner court, and after Sumei's slap in front of the crowd, their faces were non-existent. But because of Sumei's status, they didn't dare to do anything to Sumei. Their strength was far from her as well. So, at the end, they could only coldly snort and obediently follow. After arriving at an empty place where there were no people, Sumei sighed and said with an apologetic face, "Sorry for just now. It's just that Chu Feng has his special areas. I also just found out about it, so we can't offend him." Sumei wanted to tell the brothers that Chu Feng had the spirit power, and he very likely had cultivated in the mysterious techniques. But after considering that those were Chu Feng's secrets, she did not say the completely truth. Hearing Sumei's words, the brothers deeply thought at the same time, where did that Chu Feng excel to gain Sumei's good impression? And after Sumei and the 2 brothers left, Chu Feng was very bored. So, he tidied up his clothes and left the crowd. He did not want to attract any unneeded troubles. Chu Wei, that was. Just at that time, 10 people walked out from the crowd. It was Chu Wei, Chu Zhen, and the others. 2 of their bags were full, and it could be said that they had a great harvest, but those were only low-quality spiritual medicine. They also saw the scene that just happened, and at that moment they were very astonished. It seemed that Chu Feng being invited by the Wings Alliance was not only a coincidence, and there was indeed an unexplainable relationship. You've also heard that in this year's Inner Court Disciple exam, there was a fierce person that killed 40 fierce beasts by themselves, right? After some thought, Chu Wei opened his mouth. Of course we've heard of it. That guy was really strong, and he's a character that is heatedly discussed in the Inner Court. But he hid himself too well, so no one knows who he is. There were no ends of praise as everyone mentioned that person. Then, if the Wings Alliance was choosing a new member within the new disciples, who do you think would become their target of invitation? Chu Wei asked. Follow new stories at novelb.com. Of course it would be that fierce person. The crowd had the same thoughts. Chu Wei, do you mean? Suddenly a person reacted to it. After all, until today, the only new disciple that the Wings Alliance invited was Chu Feng. But to connect the Chu Feng in their impressions to that idol-like fierce person was almost impossible to them. So, that was why there was a person that rejected that. Impossible. How could Chu Feng be that fierce person? Do you truly understand Chu Feng? Ever since entering the Azure Dragon School, you've only teased Chu Feng because he couldn't enter the inner court. Who would know his true strength? We. With Chu Wei words, everyone was mute and could not say anything because his words were the truth. Ever since when they were small, they looked down on Chu Feng and felt that he was not part of the Chu family. Yet, he hung the title of being part of the Chu family, and they saw him as shameless. Other than humiliating Chu Feng and degrading him, no one truly knew him. I agree with Chu Wei's words. Just at that time, the silent Chu Zhen finally spoke. We all underestimated Chu Feng, and because of that, my brother Chu Cheng paid the price. I hope that you guys don't offend Chu Feng anymore, or else you will certainly regret it. After saying that, Chu Zhen left first. Chu Wei and the others also sank into deep thought, because they also knew the reason why Chu Cheng did not participate in the spiritual medicine hunt. After some hurrying on the road, Chu Feng finally walked out of the spiritual medicine mountain and arrived at the plaza at the entrance. At that moment, there were already large amounts of inner court disciples gathered there. A lot of people's harvests were not bad, and the plaza was very lively as people talked about the interesting things that happened in the spiritual medicine mountain. Chu Feng, a familiar voice came, and Chu Yue's ground was looking at him from nearby. Chu Yue's group had 11 people, and other than Chu Yue and 2 other Chu family members. The rest were the people that joined into the Chu alliance at a later time. Those people were very polite to Chu Feng, so Chu Feng's impression on them were not bad. Since he saw them naturally, he would go over and greet them. Oh, Chu Feng's harvest is not bad. You actually got 2 full bags. Yeah, it's quite impressive that one person got more than all of us. We didn't know which ones were spiritual medicines, so for face we have some weeds here. Ha ha. But just as Chu Feng got closer, the 2 other Chu family members were speaking sarcastically at Chu Feng's bag. They did not believe that Chu Feng was able to gather more than the 11 of them by himself. Seeing that, Chu Yue wanted to scold, but not even letting her speak, Chu Feng said first, Chu Yue, you will almost break through to the 5th level of the spirit realm, right? Take these as a younger brother's respect. As Chu Feng said that, he put his hand into his bag, and when his hand came out, a bunch of spiritual medicine came out as well, and he stuffed all of them onto Chu Yue's arms. Chu Yue, I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Yue was stunned by Chu Feng's sudden movements. When she came back to her senses, Chu Feng already walked far. She could only see that the people around her were surprisingly staring at her arms, and their eyes were filled with admiration. She looked down, and instantly Chu Yue was stupefied. Within her arms, there were 13 red spiritual medicines. Those were not the low-quality ground spirit grass. They were the medium-quality sky spirit grasses. No one could stay calm as they thought about Chu Feng's bags that were possibly full of these sky spirit grasses. Of course, if they knew that in Chu Feng's other bag was full of saint spirit grasses, many people would even have thoughts of dying. Chu Yue, it seems that your harvest is not bad. Chu Wei's sound came, and his group also slowly came over as well. You guys went and hunted sky spirit grasses, and you even got so many. When Chu Wei and the others came and saw the sky spirit grasses in Chu Yue's arms, they were completely shocked. The price of 1 sky spirit grass was equivalent to 20 ground spirit grasses, so the 13 sky spirit grasses in Chu Yue's arms were already more precious than everything Chu Wei and the others had. No, these weren't hunted by us. They were given to me by Chu Feng. As Chu Yue said that, she stuffed the 13 sky spirit grasses into her waist purse. When she did that movement, almost everyone drooled from admiration. Especially the 2 people that humiliated Chu Feng before. They even had the heart to die from tofu collision. Tennessee, not meant to be literally translated, but it sounds funny. It was because their provocation to Chu Feng just now were like beggars with 2 copper coins boasting their wealth to a rich person with thousands of coins on their waist. It was extremely laughable. Chu Yue, you're saying that these were given to you by Chu Feng. Is it possible that? Chu Wei and the others lost all color from their faces as they suddenly remembered Chu Feng's bags that were extremely full. Chu Wei, Chu Yue, something happened. Chu Feng At that time, Chu Shui and the others quickly ran over and her face was extremely ugly. Chu Shui, what happened? Did Chu Feng bully you? As they saw Chu Shui's appearance that seemed like she lost her soul and also Chu Gao's injuries on his leg. Everyone from the Chu Alliance surrounded them, and they even thought that it was Chu Feng who bullied Chu Shui and the others. And when Chu Shui described the events that happened, everyone went silent. According to what Chu Shui said, to save her, Chu Feng was surrounded and attacked by 3 level 5 spirit realm experts. He should have been in danger, and even if he did not die, he would have been crippled. But they saw Chu Feng just now. Not only was he not even scratched, he was full of liveliness. How did that even look like a person that was injured? And what did that mean? It meant that Chu Feng could not lose against 3 experts of the level 5 spirit realm, or he could at least retreat with everything intact. How did Chu Feng have that kind of strength? They didn't even want to continue thinking about it, because as they did, they got more afraid. Chu Yue, you said that Chu Feng is fine? Chu Shui asked with a full face of emotions, and at the same time she felt that it was inconceivable. Chu Feng is fine. We just saw him. Chu Yue nodded and said, that's great, Chu Feng is fine, that is really great. Sob. Her extreme happiness instantly turned into sorrow, and Chu Shui threw herself into Chu Yue's arms, cried while saying, Chu Yue, I was wrong, we were wrong, only you were right. Chu Feng isn't our enemy, he is the bravest one in our Chu family. If it wasn't for Chu Feng, then I would have. Oba. Facing that scene, Chu Yue felt even more gratified, as it seemed that Chu Shu really looked at Chu Feng in a different way. It seems that we've really looked at Chu Feng wrongly. Chu Wei sighed, and there was a bit of shame on his face. Knowing Chu Shui's experience, everyone looked at Chu Feng at a different way. And when all the disciples left the spiritual medicine mountain, a group formed by elders can be the middle circle of the spiritual medicine mountain. At that moment, Su Ru, the master of the martial skill building, and various elders gathered there. They were looking at the nearby corpses of the 3 disciples while frowning. But with their position, they could only look and did not have the right to speak, because next to those corpses, a person wearing a white robe was carefully observing. That person was very significant in the Azure Dragon School, and even core elders had to be careful around him. That person's white robe was very special, as it was full of strange marks and special patterns. The white robe was very large as well. Not only did it conceal the person's clothing, it even concealed his face and tightly covered the entire person. After all these years, he has reappeared at last. Finally, an aged voice came from the white robe. Elder Zhu, you're saying, it's the 1,000-bone graveyard? Su Ru went up and asked. What else could it be other than the 1,000-bone graveyard? You inner court elders really neglect your duties too much. You only report in after the 1,000-bone graveyard appears. Do you know that you all delayed a lot of things? Simply a bunch of rice buckets. All of you are garbage. Why do I even need you? After Su Ru's question came the white robe old man's angry scolding. Everyone could feel the anger of that person. After that scolding, the elder waved his big sleeve and disappeared without even leaving a single trace of him. After he left, everyone relaxed and deeply exhaled. In front of that person, they really did not even dare to breath deeply, and no one dared to go up and ask a question like how Su Ru did. This old guy, is he not a bit too excessive? This 1,000-bone graveyard was already like an illusion, and even the spells that he set up could not detect it. How should we know when it would appear? Su Ru said while fuming. Be a bit quieter. It was really too hard for our Azure Dragon School to get this person. Not only us, even the sect head had to be extremely respectful. We really can't offend this person. Ouyang went up and dissuaded Su Ru, and he was afraid that she would offend that white-robe old man. I see that he only ungenuinely joined the Azure Dragon School. Searching for the treasures of the 1,000-bone graveyard would be his real goal. Su Ru coldly snorted and did not accept that. It's said that the 1,000-bone graveyard contained treasures, but those were only rumors. Today, anyone who enters would die, so it could not be confirmed whether it's the truth or lie. The 1,000-bone graveyard is already seen as a danger spot, and everyone's feelings are anxious about that. If Zhuge can break this 1,000-bone graveyard, then so what if the treasures are given to him? Just afraid that he isn't up for it. Su Ru curled her lips. Girl, speak one less sentence. Ouyang was obviously helpless while facing the stubborn Shuru. That's right, did the Wings Alliance invite that boy? Ah, that boy really makes my head hurt. I heard Sumei say that he refused the invitation. Suru sighed as they mentioned Chu Feng. Oh? Ouyang got distracted for a bit, but then smiled and said, "This boy is quite interesting." Chu Feng returned to his residence, and the first thing he did was to take a bath comfortably. But just as he took off his clothes and before even entering the path, Chu Feng's face changed greatly. This eye is. Looking at his own chest, Chu Feng's gaze flickered and his face was extremely ugly. Because on his chest, a strange pattern appeared. The reason why it was strange was because those patterns were created from countless symbols. Every symbol were as if they were alive. They were moving around in Chu Feng's skin, and it was extremely horrifying. Chu Feng used his hand and powerfully rubbed his chest a few times and tried to wipe away the strange patterns. But no matter what, those symbols were like living under his skin and he had no way of getting rid of them. Seeing those dense symbols that were swimming back and forth in his own skin, Chu Feng was incomparably depressed, yet he could do nothing. It seems like I haven't gotten rid of the curse from the thousand-bone graveyard. Suddenly, Chu Feng smiled in relief. He knew that this was the souvenir that the thousand-bone graveyard left him. No matter if that thing was good or bad, the current him was helpless either way, so he could only leave it up to fate. Since he could not do anything about it, Chu Feng didn't bother thinking anymore. Might as well pretend that nothing happened. So, he jumped into the bath and enjoyed his current life. Time proceeded, and with a blink, several days passed. In those few days, Chu Feng did not even take a step outside. Other than studying the third style of the three thunder styles, he was refining spiritual medicine. In a short few days, Chu Feng went from a wealthy person to a poor person with nothing, but luckily his dantian was filled up quite a bit, and with his estimations, he could break through once more after another spiritual bead. But the spiritual medicine hunt only happened once a year, and the spiritual bead was a top-quality spiritual medicine. If he didn't rely on Sumei, how could Chu Feng have picked up such a deal? So he also knew that wanting to break through again was not easy. Without him feeling it, the day of the Chu family gathering also arrived. On that day, 3 familiar people came and visited. Chu Yue, Chu Shui, Chu Wei. Chu Feng was a bit caught off guard when he saw the 3 people outside. It wasn't that strange for Chu Yue to come visit. But he never would have thought that Chu Shui and Chu Wei could come as well. Chu Feng, the gathering is almost here. Come with us and we can return together. Chu Yue smiled and said, "Oh?" Chu Feng looked at Chu Wei and Chu Shui with a bit of hesitation. "Chu Feng, let's go back together. Everyone's waiting for you." Chu Shui also spoke, and other than sincere in her eyes, there was also deep regret. "Chu Feng, we may have misunderstood some things, but in the end, we are still family. I hope that you don't put the past in your heart." Chu Wei was also chuckling, and there were some hints of admitting his errors in his tone. Chu Feng thought for a while, but still said, "That's fine." Chu Feng was not a narrow-minded person, or else he wouldn't have saved Chu Shui that day. In any case, he was also planning to return to the Chu family, so it wasn't bad to be able to chat with Chu Yue along the road. They arrived at the gate of the Azure Dragon School, and indeed, the Chu family members were there, waiting for Chu Feng. As they looked at Chu Feng, their gazes did not contain the past enmity. Rather, there was a bit more respect, and other than the respect, there was also some embarrassment and some shame. Although it was not confirmed, many people knew in their hearts that Chu Feng was likely the fierce person that slaughtered the fierce beasts. He also got the recognition of the Wings Alliance, so how could they dare to offend Chu Feng when he was like this? Chu Feng didn't think too much about their change. After all, in Chu Feng's heart, he viewed himself as a member of the Chu family. To get along with his family was naturally something that he yearned for. But he also knew that it was his strength that caused their change in attitude. But why did that matter? After all, the world is as such. Even if it was family, seniors and juniors were divided by strength. In the middle area of the Azure province, there was a small town that was built against a mountain, and it was called the Leaning Mountain Town. The Chu family was the overlord of the Leaning Mountain Town, as they had control over the circumference of dozens of miles of land and resources. The imposing gates of the Chu family were in front of their eyes. Fast horses arrived, and several impressive young males and females jumped down. They were Chu Feng and the others from the Azure Dragon School. Look, the young masters from the Chu family have returned. Purple-colored robes. Those are the symbols of the inner court disciples of the Azure Dragon School, right? Impressive. They are indeed from the Chu family. That's right. Talent is the most important thing on the road of martial cultivation. Old Yang, the boss of the east side of the town, used up all his fortune to get his grandson into the Azure Dragon School. But after entering for a full 10 years, he was only at the first level for his martial cultivation. It is simply incomparable to the Chu family's young masters. That may not be so. I hear that there's a person called Chu Feng in the Chu family, and even today he's still an outer court disciple. Because he had no face to see anyone, he didn't return home in many years. Then you don't know the full story. Although that Chu Feng has the status of a young master, he is not technically part of the Chu family. He was picked up by Chu Yuan, so it's normal even if his talent isn't equal to the other young masters. Shh, you can't randomly talk about that, or else you'll have bad luck if you let Chu Yuan hear that. The arrival of Chu Feng and the others attracted countless observers from the town's citizens. To them who had nothing to do with martial cultivation, anyone who cultivated were their idol. Young masters, you've returned. After entering the courtyard, the servants of the Chu family all surrounded them, and at the same time, it attracted many of the Chu family's younger generations. There were a lot of young people in the Chu family, but they all entered all different types of schools. So, when they knew that the people from the Azure Dragon School returned, all the other people from the other schools wanted to see what point Chu Wei, Chu Yue, and the others reached. Oh, isn't this Chu Feng? You finally entered the inner court for the Azure Dragon School? A sharp, unkind voice could be heard, and several young males and females walked over. The leading person was a handsome young man. He was called Chu Jun, and he was the disciple of the second-rate Thousand Wind School. He was 18 years old this year, and he had the cultivation of the 5th level of the spirit realm. Same as most of the Chu family members, he had also been hostile towards Chu Feng since he was small. If I remember correctly, you also entered the Thousand Wind School inner court at the age of 15, right? Chu Feng lightly smiled and said, You are correct, but after entering the inner court for a short 3 years, I reached the 5th level of the spirit realm. Do you think you can even compare to me? Entered the Thousand Wind School at the age of 10, but only stepped into the 5th level of the spirit realm at the age of 18. Such slow improvement, yet displaying such arrogance. Can't you be any better? You're looking down on me? Do you want to spar a bit? Chu Shun's face was very ugly, and he was really impatient to give Chu Feng a lesson. You aren't even fit to spar with me. Chu Feng shot him a glance of disdain and walked deeper into the Chu residence. Damn, who gave him that confidence and dared to be so arrogant? He better not participate in the family's competition, or else I would beat him to death. Looking at Chu Feng's back, Chu Jun gritted his teeth in anger. Chu Shun, I advise that you don't go and anger Chu Feng. Just at that time, the brothers Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen walked over. What is your meaning? You think that I can't beat him? Chu Shun got even more angry. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen were too lazy to pay attention to him, and they went towards their own residence. 2 pieces of garbage. How did they become so spiritless after 1 year? Chu Jun glared at the two with disdain. The two of them are very correct. As your elder brother, I will also give you a few words of advice. That Chu Feng isn't as weak as you think. I won't say the specifics, so understand it as you wish. Chu Wei also went up and patted Chu Jun's shoulders. After that, Chu Yue, Chu Shui, Chu Gao, and the others also said some words with Chu Shun. Although it was very hidden, there were strong warning messages. These people, have they gone stupid in the Azure Dragon School? No need to speak about Chu Yue, but why are Chu Wei and the others so cowardly? Looking at the leaving backs of Chu Wei and the others, Chu Shun was a bit lost. That's right. Didn't Chu Wei and the Qing Zhen brothers annoy Chu Feng the most? And also that Chu Shui. What happened to them? At the same time, the people behind Chu Shun had confusion on their faces. They could not understand. Chu Wei and the others were always humiliating Chu Feng without restraint last year. They left nothing behind and declared Chu Feng's ugly things in the Azure Dragon School. Why did it seem that all of them completely changed? In a certain residence hall in the Chu family, a middle-aged male and a young man were sitting. The young man wore a white robe. He had a handsome face and his entire body was emitting a special aura. That person was Chu Feng's elder brother. He was an inner court disciple in the one school in the Azure province, the Lingyun school, Chu Guyu. As for that middle-aged male, he was Chu Guyu's and Chu Feng's father, Chu Yuan. Creak as the two of them were chatting, that tightly closed door was slowing being opened. Who said that you could enter without knocking? Leave. As he was talking happily with his son, there dared to be a person that intruded without permission. Chu Yuan angrily slammed the table and yelled, but when the door completely opened and a thin, weak silhouette entered, and Chu Yuan's angry expression was instantly frozen. Father, brother. Chu Feng scratched a bit and entered the hall while chuckling. These two people were the closest people to him. It's you, brother. After seeing Chu Feng, Chu Guyu was extremely happy. With a few steps, he arrived in front of Chu Feng and hugged him. Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. I've also missed you, brother. Chu Feng also hugged Chu Guyu strongly. I haven't seen you in 5 years. You've grown tall and more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. Chu Guyu carefully assessed Chu Feng, and his eyes were filled with joy. But I am still not as tall as you, Chu Feng said while laughing. You are only so old. In a few more years, you will certainly be taller than me. Chu Guyu lovingly rubbed Chu Feng's head. Why didn't you even greet me when you came back? Chu Yuan also walked over, and an unconcealable happiness was hung on his face. Although the Chu family members didn't view Chu Feng as part of the Chu family, in Chu Yuan's heart, Chu Feng was his son, and he was no different from Chu Guyu. Seeing Chu Feng's purple robe, Chu Yuan asked again, You've entered the inner court? Chu Feng smiled as he nodded. Good. I was saying that my son Chu Feng wasn't that bad. Chu Yuan loudly laughed, and his laughter was unusually happy. The three of them haven't seen themselves in 5 years, and they had an endless amount of things to say. They chatted for a good half day and didn't even eat lunch. Mr. Chu Yuan, the master has asked for you and for young Master Guyu to go over. When it was afternoon, there was a call from outside of the residence. That voice came from Chief Zhao, an outstanding minister for the Chu family. Although he was not part of the Chu family, his position was very high. So, at that moment, Chu Feng, his brother, and his father walked out of the residence. Chief Zhao, do you know why he has asked for us to go there? Chu Yuan asked politely. It's about the family gathering. All the members of the Chu family have went there. Chief Zhao, who had white hair, smiled and said that. I see. Guyu, Fenger, let's go. Chu Yuan looked at Chu Guyu and Chu Feng, then prepared to walk towards the Chu family's conference hall. Tennessee, can mean son, but when it is added behind a name, it doesn't mean too much other than a sign of a close relationship and as a filler character. Sounds a bit better when you have Fenger compared to just Feng, Mr. Chu Yuan. The master only told you and young Master Guyu to go. Just as they were going to move, they were stopped by Zhao. What is this? Hearing that, Chu Guyu got very angry. Sigh. Chief Zhao was quite calm and he faintly smiled as he said, This is the meaning of the master. I am just spreading the word. At that instant, not only Chu Guyu but Chu Yuan's face was very ugly as well. They said it was a family meeting, but they didn't call Chu Feng. The meaning was very clear. Father, brother, you two go quickly. Don't make grandfather unhappy. Just at that time, Chu Feng spoke while smiling. His smile was very calm, and his emotions were not even affected in the slightest. After being in the Chu family for so many years, he was already used to things like that. And seeing Chu Feng like that, Chu Yuan's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He also felt that he wasn't a qualified father, and he said while patting Chu Feng's shoulder, Fenger, I will guarantee that the next family meeting will include you. After saying that, Chu Yuan went towards the conference hall with Chu Guyu. 9th level, Spirit Realm. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He poured a thread of aura into Chu Yuan's body just now, and what he felt was the aura of the 9th level. Chu Feng knew what that meant. In the entire Chu family, except for the old generation, there was no one that reached the 9th level of the Spirit Realm. So, it was the biggest hand that Chu Yuan had as a candidate. 9th level, Spirit Realm. With only one more step, one could enter the Origin Realm. In the Origin Realm, you no longer used spiritual energy. You used the Origin power. It was a power that was far above spiritual energy. a realm that completely exceeded the spirit realm. The current master of the Chu family, Chu Yuan Ba, was only one who was at the first level of the origin realm. Chu Yuan was able to reach the 9th level of the spirit realm at this age. The distance to the origin stage was only the width of a string, so Chu Feng was truly happy and excited for him. Mr. Chu Yuan, something happened. Just at that time, an aged voice echoed, and a large person ran in with a face of panic. Uncle Zhang, what happened? Chu Feng recognized that person. He was one of the servants for the Chu family. Are you young Master Chu Feng? Looking at Chu Feng, Zhang revealed a different face. When Chu Feng left the Chu family, he was only a child that was 10 years old. There was a huge change with 5 years, but Zhang still vaguely recognized Chu Feng. That's me. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. Young Master Chu Feng. Fierce beasts appeared in the ore mine behind the mountain, Zhang said in panic. Fierce beasts? Chu Feng's heart tightened, and he ran with flying speed to the back mountain without even thinking. The ore mine behind the Chu family's mountain was a very important source of income for the Chu family. But the miners in the ore mine were mostly ordinary citizens. Even if there were people that knew a bit of martial arts, their power was very low. Fierce beasts. Chu Feng had saw them before. Even if it was the weakest rank 1 fierce beast, those miners could not take care of them. Chu Feng didn't even want to think what would happen if the miners met the fierce beasts. But just after Chu Feng left, the corners of Zhang curled up into a smile as his conspiracy prevailed. Uncle Zhang, thanks for your work. Before Chu Feng left for long, Chu Shun walked over and gave Zhang some silvers. Hehe, just doing what I should. Zhang took the silvers and said, Young Master Chu Shun, the fierce beasts were always in deep parts behind the mountain. How did you get them near the mines? That's a secret. Young Master Chu Shun, that's really a good method. But those fierce beasts seemed to gather more and they were more and more terrifying as they came. I think that we should quickly go over. Zhang's hair stood up straight as he thought about the fierce beast that he saw near the mines. What is there to be afraid of? The strongest ones would not pass rank 3, and Chu Feng did train in the Azure Dragon School for 5 years. If he can't even take care of a few fierce beasts, then he's better off dead. Chu Shun coldly snorted. The reason why he did all that work was to make Chu Feng suffer a bit. How could he go and save him? But, young Master Chu Shun, if something really happens to Chu Feng, and if Mr. Chu Yuan investigates it, then I'm afraid that it won't be too good. Zhang was still a bit worried. Fine, we'll go and take a look. After some thought, Chu Shun felt that Zhang was not incorrect. If Chu Feng died, then he died. But if Chu Yuan found out that Chu Feng's death was related to him, then that would not be good. As Chu Shun and Zhang entered the back mountain, and before even arriving at the mines, they discovered that Chu Feng was surrounded by a huge group of miners, and they were walking towards the two. The miners were even carrying some huge monsters. With a closer look, they were fierce beasts. Young Master Chu Shun, you've come as well. Ah, those fierce beasts were too scary, but luckily, young Master Chu Feng arrived just in time, or else I really wouldn't even dare to imagine the ending. Seeing Chu Shun, several miners ran over with lingering fear on their faces. Oh, only in that instant did Chu Shun find out that there were a total of 9 fierce beasts, 5 rank 1 second, 3 rank 2s, and 1 rank 3. Those fierce beasts were nothing to him, but he felt that Chu Feng shouldn't have been able to deal with them. Was it possible that Chu Feng already reached the 4th level of the spirit realm? But even if Chu Feng had the strength of the 4th level, it wasn't possible to finish off so many fierce beasts at such a short period of time, right? Chu Shun, thanks. As Chu Shun was in a state of confusion, Chu Feng smiled to him, and within the smile, there was actually few bits of gratitude. At that instant, Chu Shun was thoroughly stupefied. Hiddenly, there was an uneasy feeling that spread across his heart, and without even thinking, he quickly ran over towards the ore mine. Young Master Chu Feng, you killed all of these? Zhang saw the fierce beasts that did not breathe and felt that it was unbelievable. He clearly heard that Chu Feng was a piece of garbage that stayed in the 2nd level for many years. Even if he entered the inner court of the Azure Dragon School, at most he would be at the 3rd level. How could he kill so many fierce beasts with such a fast speed? So what? Chu Feng put away his smile and looked at Zhang. Not only did he not have the previous gentleness, there were even some cold intents. No, nothing, just randomly asking. Being stared by Chu Feng like that, Zhang backed off a few steps in fear and cold sweat came out from his forehead. Uncle Zhang, you've been in the Chu family for so long. Why are you getting more muddled as you get older? Remember, as a servant, the things that you should ask, you should. The things that you shouldn't ask, you shouldn't. The things that you should do, you should. The things that you shouldn't do, it is better not to do. There were meanings within meanings behind Chu Feng's words, and Zhang had a pale face from fear. He could not say anything in that instant, and his body was uncontrollably trembling. Chu Feng coldly smiled as he saw him like that. That proved that his guess in his heart was correct. Young Master Chu Feng, what should we do with these fierce beasts? Do we take them back to the Chu residence? Dozens of miners surrounded him. No need to trouble the people in the residence with merely a few fierce beasts. Just bring them back home and eat them. Chu Feng waved his hand as if it didn't matter, then walked towards the Chu residence. Thank you, young Master Chu Feng. The miners were bursting with happiness. Fierce beasts were strange monsters that could cultivate. Although their outer shell was as strong as steel, their meat was very delicious. It was said that after eating, not only would it strengthen one's body, it would even make their lives longer. Everything was a treasure from top to bottom, and it was an object of considerable cost. But Chu Feng gave such precious fierce beasts to them. How could they not be happy? And when they saw Chu Feng barehandedly kill all the fierce beasts in an instant with their own eyes, the miners respected Chu Feng even more. Near the mines, Chu Shun arrived at the place where he found the fierce beasts at first. After seeing that no one was around, he walked up to a huge tree and leaped up. When he fell back down, there was an extra wooden box in his hands that was full of small holes. Teacher was indeed correct. This thing can attract fierce beasts, but they cannot find this box. This is really a good thing to bait fierce beasts. But to be able to attract the fierce beasts within the deep mountains, other than a spiritual bead, normal spiritual medicine really cannot do the trick. As he said that, Chu Jun opened up the wooden box. But when he opened it up, the color of his face instantly changed greatly. He discovered with shock that the wooden box that originally contained the spiritual bead was empty. How did this happen? Where's the spiritual bead? Chu Shun fell on the ground with a poof, and his face was completely pale without color. Although the wooden box was passed down by his teacher, the spiritual bead was bought by his father with an extremely high price. His father was prepared to use it to break into the 9th level of the spirit realm. If he let his father know that the spiritual bead was lost because of him, his father would undoubtedly strip his skin right off. Was it? Suddenly, Chu Shun remembered the scene in which Chu Feng thanked him, and he suddenly understood something. As he held onto the wooden box, he grinded his teeth and said, "Chu Feng, I'm not done with you." At the same time, Chu Feng already returned to his own room. He closed the door and took out a bead that had spiritual energy lingering around it from his pocket, as he had an evil smile on his face. "Chu Shun, thank you very much. After walking in such a huge circle, after wasting so much effort, you did all that just to give me this treasure and to help me break into the 6th level. Hey, you are quite generous as an elder brother." Chu Shun would never have thought that Chu Feng had the spirit power. Although the wooden box would confuse the smelling sense of the fierce beasts, it could not confuse Chu Feng's spirit power. The moment that Chu Feng arrived, he immediately discovered that wooden box, which contained the spiritual bead, and he determined that it was a trap created by humans. While he was going back down the mountain and seeing Chu Shun and Zhang's surprised expression, Chu Feng was even more sure that those two worked together and wanted to harm him. But they never would have thought that they weren't able to harm, and rather they suffered themselves. Gulp. After entering the stomach, the spiritual bead instantly became huge spiritual energies. But before the huge spiritual energy even got the chance to spread, it was sucked by the Dantian. At that instant, Chu Feng could faintly hear the chewing sounds that were like a hungry wolf from his Dantian. When that sound disappeared, huge change happened in his Dantian. The lightning beasts growled and transformed once again. When everything returned to normal, spiritual energy that was several times stronger than before surged out from his Dantian, and it filled every part of Chu Feng's body. 6th level, spirit realm, Chu Feng, opened his eyes, and a happy smile was on his face. A person that entered the 6th level of the spirit realm at the age of 15 would already be considered to be a genius. A person that went from the 2nd level to the 6th level under 2 months could only be described with one word: monster. Time flew, and with a blink, the day of the Chu family's gathering arrived. This so-called gathering was not simply a conference within the Chu family. It was also a display of the Chu family's strength to the outside. It was overcrowded in the leaning mountain town's martial arts training ground. Not only did it attract the town's rich to come and watch, it also attracted many nearby powers. Within these outside powers, some came with invitations, some came because of admiration, but their goals were all the same. And it was to see the current strength of the Chu family. So when the main members of the Chu family appeared, the liveliness instantly rose to the boiling point. Look, it's the master of the Chu family, Chu Yuanba. The person that everyone's gaze first landed on was the old man who was leading. Although he was quite old, his back was like a tiger and his waist like a bear. As he walked, wind rose. And under those snow-white sword-like eyebrows, there was an imposing wave hiddenly emitting from it, and it made people somewhat fearful. That person was the grandfather of Chu Feng and the others, master of the Chu family, Chu Yuanba. The only person in the Chu family that stepped into the origin realm. Behind Chu Yuanba are the 6 sons of the Chu family, right? All of them really do have out of the ordinary imposing and impressive presence. I wonder who the new master of the family will be. What's the rush? I hear that in today's Chu family gathering, he will officially announce his retirement and the new master will also be selected. Which means it's going to be quite interesting today. As they thought of the most important part of today's Chu family gathering, everyone was already unable to endure their excitement. This place is quite lively, but just as the Chu family members entered the martial arts training ground, another group of people walked in majestically. It's the Shu family from the pear tree town. Aren't the Shu family and the Chu family on bad terms? How do they still dare to come here at this time? Many people knew where the group of people came from. It was the biggest hostile fraction of the Chu family, the Shu family. The Shu family was the overlord of the nearby town, and because of the fighting over natural resources, there were no small amounts of conflicts between them and the Chu family. A lot of people felt that sooner or later, there was going to be a big battle between the Chu family and the Shu family. Just at this time, the Shu family brought so many people and appeared, so the first thought of countless people was that the Shu family arrived to look for trouble. Chu Chang, today is my Chu family's gathering. What are you here for? Seeing that, the eldest of the 6 Chu family sons, Chu Wei's father, Chu Renyi, brought a group of people and faced them. Chu Renyi, why are you so tense? We're just here to make things more lively. The male called Shu Chang looked at Chu Renyi with disdain, and in that gaze, it didn't even put Chu Renyi in his eyes. Shu Chang was also the eldest out of the Shu family's sons, but he was different from Chu Renyi. He was already set to be the future master of the Shu family, and he was even an expert of the 9th level of the spirit realm. So, in his eyes, Chu Renyi was not even equal to him. The only person who was suited to talk to him was the current master, Chu Yuanba. Shu Chang, our Chu family gathering does not welcome the Shu family. Just at that time, Chu Yuan also walked over. What, there's no one left in the Chu family? You think it's your turn to talk to me? Shu Chang's face changed, and the pressure of the 9th level of the spirit realm engulfed without restraint towards Chu Renyi and the others. Chu Renyi frowned at that instant. The him that was only at the 8th level was not able to withstand that pressure. But during that hard time, Chu Yuan stepped forward and coldly said, I, Chu Yuan, am enough against people like you. At the same time that his voice rang out, Chu Yuan's strong pressure shot out from his body. That pressure not only canceled Zhu Qiang's pressure, it even forced its way into the Zhu family. That change happened too fast, and Zhu Qiang didn't even have time to react. The crowd behind him were pushed back by Chu Yuan's pressure, and only Zhu Qiang was able to resist. 9th level of the spirit realm? Zhu Qiang had a face of shock. No matter what, he never would have thought that Chu Yuan also reached the 9th level of the spirit realm, and that pressure was only stronger than his, not weaker. 9th level of the spirit realm. The 5th of the Chu family, Chu Yuan, is at the 9th level of the spirit realm. Impressive. At that age, he already reached the 9th level of the spirit realm. It seems that the position of the master of the family will belong to none other than him. Feeling Chu Yuan's pressure, cries of surprise sounded outside of the martial arts training ground. Even the face of Chu Yuanba, who was sitting, changed slightly, and surprised happiness surged into his eyes. "Fifth bro, when did you break through?" Chu Renyi asked emotionally. "Big bro, I only broke through a few days ago." Chu Yuan lightly smiled and replied. Chu Yuan was always respectful towards this elder brother. "That's good. That's good. Breaking through is good. It seems the spot of the master will truly belong to none other than you." Chu Renyi smiled and patted Chu Yuan's shoulders as he was truly happy for Chu Yuan. Normally, the eldest would be the person to sit in the position of the master of the family, but he didn't care about that. He only cared about the strength of the Chu family. "Big bro, it seems that those words are said a bit too early." Suddenly, another level 9 spirit realm pressure came from Chu Renyi's back. Turning their heads and looking, Chu Renyi and Chu Yuan's face couldn't help but change. Behind them, a white-faced middle-aged male was slowly walking over. That person was the 6th son of the Chu family, and also Chu Honfei's father, Chu Nanshan. "Six bro, you've also stepped into the 9th level?" Chu Renyi's already happy face got even more happier. "Big bro, it's just the 9th level of the spirit realm, so no need to get too emotional. My goal is the origin realm." Chu Nanshan calmly smiled, and proudness was emitted from his entire body. So the 6th son of the Chu family is also in the 9th level. It seems that the position of the master is undecided. Hehe, it seems that today we'll get to see some good shows. The ones that were there for the liveliness yelled, but the faces of the nearby powers were very ugly. They were extremely clear what it meant with the sudden appearance of 2 experts in the 9th level of the spirit realm. Even that arrogant and rude Shu Chang was also frowning, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was not a good thing for his Shu family. The ones that arrive are guests. Renyi, let the Shu family hear and sit. Just at that time, a sound that was clear as thunder rang, and it was Chu Yuanba who spoke. At that moment, Chu Yuanba was full of smiles. Chu Yuan and Chu Nanshan were his 2 youngest sons, and if they entered the 9th level of the spirit realm at that age, then entering the origin realm was only a matter of time. Which also meant that his Chu family had qualified successors, so how could he not be happy? Because he was that happy, he didn't care what Shu Chang and the others came here for, and even invited them to sit. "Everyone from the Shu family, this way." Hearing his father's words, Chu Renyi didn't say any more and brought the Shu family crowd towards the seats. Chu Yuan wanted to follow up, but just at that time, Chu Nanshan went over to him and asked in a low voice, "Fifth bro, who do you think father will choose?" "You or me? Go ask him yourself." Chu Yuan shot him a glance and quickly walked over. Although they were brothers, Chu Yuan always disliked Chu Nanshan's methods of handling things. If Chu Yuan was asked who he didn't want the master to be the most, then without a doubt he would say Chu Nanshan. Just after Chu Yuan turned around, Chu Nanshan's smile on his face instantly retracted and a cold gaze shot from his eyes. But compared to them, the 3 other Chu family candidates had frowning and worried faces. Their opportunity for the master of the family was lost already, and it really made them feel bitter. But the most depressed one was still the 4th son of the Chu family. The 4th son of the Chu family had the cultivation of the 8th level in the spirit realm. If it wasn't for his son Chu Shun, who lost the spiritual bead in which he spent a sky-high price to buy, at the current instant, he may have been at the 9th level of the spirit realm as well. Perhaps he could have been like Chu Yuan and Chu Nanshan and showed himself in front of all the guests. The more he thought, the more angry he got, and he was so angry that he was grinding his teeth, cutting his lips, and smoke was coming out of his 7 facial orifices. He hiddenly decided after the gathering he would whip his son Chu Shun a few more times, or else he would never get rid of the hatred in his heart. It's over. Father's gaze can already kill. After the gathering, I need to quickly return to the Thousand Wind School, and I cannot let father catch even my shadow. In a certain corner, outside of the martial arts training ground, Chu Shun was secretly observing the expression of his father. He thought about the punishment that day, and he couldn't help but touch his eyes, which were sticking out. Instantly, a fiery hot sharp pain came, and he said while grinding his teeth, Chu Feng, I will return this debt back to you. Sigh, isn't it Chu Shun? What happened to your face? Who turned you into a bird? But just at that time, he heard a familiar sound. As he raised his head and looked, Chu Jun's face greatly changed. From nearby, the culprit that made his father beat him up was looking at him, and on his face, there was even a smile that took joy in his misfortune. Chu Feng, I'll kill you. When the incomparably depressed Chu Shun saw Chu Feng, he was like a bomb that met fire. The fiery anger that was piled in his heart instantly exploded. He spread his pressure, which was the 5th level of the spirit realm, out, and ignoring the gazes of others, he raised his fist and rushed over to Chu Feng. With his power, he really wanted to kill Chu Feng in one punch. Who dares to touch my brother? But before Chu Shun even got close, he heard an angry yell in his eardrums. At the same time, a strong wind pounced towards his face and kept on blowing him back, nearly making him fall on the ground. Chu Giyu. Looking over, Chu Shun was alarmed because next to Chu Feng was a handsome young man. It was Chu Feng's elder brother, Chu Giyu. In that instant, the fire that Chu Shun lit was instantly extinguished. He could not be more familiar with Chu Giyu because he was recognized as the one person in the Chu family's younger generation, and he was not a person that he could offend. Chu Shun, listen up. I will cripple you if you dare to attack my brother anymore. Chu Giyu pointed at Chu Shun and warned. Chu Feng's heart was warmed by that scene, and it was the same as when he was young. Anytime someone bullied him, the first person that would stand out to protect him would be his elder brother, Chu Guyu. Looking at him today, his elder brother just seemed even more reliable. Hey, such an imposing manner. You two brothers got a lot more arrogant in the few years that I haven't seen you. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang. Turning their heads to look, they saw several young generations of the Chu family walking over. The one who was leading was a youth that had a white and an extremely sinister face. Seeing that person, Chu Feng and Chu Guyu's faces both changed, and waves of anger were stirred up in their hearts. Although they haven't seen each other in many years, Chu Feng still recognized him with one look. He was the person that beat them down to the ground and humiliated them heavily, Chu Hongfei. Chu Hongfei, you really did come back, and I think it's time to even out some debts from that year. Chu Guyu said coldly, and anger was hiddenly flickering in his eyes. Ah, staying in the Linyan school for a few years made your temper a bit too poor. You think that you really are number one in the Chu family's young generation? You think you can beat me? Chu Hongfei looked at Chu Guyu with contempt. You will know whether I am the one in the young generation in the Chu family or not. Chu Guyu's voice got colder and colder. People could even feel the chill emitting from his body as he was forcefully enduring the anger in his heart. Not bad, you have spirit. Then how about you, Chu Feng? Chu Hongfei looked at Chu Feng. I hear that you stayed in the outer court for 5 years at that second-rate Azure Dragon School? How stupid are you to stay 5 years in that horrible place? Even if you aren't from our Chu family, you still have the name of the Chu family. Don't you feel shameless losing our Chu family's face? I'll warn you. You two better not meet me in the competition, or else I will beat you until you can't crawl back up just like 7 years ago. I will also tell you that the position of master will belong to my father, Chu Nanshan, because he has an excellent son like me, Chu Hongfei. After saying that, Chu Hongfei brought the group of people over to the competition registration. Chu Guyu originally wanted to go up and say something, but he felt that someone tugged on his clothes. He looked back, and it was Chu Feng. Brother, there's no need to say too much to these kinds of people. Getting him to lie on the ground in the competition is the best way, Chu Feng said calmly. Looking at that Chu Feng, Chu Guyu couldn't help but stare blankly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart, and he felt that his brother was different. As for the specifics, he didn't know where, but it seemed that his entire person changed into a deep and unpredictable person. After Chu Yuanba said some polite words, the young generation of the Chu family stepped into the martial arts training ground. The first competition started just like that. Taking the number that he'd drawn, Chu Feng went up onto the 5th stage. The moment he went on the stage, some humiliating voices also came along. That's Chu Feng, right? Isn't that the person who stayed as an outer court disciple for 5 years in the Azure Dragon School? He finally entered into the inner court this year? Even if he entered the inner court, he is still garbage. How dare he enter the competition? He really doesn't know how high the sky or how thick the ground is. Isn't this great, though? This will give him a good lesson and also let Chu Yuan know whether his son is garbage or not. Most of the people who knew Chu Feng were from the Chu family, and the people who dared to humiliate Chu Feng were also people that had some status in the Chu family. Not only did they want to embarrass Chu Feng, they wanted to embarrass Chu Yuan even more. "Chu Feng, it's you." Just at that time, another person went onto the stage. Chu Feng was speechless as he saw the person from nearby. It was an old enemy, Chu Zhen, but compared to Chu Feng, Chu Zhen's face was extremely ugly. The corner of his mouth was twitching, and he cursed his bad luck on how he met Chu Feng in the first round. Chu Zhen. If remember correctly, I think that this guy entered the 4th level of the spirit realm 2 days ago. It seems that Chu Feng will receive some suffering. The Chu family members that didn't know the true situation saw that Chu Zhen was going against Chu Feng, and they were secretly delighted. They all felt that it was a piece of cake for Chu Zhen to take care of Chu Feng. The Chu Zhen brothers didn't like Chu Feng since a small age. They all believed that if Chu Zhen attacked, he would not restrain himself. So, they were all expecting the scene in which Chu Feng got harshly beaten up. "I concede." But just at that time, the Chu Zhen on the stage raised his right hand and yelled out loud. He gave up. "Chu Zhen, you brat, what are you saying? You didn't even start yet, you conceded?" A fierce yell came from nearby, and it was Chu Zhen's father. Facing his father's sharp gaze, Chu Zhen's expression fluctuated, but at the end he clenched his teeth, turned around, and walked down the stage. What is this? That scene shocked everyone. Conceded? That was something that you didn't see in the Chu family competitions often, and the one conceding was Chu Zhen, and his opponent was Chu Feng? How was that possible? Was Chu Zhen an idiot? Were there problems with his brain? What happened? The Chu family members that did not know the truth were speechless. Although they didn't know why Chu Zhen did that, his actions really surprised them quite a bit. Even Chu Yuanba was drawn towards Chu Zhen's actions. He frowned, and from his aged gaze, one could tell that even he was confused. Chu Feng wins this round, but no matter what, Chu Feng really did win. Although it gave people an unfathomable feeling, Chu Feng really did become the first person to achieve victory in the competition. After the first round, Chu Feng was quickly arranged to another stage. When he clearly saw, on the stage, a person that he just recently beat, even Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. That person was Chu Zhen's elder brother, Chu Cheng. At that moment, Chu Cheng had a pale face and green lips. He cursed in his heart, "Us two brothers really have the bad luck of 8 generations. How did we meet this fiend?" Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he suffered too much from Chu Feng, and he didn't want to exchange any blows with him. After some thought, he did an action that stupefied the Chu family. "I concede." Damn, what is the situation? This time, not to mention the Chu family, even a lot of outsiders that didn't recognize Chu Feng cast their gazes towards him. Who is this young man? He actually made continuous opponents to concede. I don't know, but looking at his clothes, he should be the inner court disciple of the Azure Dragon School. But I don't think that he showed up in the past Chu family gatherings. He is not simple, absolutely not simple. Without even exchanging blows, he made the opponent scared. With this kind of deterrence, what would his future be like? Some of the observing crowd started focusing on Chu Feng, and hiddenly, they felt that Chu Feng was quite an impressive fellow. Ha! What are you even thinking about? This is the trash of the Chu family. A Chu family male that extremely loathed Chu Feng said that unhappily. "Oh, you know this young man?" A big person questioned. "Of course I know. I am from the Chu family, so I clearly know that this boy is a useless person. Have a look. This boy must have bribed the Cheng Zhen brothers and he is simply bluffing. I guarantee that he will lose in the next round," that Chu family male said with confidence. "Ho, you must have already have some opinion on that young man, right? No offense, but you are already an adult, so why lower yourself to a child?" That big person smiled and said, "What? You're saying that I'm slandering him?" "I am saying only the truth." That Chu family male was extremely angry. "Then how about this? I'll make a bet with you. If it is, as you said, and that young man will lose next round, then these silvers will belong to you. If not, you understand." That big person took out a tael of silver. "Why not bet? I was just afraid that you wouldn't." Seeing that there was free money, why wouldn't that Chu family male not take it? Very quickly, he also took out a tael of silver. I concede. But just at that time, another yell came from the middle of the martial arts training ground. Focusing their gaze, the Chu family male couldn't help but be shocked. Again, it was Chu Feng's stage, and the one who conceded was Chu Gao. Damn it, this bad luck. That Chu family male was speechless, and his mind was a bit chaotic. Hee, sorry that you lost. Seeing that, the big person helped himself and took the tael of silver from the male's hand with a smile. Looking at his tael of silver that he paid to the rivers, that Chu family male felt a wave of pain and he said, "Do you dare to bet anymore? This time I'll bet 3 taels of silvers. Tennessee paying to the rivers equal to throwing money away. Why not? Just afraid that you wouldn't." That big person quickly responded, Count me in as well. I bet on the victory of that young man. Count me too. I also bet on the victory of that young man. At the same time, some meddling people around also joined in. Come, everyone come. Who else? I'll keep you all accompanied. That Chu family male panicked, and he just straightforwardly took his entire money bag out. Inside, there were dozens of taels of silver, and he poured it all out. Following the continuous conceding of Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, and Chu Gao, the observers were all disarrayed. Not to mention the Chu family, but even the outsiders stared at him blankly. More and more people started to try and guess who that Chu Feng was. They heard of Chu Guyu, and they heard of Chu Hongfei. After all, those two were the young geniuses that entered a first-rate school. But where did this Chu Feng come from? As the people could not guess the answer, Chu Feng was also helpless. He wanted to use the gathering to show off his moves, but he never would have thought that something like this happened. Just as Chu Feng was depressed, a beautiful person walked up to the stage. After fixing his gaze, he saw that it was Chu Shu. Chu Feng, congratulations on your 4 continuous victories. Chu Shui smiled sweetly and said, Chu Shui, no need to jest. Chu Feng dryly laughed, but quickly found out that something wasn't right. 4 times? It was only 3 times. Chu Shui, you wouldn't. Chu Shui smiled mischievously while looking at Chu Feng's stupefied expression. Then she yelled to the old person off the stage, I also concede. Who at that time, the entire martial arts training ground was completely stunned. Even some younger generations of the Chu family couldn't help but cast their gaze at Chu Feng, and their gazes were filled with shock. They were filled with questions, and they could not understand what was happening. Only those people who were from the Azure Dragon School sighed in relief and felt that they were lucky by not meeting Chu Feng. Or else they would have done the exact same choices. Haha, thank you very much. You do stick to your words. You are the best person that I've ever seen. Also at the same time, in a certain area in the observing crowd, a huge group of people were surrounding the Chu family male and took away the silvers in his hand without restraint. With a grab, it became empty. That Chu family male even wanted to cry as he looked at his empty bag. He deeply felt that he was being tricked. Why did all the Azure Dragon School disciples concede when they saw Chu Feng? There was definitely something fishy, but he couldn't think what Chu Feng gave them to make them concede so obediently. Bang! On another stage, Chu Yue was falling down from the battle stage. If it wasn't for the Chu family elders who were off stage that caught her just at the right time, she would have certainly been heavily injured. Chu Yue, there seems to be nothing great about the Azure Dragon School's martial skills. Chu Shun walked down from the stage, and a mocking smile was hung on his face. Chu Shun, your cultivation level is higher than me. If I was also at the 5th level, then I wouldn't necessarily have lost, Chu Yue said with a face of bitterness. That is correct, but my cultivation is higher than you, and that also relied on my ability. Chu Shun coldly smiled and said, You! Chu Yue angrily grinded her teeth, and there was an unspeakable grievance in her heart. She already reached the peak of the 4th level of the spirit realm, and if the gathering was a few days later, she certainly would have broken to the 5th level of the spirit realm. But since she lost, and she didn't want to defend anything. Explore up-to-date stories at novelbin.com. Chu Shun, if I'm not mistaken, then you are 1 year older than Chu Yue. As an elder brother, you won against the younger sister. Is that even worth being proud of? Suddenly a voice sounded. Looking over, Chu Yue was delighted. She saw that Chu Feng was calmly walking over under the lead of some Chu family seniors, Chu Feng, you are my next opponent? Seeing Chu Feng, Chu Shun was obviously very happy because the person he wanted to give a lesson to the most was Chu Feng. Scared? You can give up if you're scared. Chu Feng lightly smiled and said, Ha! If I don't beat the crap out of you, then it just means that you took a clean dump yesterday. Chu Shun coldly snorted and leaped onto the stage. He pointed at Chu Feng and said, Get up here. Chu Feng, are you confident? Chu Yu was a bit worried because she felt that Chu Shun wanted to harm Chu Feng greatly. Don't worry, I only need to attack once against people like him. Chu Feng faintly smiled and was going to walk towards the stage. But just at that time, Chu Yue pulled Chu Feng's hand and asked quietly, Chu Feng, did you get first in the inner court disciple exam? Chu Feng hesitated a bit, but seeing Chu Yue's gaze that longed for the answer, he couldn't bear to lie to her. He could only nod his head, and after that, he leaped and landed onto the stage. At that instant, Chu Yue's expressed solidified. Her pair of beautiful eyes constantly flickered, and even her heartbeat quickened a lot. Although she already had the answer in her heart, she still felt that it was inconceivable after receiving the confirmation from Chu Feng. She raised her head and looked at the Chu Shun who was determined to win, and the corners of her mouth raised to form into a sweet smile. For some reason, she felt a touch of sympathy for Chu Shun. The chance has finally come. Seeing that Chu Feng's opponent was Chu Shun, the depression of the Chu family male was instantly swept away into the air. Replacing it was an extremely happy face. Obviously, he knew what kind of strength Chu Shun had. He was in the 5th level of the spirit realm, and he was able to be in the top 5 in the Chu family's young generation. After seeing Chu Shun's confrontation against Chu Feng, he could tell that the two of them were not on kind terms. Chu Shun would certainly not concede, so he was sure that Chu Feng would lose. Do you all dare to bet more? That Chu family male yelled his throat out. Of course, but do you still have money? The people that won all the silvers from the Chu family male laughed and said, Are you looking down on me? The male coldly said that and took out 2 Saint Spirit grasses from his pocket. As long as you dare, then I will play with you until the end. Seeing the Saint Spirit grasses in his hand, a lot of the surrounding ground were speechless. Saint Spirit grass was a high-quality spiritual medicine, and one of them could sell for a tael of gold. That was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Seeing that the Chu family male took out 2 in one go, many people weren't even qualified to bet with him. But by simply looking at his bet, he was confident that he would win. That was why a lot of people envied him, but didn't dare to bet with him. It was because a lot of people couldn't afford to lose such a huge wager. You are quite bold. I'll play with you one more time. But that big person actually took out 2 Saint Spirit grasses and showed it in front of the Chu family male's face. Heh, nice. Seeing that, the Chu family male was extremely pleased. The pit that the big person dug was not shallow, and the chance for revenge was right in front of his eyes. Quickly look, the show's going to start. Just at that time, someone loudly yelled out. Looking on the stage, Chu Shun already started the fierce attacks towards Chu Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Shun arrived in front of Chu Feng and attacked with both his fists, but didn't use his feet. One attack was faster than the other, and one fist came right after the other. Wind was created from the punches of his fists, and they were not ordinary attacks. It was a fierce boxing technique, a rank 2 martial skill. Chu Feng swayed left and right away from the attacks that were like the howling wind and storm. He was hiddenly surprised that Chu Shun was able to use the rank 2 skill to that proficiency. It was not injustice that Chu Yue lost. Sadly, skills like these to him were like 100 loopholes that couldn't take even one hit. Suddenly, Chu Feng stopped his retreating steps and didn't dodge anymore. He was just silently waiting for Chu Shun's attack to come. Good chance. Seeing that, Chu Shun even thought that Chu Feng made a mistake. He clenched his fist and started to throw his punch towards Chu Feng's face. At that instant, the people who worried for Chu Feng dripped a drop of cold sweat. They were afraid that Chu Feng wouldn't be able to take that attack because if you were a human, you could feel that Chu Shun's power in his punch was not little. As for the people who hated Chu Feng, they were rejoicing. They had been waiting for that instant for way too long, and they wanted Chu Shun to kill Chu Feng with that one punch. But of course, Chu Feng was going to disappoint those people. Ha! Suddenly, Chu Feng yelled out and boundless pressure exploded out from his body. His one punch was like lightning, and it went straight towards Chu Shun's punch. Crack, the two fists collided, and the sound of bones breaking resonated. Ah! At the same time, Chu Shun cried out and he hugged his own right arm. He rolled down the stage and started howling in pain. 6th level, Spirit Realm. At that instant, be it outside or inside the training ground, everyone was shocked. Even Chu Yuanba couldn't help but widen his eyes, and surprise surged onto his face. As for Chu Feng's father, Chu Yuan, he suddenly stood up, and his body trembled emotionally. In the instant that Chu Feng attacked, almost everyone could feel that Chu Feng's pressure was a genuine 6th level of the Spirit Realm. How did this happen? Wasn't Chu Feng the trash of the Chu family? How can he have the power of the 6th level? Isn't he the same as Chu Guyu and Chu Hongfei? Within the crowds of the Chu family, voices of shock endlessly resounded. They could not possibly accept that. Discover new stories on Noville.com. Chu Feng, he... Actually, even Chu Yue, Chu Wei, Chu Shui, Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, Chu Gao, and the others. The people from the Azure Dragon School were also shocked. They knew that Chu Feng was extremely strong, as he could kill 40 fierce beasts by himself, and became the fierce person that was #1 in the Inner Court Disciple exam. But they only guessed that Chu Feng had the power of the 5th level of the Spirit Realm. They never would have thought that he was on the 6th level. 6th level, Spirit Realm. In his generation, he could already be considered to be a genius. Chu Feng was only 15 that year, and being on the 6th level of the Spirit Realm at the age of 15 meant that he had unlimited potential. Not only did the Chu family sigh, the entire martial arts training ground yelled in surprise as they were stunned by Chu Feng's strength. A 15-year-old that was on the 6th level of the Spirit Realm appeared in the Chu family. It was an explosive news, and in a way, Chu Feng's strength was even more shocking than Chu Guyu's and Chu Hongfei's. After all, Chu Feng was a good 2 years younger than the two of them. In the time of 2 years, with Chu Feng's strength, it was not impossible for him to break through into the 7th level of the Spirit Realm. Genius. It's a real genius. The Chu family was hiding such a genius, it's really hard to believe it. It seems that the Chu family have a qualified successor, and the talented people appear from talented people. Their future achievements will not only be limited to this little leaning mountain town. The people from different powers admired endlessly. The future of the Chu family was showed by Chu Feng's and the others' performance. But their own family did not have such an excellent young generation, so he had that kind of strength. The Chu Gyu, who was still on the stage, was also attracted by Chu Feng's power. Unconcealable happiness surged onto his face. How is that possible? How did this happen? This is simply. But compared to the shock of other people, in a certain area, a Chu family male sat on the ground limply. In that instant, he finally knew why Chu Shui, Chu Gao, Chu Cheng, and Chu Zhen would continuously concede. They did not do that randomly. It was because they already knew that Chu Feng had that absolute power. Thanks a lot. That big person walked over and took the 2 Saint Spirit Grasses away, seeing that his Saint Spirit Grasses were taken by someone. The Chu family male had a lifeless look in his eyes, as if he was completely disheartened. Suddenly, he moved his arms and slapped his own face 2 times, then yelled in a low voice, "Idiot!" The surrounding people could understand his movements. Although there were no poor people here, they were not extremely rich people either. Having 2 Saint Spirit Grasses taken away was a huge blow to anyone. Understanding was understanding, but no one sympathized for him. As a senior in the Chu family, he slandered a person of the young generation from the same family. In the eyes of others, it was called reaping what he sown, well deserved. People outside of the training grounds were yelling because of Chu Feng's strength. At that time, he already stepped onto another stage, but in that instant, Chu Feng's face was very ugly. It was because his opponent in front of his eyes was his elder brother, Chu Guyu. On the battle stage, the 2 brothers were looking at each other with their 4 eyes. Chu Feng's face was extremely ugly, while Chu Guyu's had a smile. The 2 of them did not say anything, as if using their gazes to transmit their emotions. Chu Guyu was happy for Chu Feng. Since he was able to reach the 6th level of the Spirit Realm at that age, it meant that his talent exceeded his own. Suddenly, Chu Guyu's mouth slightly opened, and he turned his head and started to speak towards the Chu family seniors that were off the stage. I concede. But when those two words rang out, Chu Guyu's smile was instantly frozen. Although those words were the words that he wanted to say, they were not said by him. Brother Yu. Chu Guyu looked towards Chu Feng and his gaze was filled with anger. He originally wanted to give the chance to Chu Feng, but Chu Feng was a step faster. Chu Feng's face was already a lot better as he calmly walked next to Chu Guyu, smiled and said, "Don't mind it. I just feel that as both of you are disciples of a first-rate school, you are more suitable to be his opponent. Defeat him and wash away our shame from that year. Beat him and let him know who is the one person in the Chu family's young generation." After saying that, Chu Feng elegantly left the stage. But his actions undoubtedly set up another huge wave. Some people thought that Chu Feng was affectionate and gave his elder brother a chance. But there were also some people that felt that Chu Feng knew his limits. He knew that he wasn't the opponent of Chu Guyu or Chu Hongfei, so he gave up. No matter what the other people thought, Chu Guyu's heart was very clear on what his younger brother meant in his words. The competition entered the final stages when Chu Feng conceded, Chu Guyu and Chu Hongfei. Both of them were at the 6th level of the spirit realm, and both of them entered a first-rate school. Without any more suspense, they became the final opponents. The most exciting moment of the competition was also reached. Almost everyone's gaze concentrated on the bodies of the two young people, and the battle for the strongest of the Chu family's young generation started. Read latest chapters at En Ovel Bin Ko. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them exchanged blows, and all sorts of dazzling martial skills were used by them without restraint. They were indeed the disciples of a first-rate school. Not only were their skills strong, their battle techniques were also top quality. As the magnificent skills and strong wind were flying up and down on the stage, the two of them presented a visual feast for everyone. Brother, you must win. But when most of the people were in a mood of appreciation, Chu Feng only hoped that Chu Guyu would win. This battle was not only for the title. It was also representing whether Chu Feng and Chu Guyu's humiliation marked by Chu Hongfei that year would be wiped away or not. Ah, bang. But when Chu Guyu flew off the stage with a mouthful of blood by Chu Hongfei's heavy punch, all of Chu Feng's hopes instantly disappeared along with the dust. Brother. Chu Feng ran as if he was insane towards Chu Guyu, and he was deeply afraid that his elder brother was injured greatly. When he arrived in front of Chu Guyu, he found out that Chu Guyu was silently looking at him with 2 streams of tears falling. He said with an extremely ashamed tone, "Your elder brother is useless and I've disappointed you." After saying that, Chu Guyu closed his eyes and fainted away. Seeing that his brother's injuries were so heavy, Chu Feng instantly panicked. Hey, like I said, in the competition, you brothers better not meet me or else I'll hit you until you can't get back up. So, didn't I do what I said? The Chu Hongfei that was on the stage coldly smiled and looked at Chu Feng. His tone was filled with mock. "Bastard, I'll destroy you." Seeing that, Chu Feng was like an angry tiger. He wanted to leap onto the stage and decide who was superior. "Fenger, stop." But before Chu Feng even leaped up, a strong hand tightly grabbed onto Chu Feng's shoulder. He turned around and looked. He was his father, Chu Yuan. "The round is already set. Don't be seen as a joke by others." Although Chu Yuan's tone was calm, Chu Feng could tell how angry Chu Yuan was from his gaze. That was correct. Which father would not be angry when they saw their son being beaten up like that? But in situations like this, he had to control his emotions. "That's right, obedient one. Listen to your father, or else your father will lose the chance for the position of the master." Chu Hongfei continued mocking. "Hongfei, I suggest that you speak with a bit of propriety." Facing that arrogant Chu Hongfei, Chu Yuan's face couldn't help but turn cold. "Fifth uncle, where am I wrong? The so-called winner is the king, loser is the thief. As the winner, I can insult the loser. That is with my right." Chu Hongfei said disapprovingly, "That's right, fifth uncle. I'm thinking that you already lost your chance on the position of the master. No need to be angry. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame your 2 sons. If they could have beaten me, then the position of the master would have been yours. But what a shame. The one who won is me, Chu Hongfei, and not your 2 sons. Ha ha." Chu Hongfei brought his mad laughter away as he walked. At that instant, Chu Feng's anger was burning, but he could only endure. The debt that Chu Hongfei left, sooner or later, he would give it all back with interest. But he could not right now because he could not break the rules of the gathering. Especially now, it was his father's critical moment in the choosing of the family master, so he could not burden Chu Yuan in any way. Just like that, the curtains of the competition fell. Chu Hongfei became the victor of the competition, and with the approval of the public, also the #1 person in the Chu family's young generation. Naturally, Chu Hongfei and his father Chu Nanshan became the biggest victors of the gathering. Everyone felt that since Chu Hongfei got first in the competition, Chu Nanshan's chance of getting the position of the master of the family was even larger. In reality, it was indeed so. Chu Yuanba personally gave the reward for being first in the competition to Chu Hongfei. He even let Chu Hongfei sit next to him to watch the rest of the details of the gathering. His eyes were drowning in love. The juniors from the Chu family do have some skill, but sadly, it is only limited within the Chu family. But just as the Chu family declared the end of the competition, a voice filled with ridicule suddenly rang out. People focused their gazes and everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. In a certain area in the observing crowd, a young man was standing up. The young man was only 17 or 18 years old, but his pair of eyes were very serious. He was currently using that gaze to stare at the Chu Hongfei who was next to Chu Yuanba. "Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Chu family?" someone asked loudly. "I am the inner court disciple of the first-rate 100 change school, Shu Tianyi, son of Shu Jiang from the Pear Tree Town's Yu family. Also, I am not here to behave atrociously. I just want to spar and learn a bit from my peers from the Chu family." Shu Tianyi publicly challenged the young generation of the Chu family, causing the elders from the Chu family to be extremely displeased. One after another, they criticized Shu Chang. "Why are you all so nervous? My son said it very clearly. It's just some learning from sparring and not some life and death battle. But if you are not confident and feel that your Chu family's young generation doesn't have the ability to win against my son Shu Tianyi, we can leave at this instant." Shu Chang faintly smiled and said, "Those words completely trapped the Chu family. If they didn't accept the challenge, they would be reduced to a laughingstock in the future. So, there was only one road in front of them to choose." "Hongfei, are you confident?" Chu Yuanba looked at the Chu Hongfei who was next to him. "Grandfather, I can settle people like this in 10 moves," Chu Hongfei said as he was full of confidence. "Very good. Go, let this Shu family know the strength of our Chu family's young generation." Chu Yuanba smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, sir." Chu Hongfei ran as if he was flying, then suddenly leaped. After a beautiful flip in the air, he landed on the stage. "Trash Shu family, let's see if you can take 10 of my moves." Chu Hongfei immediately attacked and displayed a set of beautiful boxing techniques as he madly charged at Shu Tianyi. However, Shu Tianyi did not even dodge. Contempt was filled in his eyes, and only until Chu Hongfei got close, he stepped forward, raised his hand and slapped. Bang! With that slap, one could see a graceful flower of blood in the horizon. The Chu Hongfei that was strong as tiger before instantly became like a kite with its string broken. He flew back through the air and fiercely landed on the ground. One move. He only used one move. The #1 person in the Chu family's young generation, the Chu Hongfei who was at the 6th level of the spirit realm, was not even able to take one move from the Shu family's young man. That loss was really tragic. Impressive. That young man called Shu Tianyi is at the 7th level of the spirit realm, reaching that stage at this age. Wouldn't he break all common sense in the future? He is the true genius. At that instant, everything was in disorder. All sorts of yelling continued without stop as they were shocked by Shu Tianyi's power. To be able to defeat Chu Hongfei in one slap revealed his bare strength. Shu Chang's son has such talent. Chu Yuanba's face was pale and the corners of his mouth was twitching. Not only did Chu Hongfei lose, he lost so thoroughly. With that, everyone knew the Chu family generation was unable to beat the Shu family young generation. They couldn't even take one attack. That made Chu Yuanba feel that his face was non-existent. He lost all his face, but what could he have done? He couldn't blame his grandson's lack of talent, right? After all, his Chu family did not have any precedent people that were so overpowered. Ha ha ha. The Chu family young generation is only so-so. Shu Qiang brought his arrogant laugh and the Shu family grouped towards Shu Tani's stage. "Is there anyone in the Chu family that dares to battle with me?" Shu Tianyi did not let anyone go. He cast his gaze of disdain towards the young generation of the Chu family. At that instant, although everyone from the Chu family was extremely angry, no one dared to take up the challenge because they knew that they weren't able to beat Shu Tianyi. If they still went up despite of that, it would just mean that they were disgracing themselves, and people would have a lower opinion on them. "Just leave it, Tianyi. No one in the Chu family's young generation can beat you. Just let them go." Shu Chang laughed and said, and it was extremely mocking. Seeing that they had their way, Shu Tianyi coldly snorted and prepared to leave with Shu Chang. "I will accept the challenge." But just at that time, a thunder-like yell suddenly rang out. At the same time, a body leaped into the air and firmly landed on the stage with a beautiful curve. Chu Feng. Seeing the body on the stage, everyone was shocked. "Fenger, come back!" Chu Yuan quickly yelled out because he was afraid that Chu Feng would be in the same situation as Chu Hongfei. Really embarrassing. Chu Yuanba's face turned green. He felt that Chu Feng's actions would only lose more face for the Chu family. "Boy, you think you can win?" Shu Tianyi disdainfully looked at Chu Feng and didn't even put him in his eyes. Read latest chapters at N of El Binko. You'll know when you try. Chu Feng calmly smiled and said, "Very well." Shu Tianyi leaped forward and instantly a blast of wind was stirred. In a blink, he arrived in front of Chu Feng. He still used that slap, and he still aimed at that spot. He wanted Chu Feng to lose as miserable as Chu Hongfei. In that instant, some Chu family members turned their head and couldn't bear looking. They didn't feel sorry for Chu Feng, but they didn't want to see Chu Feng, who was going to lose even more of the Chu family's face. Whoosh! But just as people thought that Chu Feng would certainly lose, his body leaned slightly to the side and he easily dodged Shu Tianyi's attack. After that, Chu Feng aimed to do a backhand slap at Shu Tianyi's face. Chu Feng's speed was simply too fast, and the Shu Yanyi who was underestimating him was instantly shocked. He immediately took his other hand and wanted to forcefully block Chu Feng's slap. But just as Shu Tianyi's hand was going to touch Chu Feng's hand fluctuated and eventually disappeared. "Damn it, this is a profound martial skill." Shu Tianyi was able to react to that with his experience. But it was too late because Chu Feng's illusionary palm already firmly hit Shu Tianyi's chest. Bang! Ta-ta-ta! The palm landed and Shu Tianyi got pushed back a few steps. The strong power almost made him fall off the stage. Look, Chu Feng actually landed a hit on Shu Tianyi. What a strong technique. He was able to get a small advantage from a person at the 7th level of the spirit realm. Cries of surprise sprung up everywhere, and everyone felt that it was unimaginable. Even the Chu family members that hated Chu Feng couldn't help but widen their eyes with traces of shock surging onto their faces. The slap that defeated Chu Hongfei in one strike. Not only did Chu Feng dodge it, he even landed a hit on Shu Tianyi. What did that mean? At least, it meant that Chu Feng's power was a lot stronger than Chu Hongfei's. Not to mention others, but even the Chu Yuanba, who felt angry before paid more attention and astonishment was filled in his gaze. A bit skillful, but I won't go easy on you this time. Bang Shu Tianyi suddenly stepped forward, and even the stage trembled a bit by his step. With a strong force, he arrived in front of Chu Feng once again. Both arms were spread. The shadows of the fists filled the air, bringing strong wind with them. They were like a rainstorm that went along with the wind. Rank 3 martial skill. The crowd was shocked. They could tell that Shu Tianyi was using a rank 3 martial skill in which he mastered. Chu Feng could not possibly defend against that sort of martial skill in addition to that strength. It came just at the right time. But people never would have thought that Chu Feng wouldn't retreat from Shu Tianyi's fierce attacks. With the movement of both his arms, countless of palms gradually came. Every shadow of the palm was incomparably real. Focusing to look, it was as if Chu Feng's body grew countless amounts of arms. The aura that it was emitted was even stronger than Shu Tianyi's. Bang, 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 the countless fists went against the countless palms. No one had the advantage at that time as they battled. In that instant, the crowd started boiling again. It wouldn't be much if Chu Feng only used a rank 3 skill, but he used the rank 3 martial skill to a level which made him equal to Shu Tianyi. It had to be known that he was only at the 6th level while his opponent was at the 7th level. This, Chu Feng is actually using this skill. After observing for a while, Chu Wei suddenly understood, and the shock on his face became denser. Wei, what skill is Chu Feng using? Suddenly, the voice of an old man rang next to him. Raising his head to look, it was Chu Yuanba. Shock was hung on Chu Yuanba's face as well. But within the gaze in which he was looking at Chu Feng, it was filled with the longing of an answer. As an expert of the origin stage, Chu Yuanba also discovered that Chu Feng was using a rank 3 skill as well, and it was a lot more mysterious than the skill Shu Tianyi was using. According to his experience, a skill like that was extremely hard to train in, yet Chu Feng seemed to have already mastered it. So other than feeling astonished, he wanted to know what kind of skill it was. Grandfather, if I'm not mistaken, the skill Chu Feng is using is the hardest skill to train in the entire inner court of the Azure Dragon School, the illusionary palm. Chu Wei said seriously. What? It's the hardest skill to train in within the entire inner court? I never would have thought that this boy was this impressive. Chu Yuanba inhaled a breath of cool air. Not only that, grandfather. In this year's inner court disciple exam, there was a fierce person that battled 40 fierce beasts all by himself. Before the arrival of all the disciples, he killed all of the fierce beasts and took the reward for being the first. And we think that the fierce person is Chu Feng. Chu Wei continued narrating. Hearing Chu Wei's words, Chu Yuanba's face changed once again, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. He immediately looked towards Chu Feng, only that his gaze was completely different. At that instant, he had a thought in his heart. Perhaps Chu Feng really was able to recover the face of the Chu family. Before, he never would have thought that the face of the Chu family would needed to be relied on this child to recover. After all, he was not truly a Chu family member, but Chu Feng was his only hope. Whoosh whoosh. It was extremely hard to determine who had the upper hand in the battle between Chu Feng and Shu Tianyi. The observers could not tell who had the advantage, but Shu Tianyi was gloomy. He did not pressure Chu Feng with his strength and his skills, and he only evened themselves out. He was already breathing roughly after many rounds of attacks. But Chu Feng's face did not change at all, as if he didn't know what was the things called tired. This isn't right. This guy is delaying this round and wants to waste all my strength. Shu Tianyi felt that something was off as he said to himself, it seems that I need to finish this fast. Thinking to that point, Shu Tianyi did not dare to be slow. He changed his skill, and boundless pressure was emitted from his body. His entire atmosphere was different. Chu Feng could feel that the stage was trembling even more violently when he did that. On both of the fists of Shu Tianyi, there was a silvery white color covering it. It was as if there was steel on it, and with it came an unconquerable aura as it came flying at Chu Feng. Rank 4 skill. Feeling Shu Tianyi's explosive power, everyone's face changed greatly. Even the face of Chu Yuanba that just calmed down changed as well. Rank 4 skill. It wasn't something an ordinary disciple could train in. Within the martial arts training ground, there were many powers. From so many people, perhaps there wasn't even one that had a rank 4 skill. Even Chu Yuanba didn't have one. The reason was very simple. The cultivators that could train in the rank 4 skill were certainly important people in the schools. The future achievements of that person would not be limited to a small place like this. Also, not only were the rank 4 skills extremely hard to get, the difficulty to train in them was terrifying. Even if people got the rank 4 skill, they could not understand it. So, Shu Tianyi being able to use the rank 4 skill would naturally shock everyone. Although he did not display the complete power of the rank 4 skill, he could be called a genius, as he was able to use it to this extent. Lost. Chu Feng lost. That was the voices of the hearts of countless people. But it would not be injustice if he lost, because it wasn't that he was weak, it was that opponent was too strong. After all, Chu Feng was still young, and using the power of the 6th level of the spirit realm to force Shu Tianyi to this extent already spoke a lot about his talent. If he was at the same age as Shu Tianyi, then perhaps the result would be different. Even though everyone felt that Chu Feng would undoubtedly lose, no one mocked him in his heart. Because in their hearts, Chu Feng was also a genius. Swoosh! But just at that time, Chu Feng also changed his skills. He stopped the fist that covered his entire body, and what took its spot was an after-image that dodged Shu Tianyi's attack like the wind. Busy behind him, a body was spinning. strong wind rose, and there were even some lightning sparks. The momentum was only stronger and no weaker when compared to Shu Tianyi's previous momentum. This is heavens. It's a rank 4 skill. Chu Feng can also use a rank 4 skill. If it was said that Shu Tianyi astonished people, the current Chu Feng would simply drive people insane. At the age of 15, he had the strength of the 6th level of the spirit realm. He could even use a rank 4 skill. He was simply broken, but the thing that was unbelievable was still behind Shu Tianyi. Bzzz. Chu Feng's whipped his leg out, and with the bits of lightning it swept towards Shu Tianyi. Damn! Shu Tianyi did not dare to be slow. He immediately retracted his hands to block it, because he could feel how strong his leg whip was. Whoosh! But he never would have thought that Chu Feng would suddenly pull his lightning-fast leg whip back. Chu Feng changed his attacking angle and aimed at Shu Tianyi's waist, then kicked out with his leg. Bang! Everything happened too fast. So fast that Shu Tianyi wasn't even able to react to it. Chu Feng's leg fiercely kicked his waist, and with some cracking sounds, Shu Tianyi flew off and fell off the stage. Tianyi, seeing that, Shu Chang and the others were shocked as they quickly went up to support him. Don't move! Suddenly, Shu Tianyi bellowed and said with a full face of pain, It's broken. The waist is broken. What? Who? The entire place shook. Shu Tianyi lost. A disciple of a first-rate school, a young man who was in the 7th level off the spirit realm lost. And he lost to a person who was 2 years younger than him and was only at the 6th level of the spirit realm. Hualala! Suddenly, the people who were watching all stood up and clapped like the thunder. Some people even started cheering and kept on yelling Chu Feng's name. They could not control their emotions. A person who was 15 years old, had the cultivation of the 6th level of the spirit realm, could use rank 4 skills, and he even defeated his opponent who was at the 7th level of the spirit realm. He could not be called as a genius. He was simply a monster. The battles were way too brilliant. Although the last exchange happened in a split moment, it still let people feel extremely carefree and excited. A monster like that appeared in the Chu family. It seems that we should build good relationships with the Chu family in the future. Some people already hiddenly decided to have more contacts with the Chu family. For no other reason than the appearance of a monster like Chu Feng in the Chu family. For the Chu family that had such a person, the only problem for their success was time. In the future, they could not stop it even if they wanted to. So, many people saw the chance in their eyes and felt that as long as they had a good relationship with the Chu family now, perhaps in the future, they could have a huge power to rely on. Whoosh! Chu Feng leapt off from the stage. He did not bother enjoying the cheering and clapping, and he directly walked out of the training grounds. No one knew what to do as they looked at the back of Chu Feng. Only Chu Yuanba smiled and said in a low voice, It seems like this guy has very deep resentments. After leaving the martial arts training ground, Chu Feng went to Chu Guyu's room. Chu Hongfei's punch was very fierce, and it was really not light when it hit Chu Guyu. After being unconscious for a good 4 hours, he slowly awakened. Brother, what happened outside? Why is it so loud? Chu Guyu didn't know what happened at the martial arts training ground. Nothing. Chu Feng's smile was very calm. Ah, perhaps 6th uncle is the master now. It's all because of me. If I could have won, father would have. Chu Guyu kept on blaming himself. Guyu, are you any better? But just at that time, Chu Yuanba walked in. Behind him were Chu Yuan, Chu Renyi, Chu Nanshan, and some other people with high status. Grandfather, I'm fine. Seeing Chu Yuanba, Chu Guyu immediately sat up. He did not dare to neglect this grandfather. It's good if you're fine. Chu Yuanba lightly chuckled, and on his face, the rare benevolence emerged onto his face. Then he shot a glance at the Chu Nanshan behind him. Seeing that, Chu Nanshan said with a bit of embarrassment, Guyu, it's all because that child Hongfei inappropriately attacked. But don't put it to heart, because now his injuries are heavier than yours. What? Chu Hongfei also got injured? Chu Guyu was a bit stunned. Ah. Chu Nanshan bitterly laughed, but said nothing more and looked meaningfully at Chu Feng. Following Chu Nanshan's gaze, Chu Guyu stared blankly at first, but shortly after it was like he thought of something, and the color of his face changed as he was surprised. Just at that time, Chu Yuanba also spoke. Fenger, thank you for today, or else our Chu family's face really would have been trampled over by the Zhu family. As Chu Yuanba spoke, he took out 10 Saint Spirit grasses from his pocket and gave it to Chu Feng. Seeing that, everyone couldn't help but be at a loss. The reward of getting first place in the competition was only 2 Saint Spirit grasses. But now Chu Yuanba took 10 out. It was not a small number. "Grandfather, what does this mean?" Chu Feng pretended to not understand. "This is what you should get. Take it. If you take it, I can feel more comfortable." As he talked, Chu Yuanba had an apologetic face on. Although he never made things hard for Chu Feng, he never stopped the scenes in which Chu Feng got bullied by the Chu family. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was because he didn't like Chu Feng in his heart as well. But today, if it wasn't for Chu Feng, his Chu family would have been the laughingstock of the crowd. Also because of Chu Feng, the Chu family's prestige increased many times. Just now, there were already a few people from different powers that expressed their goodwill towards the Chu family. Chu Yuanba knew that it was caused by Chu Feng, and also because of that, Chu Yuanba felt more guilty towards Chu Feng. "Fenger." Seeing that Chu Feng was hesitating, Chu Yuan quickly urged him. "Then, thank you, grandfather." Chu Feng accepted the Saint Spirit grasses, but he had no smile on his face. Chu Yuanba did not mind Chu Feng's actions. Rather, he was happy. He turned around and said to Chu Yuan, "In the future, the yearly supplement for Fenger will be 5 Saint Spirit grasses." With Chu Yuanba's words, not only other people, even Chu Yuan was astonished. There had never been such treatment before, and Chu Yuanba obviously wanted to develop Chu Feng well. Although at that time the faces of Chu Nanshan and the others were not good, they did not dare to say anything. Because in the Chu family, Chu Yuanba was like the sky. Even if the position of the family master changed, Chu Yuanba was still the real boss of the Chu family. The three of you continue chatting. Remember to take care of Guyu's injuries. Although today you are the master, don't ignore family relationships. Chu Yuanba instructed Chu Yuan. "I understand, father," Chu Yuan responded. Chu Yuanba looked at Chu Feng, and seeing Chu Feng's icy face, Chu Yuanba awkwardly smiled and brought the crowd and left. Read latest chapters at N.Ovail.Binko. "Father, look at Chu Feng's attitude. He is really too." Just as they walked out of the courtyard, Chu Nanshan started to criticize Chu Feng. "Shut up!" But what he got instead was an angry rebuke from Chu Yuanba. He pointed at the crowd with an icy face and said with an extremely serious expression, "Listen up, all of you. I do not want to hear anyone say anything bad about Fenger. If I hear it, no matter who it is, it will be handled without exception by the family law." Hearing those words, the faces of Chu Nanshan and the others paled. They didn't dare to say anything because they knew in the future, in the Chu family, they could not offend Chu Feng anymore. "Father, you're the master now?" With the room, Chu Feng was nicely surprised. "Yeah, to be able to get this master position is all thanks to you, my precious son." Chu Yuan was also all smiles. "I never would have thought that you were hiding so many things." Hee. Chu Feng also smiled very happily as he was facing his father's praise. He worked so hard was to become the pride of Chu Yuan, and today it seemed that his wish was reached. "Father, brother, what is happening here?" Finally, the fog-headed Chu Guyu spoke. Seeing that, Chu Yuan smiled at first. Then he described everything in detail that happened on the martial arts training ground after Chu Feng left, which included the sorry leaving figures of the Chu family, Chu Yuanba's announcement that Chu Yuan would take the position of the master, expressing goodwill towards various powers, etc. After knowing all that, Chu Guyu had his mouth wide open, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. His gaze towards Chu Feng became strangely complicated. He never would have thought that his brother would be like that. But no matter what, as the elder brother of Chu Feng, he truly felt happy for Chu Feng. Because he knew, his brother no longer required his protection. After the gathering, Chu Feng became the topic of heated discussions in the area within the circumference of 100 miles. A lot of people knew that the Chu family produced a martial cultivation genius who was only 15 years old. Some people even heavily exaggerated Chu Feng. Something about cracking the stage with one foot, a gale created with one breath, and the exaggeration simply became legends. Some people even started to have suspicions on whether Chu Feng was a human or not. But, no matter what, Chu Feng was obviously the most paid attention topic of the mountain area, especially within the Chu family. Under the pressure of Chu Yuanba, no one dared to say anything bad to Chu Feng, and no one dared to be disrespectful to Chu Feng. They had no choice but to face Chu Feng with a whole new attitude and recognize him differently. On that day, Chu Feng and the others returned back to the Azure Dragon School. When leaving, Chu Feng gave Chu Guyu a slip of paper and told him that he can only open it after he left. "You have something under your pillow." That was the contents of the paper slip. Looking at Chu Feng and the others who were riding horses and gradually getting farther and farther, Chu Guyu helplessly shook his head. He did not know what circle his brother was moving him in. But after returning to his room, he still curiously lifted his pillow. Chu Guyu had a calm expression on as he lifted the pillow as it was not important. But his face instantly changed like the waves because under his pillow there were 10 Saint Spirit grasses. That number was not much to the Chu Feng who refined 2 spiritual beads and dozens of Saint Spirit grasses, but to Chu Guyu it was a huge number. Ah! After being shocked, Chu Guyu suddenly laughed. He looked at the direction of the Azure Dragon School and muttered, "It seems like the elder brother will have to rely on the younger brother from now on." Chu Feng did a great service for the Chu family, so Chu Yuanba wanted to focus on developing Chu Feng. Everyone in the Chu family knew about that. Thus, their attitude towards Chu Feng also changed. On the road back to the Azure Dragon School, the people that were hostile towards Chu Feng started to take the initiative to get closer to him. But other than Chu Yue, Chu Feng's attitude while facing them could only be neither cold nor hot. Seeing Chu Feng and Chu Yue joking together, playing around, and being lively, many people endlessly envied Chu Yue, and also at the same time they regretted their actions towards Chu Feng. Their intestines even became green, but they could only regret because the only thing that the world didn't have was a medicine for regret. Tennessee, intestines becoming green, greater than intestines only become green after dying, so it's exaggerating that they died from regret. Chu Yue, if you have anything, remember to find me. You know where my residence is. After arriving to the Azure Dragon School, Chu Feng only said goodbye to Chu Yue and didn't care about the feelings of others as he left while swaggering. Chu Yue's expression was very complicated as he looked at Chu Feng's back. He really wanted to say to Chu Feng, join the Chu Alliance. If you want, you can even take the spot as the head of the alliance. But he could not say that because he knew that he had no face to say it. Also, he also knew Chu Feng would not enter even if he said that. Even he felt that Chu Feng did not deserve the Chu Alliance. The Chu Feng who was able to beat a person who was at the 7th level of the spirit realm, even in the entire inner court, he could certainly be seen as outstanding. Chu Feng did not directly return to his residence. He came to the inner court's mission selection location. The inner court disciples were fairly free, but a lot of people still willingly remained at the school to cultivate because the Azure Dragon School could provide a large amount of cultivating resources. Other than the yearly spiritual medicine hunt, this mission selection location could be said to be only route to gain cultivating resources. Just as the name implied, the so-called mission selection location was to select all sorts of missions, and after finishing, the appropriate reward would be given. There were light missions, and there were more serious ones. The light ones were finding items for people or escorting convoys, whereas the more serious ones were killing monsters or helping in fights. As for the reward for the missions, naturally they was related to the difficulty. Why are all these missions so simple? Chu Feng was standing inside the mission selection location's main hall while supporting his chin with his hand. He looked back and forth on the mission plates which were hung on the mission board, but after looking for a good while, he did not find any that he liked. Because of the divine lightning in his body, if Chu Feng wanted to raise his cultivation level, the amount of spiritual energy he required would get larger and larger. It would not be simply settled by a few Saint Spirit grasses, so that was why Chu Feng put his current goal on the spiritual beads. But after looking through the entire mission board, the highest reward for a mission was only a few Saint Spirit grasses. Spiritual beads? No need to even think about it. It seems that I can only stack up the little things to form the great. Thinking to that point, Chu Feng did an insane decision. He flicked his arm and madly grabbed all the high-difficulty missions plates that rewarded Saint Spirit grasses on the mission board into his hands. Damn. Look at what that boy is doing. Is he crazy? He isn't here to create trouble, is he? Chu Feng's actions undoubtedly attracted people's attention. In their eyes, with Chu Feng's age, at most he would be at the 4th level of the spirit realm. The high difficulty missions required at least the 6th level of the spirit realm to complete, which was not something he could do. So everyone felt that if Chu Feng wasn't crazy, then he was creating trouble. But, after all, there were limited high difficulty missions. So, after taking all the missions that rewarded Saint Spirit grasses, Chu Feng cast his gaze onto the medium difficulty missions. If Chu Feng crazily took the high difficulty mission plates, it would only attract their attention. But if Chu Feng extended his hand towards the medium difficulty plates, it would attract their hate. "Oi, what are you doing? Do you have a problem?" Suddenly, someone yelled out. Chu Feng frowned and looked at the person who yelled at him. Only then did he discover that he knew that person. He was someone that entered the inner court disciple exam at the same time as Chu Feng, and also the person who people thought highly of, Duan Yushuan. The current Duan Yushuan's face was very ugly. After searching hard for a long time, he finally found a mission that he liked. But Chu Feng just grabbed it. If Chu Feng really wanted the mission, then it would be fine. But obviously Chu Feng didn't, so Duan Yushuan couldn't tolerate that. "You're cursing me?" Chu Feng calmly asked. "So what if I am? Do you have a damn problem? Do you think this is open by your family? From what I can see, with your mission grabbing, you are just here to make trouble." Bang! Before Duan Yushuan even finished talking, a clear slap landed on his face. A strong power made Duan Yushuan feel that he was floating for a moment as his entire body flew up. As he landed, he opened his mouth, and 3 teeth came out. While the crowd went into uproar because just now, everyone could feel that the seemingly unimpressive young man was an expert of the 6th level of the spirit realm. His aura was also extremely thick, and all of that made people speechless. 6th level of the spirit realm. Although it wasn't the strongest within the inner court, to be able to reach the 6th level at that age already took people aback. The Dragon and Tiger brothers in the Wings Alliance were also at the 6th level of the spirit realm, and obviously, the young person in front of them was stronger than the brothers. Chu Feng ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd as he stuffed a large amount of mission plates into his bag on his shoulder. He pointed at Duan Yushuan, who was on the ground, and said, "Pay attention when you speak next time. I'll take how many missions I want, and it has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Chu Feng elegantly left. With his current strength, the people in the 7th level of the spirit realm were not even suitable for him. Even against people who were at the 8th level of the spirit realm, as long as he used everything he had, he could have a battle as well. From what he knew, in the entire inner court, the strongest people seemed to only be from the 8th level, and there were no more than 10 people who were like that. So, in the entire inner court, there were not many people whom he was afraid of. Also, after being in contact with Su Mei, he did not worry about people's suspicions towards his cultivating talent, which was caused by his special body. After all, in the inner court, there was already a genius like Su Mei. To know, in the Azure Dragon School, in the Azure Province, and even in the entire 9 provinces, there would be even countless more impressive geniuses. So, the current innate skill that he was displaying was not worth being suspicious towards. That was why Chu Feng felt that there was no need to hide his strength anymore. At least he wouldn't lower his head towards others. After experiencing the Chu family gathering, Chu Feng also discovered a principle. Only with powerful strength will people respect him. So from now on, he would not have a trace of restraint towards people that disrespect him. Who is this guy? The pressure that he was emitting just now was quite scary. "I don't think that I've heard of him before." People started the discussions as they looked at Chu Feng's elegant back. "I know who he is. He's Chu Feng, and he's also the person that refused the invitation of the Wings Alliance." Just at that time, someone yelled that out. With those words, the crowd exclaimed in surprise once again. As for the Duan Yushuan who was lying on the floor, he had some lingering fear. Someone who was at the 6th level of the spirit realm and also who has the support of the Wings Alliance was not someone he could offend. "Get out of my face. If you dare to continue blocking me, then I'll break you." But just as Chu Feng left the mission selection location, he heard the sharp voice of a girl. "Su Mei?" Hearing that voice, Chu Feng couldn't help but be alarmed. He even thought that Su Mei met with trouble, so he quickly went towards the direction of the voice. Indeed, nearby he found Sumei's figure, but currently around Sumei were a dozen or so Sword Alliance members. They did not conceal their aura, so Chu Feng could clearly feel that most of the people there were at the 5th level of spirit realm. The strongest one was a young man, and he was at the 6th level of the spirit realm. That person had a high figure, white face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. It could be said that he was a typical pretty boy. He was currently sinisterly smiling at Sumei, and the group of Sword Alliance members were teasing Sumei in front of the crowd. But perhaps because of Sumei's special status, the teasing from the white-faced male had quite some level, so it made Sumei extremely displeased, and there were signs of her preparing to flip out. Seeing that, the Chu Feng that originally wanted to help out instantly stopped his steps. He clearly understood Sumei's strength. She was at the 7th level of the spirit realm, yet those people still dared to annoy Sumei. They were simply looking to die, but obviously the girl still did not want to expose her strength, so she forcefully endured and did not attack. So, Chu Feng just joined the observers for the liveliness and hiddenly laughed in his heart. "I'll see how much longer you can endure this." "Lady Sumei, I, Jian Chen, truly like you. Can't you give me a chance? In the entire inner court, no matter it be status, strength, or looks, who could fit you other than me, Jian Chen?" That white-faced male called Jian Chen confessed with deep emotions, but his pair of thief eyes were scanning back and forth on Sumei's body. When he saw an attracting area, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Sumei's endurance obviously reached the limit because the thing that she could not stand the most was being annoyed by someone. But just as she was going to explode, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. A thought suddenly occurred, and she retracted her angry expression while saying a bit embarrassedly to Jian Chen, "Actually, I already love someone." "What? You have a lover? Who?" Hearing Sumei's words, Jian Chen was as if he got hit by a huge blow and instantly got angry. Sumei smiled proudly, cast her gaze towards the crowd, and used an extremely warm tone to say, "Darling, you're just watching when someone bullies me?" And the person she was looking at was exactly Chu Feng in the crowd. "Damn!" Chu Feng hidden yelled in his heart. He never would have thought that Sumei would discover him so soon, and she even made a fool of him. Sumei was obviously taking him as a shield. Although he was displeased in his heart, as a man and while facing the concentrated gazes of the people all around him, how could Chu Feng retreat? After all, he was originally planning to help Sumei out. "Baby, I just arrived. Which bastard is bullying you? I'll help you take care of him." Chu Feng put up an act as he walked out of the crowd. He came in front of Sumei, smiled sinisterly, then did an action that completely stupefied everyone. He waved his hand and a burst of strong wind swept across. It pushed the delicate little beauty Sumei into his embrace. That scene could really be said to make people's eyes widen and jaws drop. Everyone had their mouths wide open, and some people almost had their eyeballs fall out. Who was Sumei? She was a genius that everyone knew in the inner court, and also a renowned beauty. Although there weren't many people that saw her, those who did see her were charmed by her beauty. Many people even saw her as the goddess in their eyes. Those who had strong abilities and strong backgrounds directly confessed to Sumei. This Jian Chen was only one of them. Being flirted with in front of so many people, Sumei was also angry to the point that both her eyes were on fire. But after thinking that it was for herself, she strongly resisted against her anger. Not only did she not flip out, she was brimming with smiles of happiness, and continued to stay in Chu Feng's embrace. At that instant, Chu Feng could feel 2 balls of softness touching his stomach. That comfortable feeling instantly made him quiver once. After that, he couldn't help but more tightly embrace Sumei a bit more, and enjoyed that soft feeling as much as he liked. "Damn it, who are you?" As he saw his own goddess being embraced by someone else in front of him, Jian Chen only felt anger attacking his heart, and killing intent was emitted from his body. "Who am I? I am the one whom Sumei loves." Chu Feng stuck out his chest and raised his head as he said proudly, "You bastard!" Sumei cursed in her heart. Everyone could figure out what Chu Feng meant. His meaning was that Sumei loved him instead of the other way around. "Damn it, I'll break you." Finally, Jian Chen exploded. He pulled out the sword behind his back and stabbed towards Chu Feng. "Darling, take care of him for me." The thing that made Chu Feng speechless was the Sumei in his embrace actually pushed him out. That push had plenty of power in it, and it directly pushed him towards Jian Chen's sword. That was simply taking advantage of Chu Feng, and she was taking revenge without even disguising it. But what strength did Chu Feng have? People in the 7th level of the spirit realm weren't even worth being his opponent, let alone a person of the 6th level. Bang! Chu Feng leaned to the side and dodged Jian Chen's attack. After that, he raised his leg and directly kicked Jian Chen into a miserable state. Boy, you're looking to die. Seeing that, the dozen or so remaining Sword Alliance members waved the sword in the hands and unrestrainedly chopped towards Chu Feng. But how could they be Chu Feng's opponent? Within a blink, the dozen or so people all got beaten up to the point where they were bleeding from their noses, bruised all over their body, rolling on the floor, and howling in pain. Ta Chu Feng stepped on the body of Jian Chen and said aggressively, "If you dare to disturb my darling in the future, I'll break all your teeth." After saying that, Chu Feng went in front of Su Mei while chuckling and embraced her without restraint. He then said, "Let's sit over there, darling," then swaggeringly walked towards his own residence. Who is this guy? He dared to do that to Su Mei. Seeing the scene in which the two of them were relying on each other as they were leaving, at the same time that the people suspected his identity, the sounds of heartbreaking could also be heard. As they walked, Chu Feng was really unrestrained. He tightly hugged the Su Mei in his embrace while completely ignoring Su Mei's gaze of contempt and also that small hand that was hiddenly pinching his arm. These were Chu Feng's thoughts. Even I need to endure the pain. I will still take small advantages of you. The so-called, if you don't take the advantages of the small things, then you don't take advantage at all. This is the price for taking me as the shield. Bastard. Enough. Just as they entered Chu Feng's residence, Su Mei pushed Chu Feng away. A gust of wind passed by, and Su Mei's sharp kick came sweeping towards him. Damn, Chu Feng was shocked because Su Mei surpassed him no matter if it was speed or strength. This girl was already at the 8th level of the spirit realm. Whoosh! Chu Feng had no way of dodging as he faced the Su Mei who was so strong. Under his helplessness, he could only use the first style of the 3 thunder styles. With that, Chu Feng was like the lightning. His speed instantly increased several times and he dashed, finally dodging Su Mei's attack. How is her power so strong? Chu Feng was shocked. According to his guesses, if he faced against experts of the 8th level, even if he could not win, there could be at least quite a battle. But with Su Mei's attack, and it was clearly only a normal attack, it forced Chu Feng's trump card, which was the 3 thunder styles in which he wouldn't usually use. It simply exceeded his imagination. You think you're the only one that trained in the mysterious techniques? Seeing the astonished face of Chu Feng, Su Mei disdainfully shot Chu Feng a glance. She didn't attack Chu Feng anymore. She just sat on the chair in the hall, picked up an apple and started biting it. Mysterious techniques. You've trained in the mysterious techniques. Chu Feng was even more shocked. Of course, he clearly knew what the mysterious techniques were. They were called the mysterious techniques because they were techniques, and they were mysterious. Those who grasped the cultivating techniques could condense the spiritual energy. If they had good talent, it was completely possible for them to break through into the origin realm. But to those who only had those cultivating techniques, the first level of the origin realm would be the end of their cultivation. For example, Chu Feng's grandfather, Chu Yuanba. It was because the origin realm was a whole new realm. What was required was not condensed spiritual energy. It was the origin power. The origin power existed between the skies and the earth, but it was not concentratable by cultivating techniques. The only way to condense the origin power was to use the mysterious techniques, but the techniques were too precious and too rare. According to rumors, in the entire Azure Dragon School, there were only a few books of them. And other than the elders, only core disciples could train in them. But Su Mei was only an inner court disciple, so how could she have trained in the mysterious techniques? Unless, is it that strange? Even you trained in the mysterious techniques. Does that mean I can't? Su Mei curled her lips and said, "Oh, so this girl thought I trained in the mysterious techniques." Chu Feng understood. He had only heard of the mysteriousness of the mysterious techniques, but he had never seen them before. But thinking a bit more carefully, all of his behaviors up to this point really was quite similar to the rumored people that trained in the mysterious techniques. Oi, what is this expression? Don't tell me that you haven't trained in the techniques and it was actually because of your strange innate gift that you could defeat the strong as the weak. I really did not train in the mysterious techniques, Chu Feng said. You're telling the truth? Su Mei walked over. Chu Feng nodded. After staring at Chu Feng for a good while as if trying to find hints of him lying, at the end she said with shock, "It seems that the people who have the spirit power are quite impressive. If you didn't train in the mysterious techniques yet you are already so strong, what would happen after you did?" How could I possibly train in things like the mysterious techniques? Chu Feng shook his head. If it was possible, he really did want to see the so-called mysterious techniques, especially now when he knew that Su Mei, who already trained in the mysterious techniques, improved so quickly and the cultivations became so strong. He looked forward to those mysterious techniques even more. Looking at the Chu Feng who revealed an expression of yearning, Su Mei frowned as if doing a very hard decision. After a while, she said, "I can give you the mysterious techniques. Are you speaking the truth?" Hearing those words, Chu Feng's expression changed greatly. "Does it look like I'm lying to you?" Su Mei's face was full of seriousness. "What's the price?" AL newest chapters on Novel.com. The price is to join in the Wings Alliance. Why do you want me to join in the Wings Alliance so much? Because I want to rope you in. Right now, I am in the Wings Alliance. The Wings Alliance is relying on my power, so I feel that if you join, then you can increase this power. Also, you have no road of retreat. What do you mean? Chu Feng felt uneasy. Did you not know that the Zhangchen that you just beaten up was the younger brother of the Alliance Master of the Sword Alliance? Su Mei said, while smiling horribly. You damn girl. Chu Feng suddenly understood everything. After doing so much, not only did she use him as a shield, she even made unresolvable hatred between him and the Sword Alliance. If the person that he beaten was only regular members of the Sword Alliance, then perhaps the Sword Alliance would ignore him due to his strength and not look into it too much. But the one Chu Feng beaten up was the Alliance Master's own younger brother. With that, the Sword Alliance would undoubtedly investigate it to the end, because not only did it involve their faces, it involved family affection. I know that you have a spirit that is not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but you need to remember that you may not be afraid. Then what about your Chu Yue and your Chu family? Would they be afraid? Su Mei tried again and said, I really did underestimate you. Chu Feng never would have thought that she would understand him that much. It was obvious that she investigated the details about him, but he still said seriously, my reply are still those words. I refuse. Chu Feng, aren't you just a bit too arrogant? Su Mei was quite angry. Even with the mysterious techniques, he still refused. It really made her unable to endure it, and her bossy temper instantly started to break out. This isn't the problem of me being arrogant or not. It's just that I don't like other people threatening me. You can leave. Chu Feng moved his hand back and forth. After being coerced by Su Mei like that, it would not be normal if Chu Feng was not angry. Bang, but just at that time, Chu Feng's door to his residence was violently pushed open by someone. After that, Chu Gao stumbled and tripped his way in. When he saw Chu Feng, it was as if he saw his savior. He loudly yelled, Young Master Chu Feng, please save them or else it'll be too late. Chu Gao, what happened? Seeing that, Chu Feng was greatly alarmed because he saw Chu Gao with injuries, obviously showing that he suffered from an intense battle. Young Master Chu Feng, young lady Chu Yue. Chu Gao had a full face of panic and some words were scrambled up. Quickly bring me there. After hearing the name Chu Yue, Chu Feng didn't bother asking much and pulled Chu Gao while rushing out. But before leaving, Chu Feng fiercely shot Su Mei a glance because he felt that it was probably the Sword Alliance that came. They came so fast? Seeing that, Su Mei curved her mouth upwards, and after thinking for a while, she also followed them. And on the road, it turned out that Chu Gao and the others didn't meet the Sword Alliance's revenge. They provoked another alliance. Previously, after Chu Feng left, Chu Wei and the others met a fatty. That fatty saw Chu Yue and Chu Shui's beautiful appearance and teased them in front of the crowd. So, Chu Wei and the others started beating that fatty up. But they never would have thought that it attracted a group of experts. So, the fatty that was only in the 3rd level of the spirit realm was a master of an alliance. Not only were there a lot of people, there were many experts. Right now, the Chu family were all caught by them, and Chu Gao was the only person to run out. Wait, Would the name of that fatty be Lu Meng and his alliance be called the Lu Alliance? Sumei spoke and asked. I don't know what he's called, but his alliance is indeed the Lu Alliance, Chu Gao replied. At that instant, the Sumei that always feared nothing started to frown, and she said with a heavy expression to Chu Feng, Chu Feng, your family has gotten into big trouble. What do you mean? Hearing Sumei's seriousness, Chu Feng also understood that those people may not be that simple. If I'm not mistaken, that fatty is called Lu Meng. Although he is only in the 3rd level of the spirit realm, he is indeed the alliance master of the Lu Alliance. That Lu Alliance is no simple thing. They have at least 100 members, and within them, there are 2 experts of the 7th level. In the many alliances in the entire inner court, the Lu Alliance is at least in the top 10. There's a reason why trash like the Lu Alliance can recruit so many members to join. Do you know he relies on? What? His grandfather, Lu Chenggin, is the manager of the Azure Dragon School's inner court punishment department. Also, Lu Meng is the only son remaining in the Lu family, so his grandfather spoils him a lot. The reason why Lu Meng has such powerful rallies is naturally because of his relationship with his grandfather. Within the inner court, as long as they don't kill, no one will investigate virtually any crimes by the loyal alliance members. That's why they can be so reckless, Sumei explained. Why are you telling me all this? Chu Feng's gaze became more heavy. The Lu Alliance are not people that you can provoke. But I can help you as long as you join the Wings Alliance. Sumei smiled and said, We are both human, and there's no one who I cannot provoke. Also, you've got something wrong. It's not that I'm provoking him, it's that he's provoking me. I appreciate your good intentions, but this is my own family's business. As a man, I want to deal with myself. After saying that, Chu Feng bellowed at Chu Gao. Chu Gao, lead the way. Okay. After Chu Gao's loud reply, they quickly ran towards the Lu Alliance. This guy really is a bastard. Salt and oil simply does not mix with him. Looking at Chu Feng and Chu Gao's back, Sumei pouted her small mouth. But after a quick moment of hesitation, she still followed them. In a certain area in the inner court, there was a huge residence. It was Lu Meng's home and also the headquarters of the Lu Alliance. At that moment, outside of the Lu Alliance, there were several hundreds inner court disciples that were gathered around, and the amount of observers kept on increasing. Because in front of the huge doors of the Lu Alliance, there were a dozen or so disciples hung there. Their flesh was split open, and they had fresh blood all over their bodies. Some people already fainted. Those people were Chu Wei, Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, and others. Quickly look. The Lu Alliance are having a demonstration again by bullying disciples just like that. Is no one managing this? Managing? Who's going to manage it? The manager of the inner court punishment department is the grandfather of Lu Meng. Who dares to manage him in the inner court? He's just like a small overlord in the inner court. Shh, quiet down. If you let the Lu Alliance hear you, then you will end just like those people. Sadly, those 2 young girls were so pretty, but I'm afraid that they're going to get ruined by Lu Meng. The observing disciples dared to be angry, but not to speak up. Although within all the alliance powers in the inner court, the Lu Alliance was not the strongest, their background were very deep. Damn, that Lu Meng is looking for death. Just at that time, Chu Feng and the others quickly arrived. Seeing the Chu family who were horribly injured, Chu Feng had no way of controlling his anger and rushed straight towards the Lu Alliance. Halt! This is the Lu Alliance headquarters. Non-Lu Alliance members are not allowed in. Seeing someone was getting close, a member that guarded the gates into the Lu Alliance loudly yelled, Damn you! Chu Feng leaped up and kicked that person to the ground. After that, Chu Feng pulled the person's collar and punched his face 3 times with 3 bangs. That person's face was full of blood and his nose was crooked. After that, Chu Feng waved his arm and threw that person like a bag of sand into the air. After a beautiful curve, it landed in the courtyard of the Lu Alliance. People from the Lu Alliance, listen up. Quickly release Chu Yue and Chu Shui, or else I will trample over your alliance. Chu Feng's voice was like the thunder. Not to mention the nearby observers, but even the people within the Lu Alliance residence could hear it clearly. Damn, who is that guy? He dares to challenge the Liu Alliance just like that? I don't know. I never seen him before, but looking his age, he seems to be this year's new disciple. It's really, newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. He dares to challenge the entire Liu Alliance by himself. It seems that he's tired of living. Many people did a tribute towards Chu Feng's, as they all felt that he was doing the same as looking for death. Indeed, just as Chu Feng finished talking, the doors of the Alliance residence violently opened. A whole 100 people aggressively rushed out. Those people were still young and all of them were tall and big. Their strength were not weak either. The weakest was at the 4th level of the spirit realm. The strongest was at the 6th level. Which bastard dares to act so wildly in the Liu Alliance? Break him! One of the person looked in the courtyard and saw the member who had his nose crooked and eyes slanted. He said nothing and rushed towards Chu Feng. Today, those who dare block me will receive the consequences. As he faced the near 100 Liu Alliance members, the enraged Chu Feng did not back off in the slightest. He was like a crazy tiger, and he leaped into the army of the Liu Alliance. Chu Feng's attacks were extremely ruthless. To those who got caught by him, the light injuries were serious injuries, and the heavy injuries were those who instantly lost consciousness. Every move drew blood and he was unparalleled. In front of him, no matter if it was level 4 seconds or level 6 seconds, none of them were able to take one of his attacks. In an instant, all sorts of howls of pain resounded everywhere. Heavens, who is this guy? How is he so strong? He's too scary. At such an age, he is already so merciless. That bone-piercing killing intent really goes straight to the soul and terrifies people. Chu Feng slaughtered into the Liu Alliance. With a blink, the entire Liu Alliance were utterly defeated. Everyone cried out in surprise, and even some observers trembled in fear. As for those 100 young males, how were they even the Liu Alliance members that terrified people with their name? In front of Chu Feng, they were simply a group of kind little sheep. In front of the tiger, even wolves would be submissive. In front of demons, even evil people would become kind. This guy, I still underestimated him. Sumei's beautiful pair of eyes were hiddenly flashing as she was in a corner within the crowd who were watching Chu Feng's annihilation. Her sweet face was no longer calm, not to mention his dodging strength, but he was already so ruthless at that age. Even if it was Sumei, she may not have been able to do it. After all, they were still so young, but Chu Feng did it. If it wasn't for the Azure Dragon School rules, Sumei had no doubt that Chu Feng would have killed all the people there. New chapters will be fully updated at oval.com. That also meant that Chu Feng's mind was still clear. But to be able to remain a clear mind under such furious situations, that said even more about Chu Feng's scariness. If he was already like this at this age, what would happen if he grew up? At that instant, Sumei really did have a completely new understanding towards Chu Feng. Hey, my two beauties, let's see how you two can resist now. In a certain room in the Liu Alliance residence, a fatty who had a full face of pustules, was fat-headed and had large ears was on the bed while looking at Chu Yue and Chu Zhui. He was the alliance master of the Liu Alliance, the notorious big molester, Liu Mang. Chu Yue and Chu Shui's hands and feet were tightly tied to the head of the bed. Even their mouths were sealed shut. Their eyes were full of fear as they trembled and constantly struggled. Also, other than those three people, at that moment, there were also two young men standing within the room. Those two were the experts of the 7th level of the spirit realm, the strongest within the Liu Alliance. As for why they were there, the reason was quite amusing. It was because Liu Mang's strength was too weak, and he had no way to assault Chu Yue and Chu Shui, so he had no choice but to get the two of them to tie Chu Shui and Chu Yue up so it was easier for Liu Mang. They did not do any small amounts of horrible things like that. Most likely, they could have a sweet taste after Liu Mang felt refreshed. So, at that instant, they did not plan to leave. They prepared to watch a reality show on scene as they waited for Liu Mang to finish. After that, they could go at it as well. Wow, but just at that moment, another heartbreaking cry came from outside. Cries like that already rang several times before. That made Liu Mang frown. He said to the two people, "Go take a look. Tell them it's about time to stop so it doesn't ruin my mood." Hearing Liu Mang's orders, although the two of them were unwilling to, They had to turn around and go downstairs to stop the Liu Alliance members who continued to beat up those invaders. But just as they entered the hall, they heard a huge boom. The big door of the residence was broken open, and a body also flew in. The person who flew into the main hall had a bloody face, and they were unable to figure out who that person was. But on his clothes, there was a Liu character written on it, so it was obviously their own alliance members. Damn. As they saw their own people being beaten up like that, the two of them instantly got angry. Although Liu Meng was the boss of the Liu Alliance, in reality, they were the strongest in the alliance. But as they aggressively walked towards the door entrance, the scene in the courtyard even stunned the both of them. At that moment, in the spacious courtyard of the Liu Alliance members were lying everywhere. All of them were horribly mangled, and other than the ones who lost consciousness, the rest were rolling on the ground and loudly howling in pain. It was extremely harsh. Chu Feng was currently grabbing on a person's collar. Although that person was endlessly begging, he was not moved. He fiercely punched out, and with some bone-breaking sounds, that person's breastbone was shattered just like that. After a howl in pain, he fainted. Then, like a scarecrow, Chu Feng threw him up high, and with a puff he landed someplace near. Thus, the 100 Liu Alliance members that surrounded to attack Chu Feng were all destroyed by him. But it was only a short moment passed from start to finish. That ending made the observing people yell in surprise endlessly. How was that a young man? He was just like a real-life killing god. Guy, who are you? Suddenly, at the big doors of the residence, a yell rang out. Looking over, everyone was shocked. All of them could feel that the aura the two of them were emitting belonged to the 7th level of the spirit realm. They knew the strongest people from the Liu Alliance came out. If the ones Chu Feng were beating up were shrimp soldiers and crab generals, then he would currently be facing experts. Everyone yearned to see what would happen when Chu Feng and the two start. Tennessee, shrimp soldiers and crab generals equal to useless troops. You will soon remember who I am. Chu Feng slowly turned around and cast his gaze, which was filled with steaming killing intent, towards the two. This guy, when they saw Chu Feng's icy face and the gaze that was full of killing intent, their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and they uncontrollably backed off one step. An unstoppable fear started to spread within their hearts. BZ, just at that time, Chu Feng suddenly attacked. He stepped forward, and he was like an arrow shot from a bow. He instantly ran at flying speed as if his entire body formed into a ray of lightning, and he instantly arrived in front of the two people. Before the two of them even reacted to that, they only felt some lightning movements in front of them, and the rolling of chi and blood in their chest. After that, a mouthful of blood sprayed out as they fell on the floor without power. Heavens, that power belongs to a rank 4 skill. How is it possible that this guy can use a rank 4 skill? I know. He's the champion of this year's Inner Court Disciple exam, the fierce person who slaughtered the fierce beasts. How is that possible? The Inner Court Disciple exam only passed for so long. How is he be able to use the rank 4 skill so quickly? Not only that, his aura is clearly at the 6th level of the spirit realm. How is it possible that he instant beat 2 experts of the 7th level of the spirit realm? Are rank 4 skills really that terrifying? The observing crowd instantly became a flying pot of oil. If it was said that Chu Feng battling the 100 Liu Alliance people displayed his ruthlessness, then now he was displaying his absolute power. He was an unbelievable person, someone that shook away the limits of what they could bear, and to be able to do it to this extent was truly seen as a genius. Truly ignorant. How could mediocre people understand the world of geniuses? Sumei shot a glance at the crowd who had faces of shock, then shot it back at Chu Feng. Only then did she discover that Chu Feng disappeared within the main hall of the residence. Damn it! This guy is going to get into huge trouble. Seeing that, Sumei's body leaped and rushed towards the residence. Darlings, you've been waiting, right? I'll keep you a company right now. Back in that room, Liu Meng already took off all his clothes and revealed his incomparably nasty body. His shining eyes looked at Chu Yue and Chu Shui, who were on the bed. He shamelessly licked his lips, excitedly rubbed his hands, and as he was talking, he was going to throw himself onto the two of them. Bang, but just at that time, a heavy noise resonated. Looking over to the source of the sound, Lu Mang's face changed greatly, and his eyeballs almost fell out from fear. Because the frames of the room's door came out, and at that instant it was flying towards him. At that speed, it was not something he could dodge. Boom. Ah! With a boom, the door frame fiercely crashed onto Lu Mang's body and shattered the frame. Lu Mang crashed into the corner of the room while having fuzzy eyes and a dizzy head. His body was full of wood shavings, and it was not a light smash. As he slowly recovered, he discovered with shock that there was another person in the room. That person was standing right in front of him while glaring. Although it was only a young man, his entire body was emitting an aura that terrified him. Especially those pair of eyes. It was as if it was filled with the shine of blood, and he looked like a devil. You, ho, are you? That completely broke Lu Mang from fear. He kept on backing away, but he was already at the corner of the walls and there was no more paths of retreat. Whoosh Chu Feng said nothing and directly attacked. His hand was like the claw of an eagle. It went straight down at Lu Mang's lower part and grabbed onto Lu Mang's groin. Speak. How many girls have you wasted with this thing here? Chu Feng suddenly smiled, but his smile was very strange. Before Lu Mang was able to react to that, he saw Chu Feng smiling. He even thought that his chance came, and he instantly changed his manner and loudly yelled. Why are you asking this? Do you not know who I am? If you touch me, then I'll get you killed. I'm not doing anything, but it's just from today on, perhaps you can reflect on the girls that you've ruined before. After saying that, Chu Feng's hand suddenly clenched. Chu Feng, stop. Just at that time, Su Mei rushed in. She saw Chu Feng's movements and yelled at him to stop. But it was too late. Two sounds of air escaping sounded out, and blood splattered everywhere from Chu Feng's hands. Ah, that Lu Mang howled like a pig dying. Both of his hands were covering that area as he rolled back and forth on the ground. But the pain was unbearable, and he quickly fainted. Chu Feng, you've stirred up a disaster. Seeing that scene, even Su Mei was not able to stay calm. Disaster? He dared to touch my family, so he's the one who stirred up a disaster. He should be lucky that he didn't touch Chu Yue, or else I wouldn't have only broke his genitals. I would have taken his life. Chu Feng coldly snorted and quickly walked towards Chu Yue and Chu Shui. Sob when Chu Feng untied Chu Yue and Chu Shui's ropes, the both of them threw themselves into Chu Feng's embrace and sobbed without sound. If Chu Feng did not arrive fast, the purity of those two really would have been ruined by Lu Mang. After that, Chu Feng left with the Chu family. That event instantly stirred up the inner court. The crowd that gathered around the Liu Alliance also got larger and larger. Everyone knew a young man fought against the 100 Liu Alliance members and stamped over the Liu Alliance, which did nothing but evil, all by himself. That young man was called Chu Feng. Everyone also knew that the name Chu Feng was going to be spread all across the inner court. But people did not know whether Chu Feng could live past tomorrow or not. Not only did Chu Feng stamp over the Liu Alliance, he even broke Liu Mang and cut off the Liu family line. Facing that kind of thing, as Lu Mang's grandfather, how could he look on the side and not care? An arrival of a disaster was destined for Chu Feng. Indeed, after Lu Mang got wasted for not long, the residence in which Chu Feng was at got surrounded by people. But those were not simple disciples, they were the inner court elders. All of them were experts of the origin realm, and they were people from the punishment department. Facing those elders, Chu Feng had no power to resist, so he could only obediently let them take him away. Finished, Chu Feng's finished. That Lu Chengen will certainly take Chu Feng's life. Ah, what a shame. A genius like him should have a great future just as he enters the inner court, but he provoked a person that he should not have provoked. At that instant, there were a lot of people gathered outside of Chu Feng's residence. Those people tailed Chu Feng and followed him. After seeing Chu Feng being brought away by the punishment department, everyone felt pity for Chu Feng. But they did not notice Su Mei, who was lingering nearby. At the instant that the elder showed up, she turned around and left. There were many places in which the elders managed. Other than the martial skill building, punishment department, mission selection location, there was also a very important place. It was the elders building. In the elders building, there were thousands of elders there, and it was the area where the elders gathered the most. Suru was the manager there. What? You said Chu Feng destroyed Lu Meng's genitals? In a certain hall in the Elder's building, after listening to Su Mei's narration, Su Ru's beautiful face was filled with shock. That's right. You need to help Chu Feng or else he will not be in a good situation. Su Mei begged and said, not in a good situation? With Lu Shenggen's methods, to be able to let him die happily would already be good luck. Chu Feng is way too rash. I cannot help him. Su Ru sighed and said regretfully, are you just going to watch as a genius like Chu Feng get killed like that? You know how many benefits our SU family will get if we can rope him in? Su Mei was a bit panicky. Chu Feng is indeed a genius, and if he was developed well, he would indeed be helpful for our Su family. But he still isn't worth it for me to be hostile towards Lu Shenggen. Su Ru shook her head. But he's a person that has the spirit power. How long have our SU family searched for a person like him? Is he still not worth it for you to help him out? Su Mei said emotionally. What did you say? Say it again? Hearing those words, Su Ru's expression instantly changed greatly. I said, is he still not worth it for you to help him out? No, the previous sentence. He's a person that has spirit power. Sister, is that the truth? Chu Feng has the spirit power? How did you know? At that instant, Su Ru excitedly grabbed Su Mei's shoulders and loudly questioned. I personally saw it. Did you not know about it? Su Mei was stunned by Su Ru's sudden change. You saw it? When did you see it? Seeing that Su Ru really did not seem to know that Chu Feng had the spirit power, Su Mei narrated everything in detail that happened in the spiritual medicine hunt to Su Ru. If what you said was the truth, then this Chu Feng really does seem to have the spirit power. Su Ru slowly closed her eyes and deeply took a breath. After that chest that was worth of being prideful of rose up and down once, she calmly said, this Chu Feng must be saved. The punishment department was an area that punished disciples that wronged, and also an area that imprisoned criminals. The people that were locked in here were not necessarily all people from the Azure Dragon Alliance. But those who did get locked in here could not escape the pain of punishment. At that instant, in an iron prison in the most strict area in the punishment department, both of Chu Feng's hands were locked by iron chains and he was hung in mid-air. In front of him were a dozen or so elders. The head of them was an old man who had white hair and a goatee. The old man's sword-like eyebrows were upside down, and his beard exploded. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a fierce character. He was the manager of the punishment department, Lu Meng's grandfather, Lu Shenggen. At that moment, Lu Shenggen had both his eyes closed. He asked in a heavy voice, can Monger's injuries be healed? Sir, young Master Meng's injuries are already stable, but I'm afraid that that part cannot be recovered. Trash. Lu Shenggen suddenly stood up and the chair he was sitting on instantly shook and shattered. He pointed at the elder who was next to him and said, no matter what the price is, Monger's injuries must be healed. Yes, I will do my best. That elder kept on backing away in fear, then he turned around and left. At that instant, Lu Shenggen finally cast his vengeful gaze towards Chu Feng and fiercely said, cut off this brat's genitals, dig out his eyes, cut off his ears, nose, tongue, and chop off his 4 limbs. Yes, sir. Just as Lu Shenggen's words fell, the elders behind him held all sorts of equipments and slowly walked towards Chu Feng. Sinister expressions were hung on their faces as if they were going to chop Chu Feng into 8 pieces. In reality, they were indeed preparing to do that. Rumble, just at that time, the iron prison's thick iron door shattered. At the same time, a beautiful figure also appeared in front of the door. Su Ru was wearing a white dress at that instant. With that clothing and her fox-like face, it was obviously different than the crowd, and there was a type of manner that seemed different from the convention. But when Su Ru appeared, the expressions of the elders became more serious. The iron prison was already tightly guarded. Other than the people from the punishment department, no other people could enter. Su Ru's current actions were just like breaking in. Elder Su Ru, now this is a rare guest. I wonder what business you have in my punishment department. Although Su Ru arrived with bad intentions, after thinking about this person's background, even Lu Shenggen had to smile while facing her. Just a small issue that I hope you can help out. Su Ru's charming smile had thousands different types of grace, and even the old people found it difficult to manage her. If you have anything, please say so. I will try my best to help out. Lu Shenggen smiled and said, I want to bring this Chu Feng away. Su Ru lightly smiled and said, With those words, not only the other people, even the Lu Chengen, who was full of smiles, had a great change in expression. Suru, what joke is this? Do you know what Chu Feng did? Lu Chengen's attitude became serious. No matter what he did, today I will bring him away. Suru also put away her smile. That will not do. I will say this right now. Even if God comes, don't think of taking Chu Feng away. See her out. Lu Chengen waved his big sleeve, turned around and didn't pay attention to Suru anymore. Elder Suru, please. Seeing that, several elders forcefully smiled and walked towards Suru, wanting to bring her away. But before even getting close, a formless pressure shot out from Suru's body. That pressure was strong and it swirled like a whirlpool. Instantly, it filled the entire iron prison. Almost at the same time, when the pressure was emitted, a dozen or so elders fell on the ground, and mouthfuls of blood sprayed out from their mouths. Only Lu Chengen could continue standing. At that instant, around Suru, a whirlwind was spinning around, and that jet-black long hair was flying up and down. The snow-white long dress shook left and right as if a fairy was landing. But her gaze was abnormally icy cold. I will also say this right now. You will release Chu Feng whether you are willing or not. Suru, do not push your luck. Seeing that, Lu Chengen also got angry. The same strong pressure exploded out and engulfed the iron prison. Rumble, rumble. At that moment, Chu Feng could hear the ear-piercing rumbling coming from all directions. He could also see that the sturdy iron prison was violently shaking as if unable to resist against the pressure coming from the two of them. Under the pressure, even the Origin Realm elders on the ground hugged their head while yelling as it was hard to endure. But Chu Feng was completely fine. There was a warm aura around him that was defending him against a strong one. It was obvious that Suru's pressure was protecting him. Lu Chengen, it's not like I'm looking down on you, but you are still not suited to oppose me. Suddenly, Suru stepped forward once. Just as her feet touched the ground, a deep crack slowly extended out like a moving snake. It rapidly surged forward on the ground and went towards Lu Chengen. Boom! Ah! When the crack arrived in front of Lu Chengen, he instantly flew away and fiercely crashed into the iron walls. As he landed, his mouth opened and a mouthful of his old blood sprayed out. You actually reached this stage. With that strength, why are you still staying in the inner court as an elder? Lu Chengen stared at Suru blankly with his eyes filled with fear, because Suru's strength exceeded far beyond his imagination. There are things that shouldn't be asked. Suru disdainfully shot Lu Chengen a glance and waved in the air with her hands. With some bangs and clanks, Chu Feng's iron chains on his hands were cut. With that, Chu Feng also regained his freedom and stably landed on the floor. Although Chu Feng didn't know why Suru came and saved him, he still quickly ran next to her. He knew at this time and instant, only being next to this person would he be in the safest position. Chu Feng looked at the crack on the ground and couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air. The entire iron prison was created with the heavy and thick iron. To be able to create a crack with one step on this iron, it showed how unreasonable Suru's strength was. Chu Feng was not too injured, and Suru also shot a sweet smile at Chu Feng. She grabbed Chu Feng's hands and pulled him outside. Looking closely, Chu Feng discovered that Suru was quite pretty. Although Sumei's face was no worse than Suru's, she was still a bit young and she was still a bit underripe. But Suru was different. She had none of that, and her entire body was emitting that mature charm. Even the fragrance of her body was especially enchanting. But just as Chu Feng sunk within that attracting fragrance, Suru suddenly stopped, looked back, and said with an extremely cold tone to Lu Chengen, "Don't even think about hiddenly attacking Chu Feng or harming his Chu family, or else it wouldn't be as easy as your grandson being injured. I will erase your entire Lu family from the Azure province." "Suru, don't pressure me. If you pressure me past a point, no one will benefit from this," Lu Chengen angrily bellowed. "Oh? If you feel you can go ahead and try. I will accompany you anytime." Suru suddenly smiled, but her smile was extremely cold. She didn't speak any more rubbish to Lu Chengen and walked out the iron prison with Chu Feng. After Suru walked out, Lu Chengen was like a ball that had no air and weakly limped on the ground with a blank expression. After a while, he bitterly smiled, and his old tears started falling. He knew that he was only exaggerating just now because comparing the backgrounds of his Lo family and the Su family, it was really like a small wizard against a great one. Not even worth mentioning. Today, he could only swallow his unpleasant breath back into his stomach. He was fated to have no more chances because he did not want his entire family to be exterminated. In a hall in the elders' building, Suru was busy making tea. Chu Feng was sitting on a stool with one leg over the other as he hiddenly stared at Suru's well-developed twin peaks and her smooth and round bottom. Looking down the dress and landing on those snow-white long and beautiful legs, a wave of evil fire couldn't help but be created under his stomach. This is quite the woman, Chu Feng hiddenly sighed in his heart. The person who could enjoy such a beautiful body would have such rare good luck, with such a spicy figure, if it was possible to strip naked and reveal her perfect snow-white skin. Chu Feng only need to think about it to feel lucky. But he could only think because he knew that Suru was not a simple person, not to mention that she was the goddess in the hearts of countless inner court disciples. Even court disciples and elders declared their feelings to Suru while crazily chasing after her. But up until today, no one got their hands on her. So, this woman was not a person that would yield and be enjoyed on by normal people. Here, drink a cup of tea to keep the fear down. Suru gave a cup of good-smelling tea to Chu Feng. Thank you, Elder Suru. I am indeed quite thirsty. Chu Feng accepted the tea and poured it all into his mouth. He even wished for more as he asked, "Do you have any more?" "I do." Suru continuously poured a few more cups for Chu Feng, and he always finished it with one gulp. After finishing the entire pot of tea, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. While he wiped his mouth, he even burped. Seeing Chu Feng act like that, Suru was surprised. How is this guy even scared? He is clearly only thirsty. To think that a young man at such an age would be so fearless towards such a threatening situation, that kind of courage, insight, and wisdom really made her see him in another light. The more she thought, the more she felt that she saved the right person today. Elder Suru, thank you for your help today. Or else I'm afraid that my little life really would have been ended. Chu Feng stood up and sincerely thanked. But he also guessed that Suru saved him because she wanted to rope him in. But after all, she did save him. If he did not give his gratitude, then that would simply be deceiving himself. No need for thanks. In this situation, Liu Meng wronged first. As an elder in the Azure Dragon School, it's normal for me to protect you. In any case, you are still such a rare and excellent disciple. Suru sweetly smiled, and after that she extended her hand towards Chu Feng. Since you already know the 3 thunder styles, then hand it back. A martial skill like that cannot be spread outside. Hey, Elder Suru, I'll be honest. Within the 3 thunder styles, I can only use 2 of them, and I haven't understood the third one yet. Chu Feng took the 3 thunder styles out, but he was a bit reluctant to part with it. Suru took the 3 thunder styles, then smiled and said to Chu Feng, "I won't hide this. Other than the founder of this school, no one truly understood the 3rd style. So if you mastered the first 2, then it's fine." Oh? Hearing Suru's words, Chu Feng was hiddenly happy, because faintly he felt that there was some crucial point in the 3rd style that he didn't completely understand yet. But Chu Feng also felt that one day he could completely understand it. At that time, wouldn't he be the only other person to know the 3rd style other than the Azure Dragon founder? After that, Suru chatted a bit with Chu Feng, but those were only the concerns of an elder towards a disciple, and she did not mention anything about roping Chu Feng. After leaving the elder's building, Chu Feng had an evaluation in his heart. Although Suru seemed a lot more gentler than Su Mei, her thinking was a lot deeper than Su Mei. "Oi, you finally came out." Just as Chu Feng walked out of the large door of the elder's building, he heard a sweet voice. Looking over, he saw a butterfly-like figure coming near him. It was Suru's younger sister Su Mei. "Thanks to you this time," Chu Feng smiled. He knew the reason why Suru helped him was most likely because of this girl. At least it was her that informed Suru. "Oh, I couldn't tell, but you seem to still have a heart. But if you're going to give me gratitude, you can't only use your mouth, right? Shouldn't you express it more materialistically? You want me to kiss you? Leave. You want me to hug you? Leave right now. Fine, I'll take a deficit and I'll marry you." New chapters will be fully updated at AudioBook.com. Instantly leave right now. Sumei's little face was red from anger. Although she knew that Shufeng was shameless, she never would have thought that he was that shameless. So she didn't pay attention to him anymore and turned around to leave. Seeing Sumei pouting and leaving, Shufeng laughed. Although he didn't dare to tease Suru, he dared to tease this little girl. But after a bit of laughter, Shufeng still caught up and said while smiling, "How about I join the Wings Alliance?" "Really?" Hearing those words, Sumei instantly stopped walking. A pair of shiny eyes were staring at Shufeng while flickering. "Of course, I owe you sisters a favor which I will return sooner or later. This doesn't count as repaying you, it's just to satisfy your small little wish." Shufeng's words came from his heart. Although Sumei saw his potential, currently he was nothing. If it wasn't for them saving him, he wouldn't even have his life. One must know favors and return them. Shufeng was that kind of person. At first, when he refused the Dragon and Tiger Brothers, he was worried about exposing his innate gift, but now it was already exposed. He refused today because he didn't like how Sumei was threatening him. But right now, with his strength, he still had no way to protect Chu Yue and his family in the inner court. So, he felt that entering the Wings Alliance right now had hundreds of benefits and no harm. It would greatly help his Shu family's development as well. Also, very faintly, Shufeng could feel that Sumei and Suru's background were not simple, and the so-called Asu family would not be simple as well. A family that had the mysterious techniques would absolutely not be a normal power. It would be at least comparable to the Azure Dragon School. So, he felt that the reason why Suru and Sumei went to the Azure Dragon School was to find a person who had strength in which they could rope them to their own family. Just like that Lu Chengen who asked Suru, why did she stay in the inner court when she had that kind of strength? Why not become a core elder? That was because core disciples would not easily be roped in by other people. But most of the inner court disciples were new people. They were easy to attract and even easier to rope in. At the end, those sisters were developing their family's power. Shufeng also decided to join in their family. Tennessee clan may have been a better word of choice here, but I just kept it as family for consistency. So you still have a bit of conscience. Hearing that Shufeng really did agree, Sumei sweetly smiled and said to Shufeng, "There just happens to be a mission for our Wings Alliance tomorrow. You join as well." "Mission? What mission needs so many people to participate?" Shufeng expressed confusion. Looking at the quality of the Wings Alliance members, every one of them had the power to finish a high-difficulty mission all by themselves. Why would they need him to join as well? You think it's going to be a trash mission like those at the mission selection location? I'll tell you this, the Wings Alliance will never do those missions. The missions that we do are no easier than the ones that the core disciples do, so you better prepare yourself. Also, the reward for this mission is also very generous. It's because no one is giving the mission to us, it's that we're taking everything from the mission. Sumei said seriously, "Damn, we're not doing a group robbery, are we?" Shufeng smiled and said, "Idiot, tomorrow noon, come here and find me. Also, don't wear the clothing of the Azure Dragon School." Sumei gave a paper slip and a badge to Shufeng. The slip stated the location to meet tomorrow, and the badge was the symbol of the Wings Alliance. Also, will the Sword Alliance not find my family for trouble? Shufeng was not worried about himself. It was only worried about Chu Yu and the others. That may not be so. The Sword Alliance is not a trash alliance like the Loyal Alliance who only rely on their background. They do indeed have a certain amount of strength. But if they dare to look for trouble, my Wings Alliance will tell them who's the boss alliance in the inner court. After saying all that, Sumei bounced away and left. It could be seen that her mood was pretty good. What sort of strength does the Wings Alliance have? Shufeng looked, and the badge in his hand and his heart couldn't help but have a trace of rippling. He could tell from Sumei's words from before, the Wings Alliance did not put the Sword Alliance in their eyes. It showed that the Wings Alliance was really not simple. After that, Shufeng put on the Wings Alliance badge. He intentionally walked around the inner court. As for the reason, it was to know that he was a member of the Wings Alliance and telling the Sword Alliance to not attack his family. Look, isn't that Shufeng? The Shufeng that stamped over the Liu Alliance and wasted Lu Meng? That's him without a doubt. At that time, I was on scene so I wouldn't recognize him wrong. But wasn't he taken away by the punishment department? How can he appear here safe and sound? Also, look at his chest. Isn't that the Wings Alliance badge? He already joined the Wings Alliance. At first, he refused the invitation of the Wings Alliance, but now he was still able to join in. He even escaped the punishment of the punishment department. How deep does the background of this Chu Feng go? No wonder he dared to do such things to Lu Meng. It seems that this Chu Feng isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Do not offend this person in the future, everyone. Chu Feng walked around, and those who knew him endlessly yelled in surprise. Other than sighing at Chu Feng's strength, they had to ponder at the power behind Chu Feng. After walking around for a long time, Chu Feng also met quite a few people from the Sword Alliance. But none of them attacked him, so it really showed that the status of being in the Wings Alliance came into use. When Chu Feng returned back to his own residence, he discovered that the residence was still lit up. There were a few people moving around in front of the door, and from their auras, he knew that it was Chu Wei and the others. Chu Wei, what are you doing here? He saw Chu Wei and the others, and they were wrapped with gauzes, as they were battered and bruised. They were not resting in their own residences, and they were lingering around here instead. Chu Feng did not understand why. Chu Feng, you finally returned. This is great. If you're fine, then it's great. Chu Feng, quickly come in. Everyone's waiting for you. Seeing Chu Feng, Chu Wei, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if releasing a burden. They did not say much, and they dragged Chu Feng into the residence with smiles. After opening the doors of the residence, Chu Feng saw that Chu Yue, Chu Shuo, and the others were all there. Even the other members from the Chu Alliance arrived. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge table. On top of it were many delicious foods, and most of them were his favorites. After that, Chu Feng found about that. After he got taken away, Chu Yue and the others went to the elders' building. They were trying to beg for help for Chu Feng, but they almost got detained themselves. Luckily, Su Ru arrived and helped them out. She even told them to prepare delicious foods and wait for Chu Feng at his residence. Chu Feng would return safely without a doubt. This meal was not the first time Chu Feng ate with his family, but it was the first time that he felt the comfort of a family. Everyone's feelings towards him were all from their hearts. It was all sincere. Many people were grateful towards Chu Feng, and Chu Feng really liked that sincere treatment. The morning on the next day, Chu Feng woke up early and he took out all the mission plates that he got yesterday. Read latest chapters on Noville being calm. Since he was going out for a mission with Su Mei and the others, the mission plates did not have much use for him, so he was preparing to put them back. But just as he walked out, Chu Feng saw a figure. It was Duan Yuxuan that fought over the mission plates with him. At that instant, Chu Feng couldn't help but be happy in his heart. He pointed at Duan Yuxuan and yelled out loud, "Oi, you there! Stop!" Hearing that yell, Duan Yuxuan's body couldn't help but tremble. As he turned his head and looked, his face was even more pale. The things about Chu Feng already spread throughout the inner court. Naturally, Duan Yuxuan would know about it as well, so he was extremely terrified towards Chu Feng. Especially when he thought about the things yesterday. He was disrespectful towards Chu Feng, so he was afraid that Chu Feng would find him and look for trouble. Because of that, he did not sleep last night, and his lingering fear lingered endlessly. Now, seeing Chu Feng, even his feet were limp. Facing a person that even dared to destroy Lu Meng's eggs, he did not know what Chu Feng would do to him. Just as Chu Feng walked in front of Duan Yuxuan, he kneeled on the floor with a poof and begged with a painful face. "Boss Chu Feng, I did not recognize you yesterday, so I provoked you. I beg that you forget about me and forgive me this time." "What? You're talking about that?" Chu Feng was speechless. After that, he gave his bag to Duan Yuxuan and said while smiling, "Duan bro, if you don't mind, help me return these back to the mission selection location." You called me for this?" Duan Yuxuan awkwardly took the bag, and he was a bit at a loss. "Actually, the thing I wanted to tell you was that the mission that you liked is in here. Sorry to trouble you." Chu Feng patted Duan Yuxuan's shoulders and ran towards his mission gathering spot. Looking at the Chu Feng that disappeared in an instant, and also looking at the crowd that surrounded him who used a strange gaze as they stared at him, Duan Yuxuan hiddenly cursed, "Damn! This is so embarrassing. Heading towards Sumei's meeting point, after Chu Feng left the Azure Dragon School, he changed into a set of casual clothes and went to an abandoned temple before noon arrived. Before entering the temple, Chu Feng used his spirit power, and he felt that there were 7 people inside. After entering the temple, there were indeed 7 males and females. Within the 7, he saw 3 familiar faces. One was Sumei, the other 2 were the Dragon and Tiger brothers. But Chu Feng did not recognize the other 4. Although he could not confirm their strength, he could tell by their faces that the 4 people were not ordinary people. A male and female were showing their affection as if there was no one around. It was like they were afraid that other people would not know that they were in a relationship. But the thing worth mentioning was that male wore a pink long gown. On his head, there were even peach flowers, and he was just like a pervert. On the other hand, the female wore quite masculine clothing, but her face was still like a female's. Although it wasn't as beautiful as Sumei, she could still be counted as good quality. Other than the lovers, there was a young man wearing white clothing. His face was handsome with thick eyebrows and big eyes. After seeing Chu Feng, he lightly smiled and nodded. He seemed rather friendly. On the other hand, there was a blue-clothed male, and he was the complete opposite. After seeing Chu Feng, he looked at him with disdain and coldly snorted. After that, his mouth curled upwards as if he had some deep hatred towards Chu Feng. Come. Let me give you an introduction. This is the newest member of our Wings Alliance, Chu Feng. He may seem young, but he is no simple person. Sumei smiled and started the introductions. Is he any younger than you, Sumei? The white-clothed male walked over and politely clasped his hands towards Chu Feng. I am Bai Tong. I have heard of you before, and seeing you today, you are really no ordinary person. Thanks. Chu Feng also clasped his hands in reply. To those who treat him with courtesy, he would always treat them back with courtesy. The young man who wore a gown with peach flowers and the young female that wore a masculine clothing also walked over. That male said extremely solemnly, I am Yataozi. This is my future wife, Zhang Tingzi. Tennessee Tao, greater than Peach Ting, greater than graceful. Chu Feng also smiled and clasped his hands towards the 2 of them. But, he said in his heart, damn, Yataozi, Zhang Tingzi, these 2 really are made for each other. Just with that name, they are a perfect match. Read latest chapters on novelbien.com. Chu Feng, we welcome you to the big family of the Wings Alliance. We hope that you don't put the previous things before in your heart, because the both of us were actually. The Dragon and Tiger brothers walked over and hiddenly looked at Sumei as they spoke. Cough, cough. Seeing that, Sumei quickly coughed 2 times and viciously glanced at the 2 of them. Instantly, they put away the words that they were going to say from fear. The Chu Feng that had the strong spirit power already saw the inklings. He guessed that it must have been Sumei that forced the Dragon and Tiger brothers to do something. Chu Feng, you have quite some nerves. The Wings Alliance kindly invited you and you dared to refuse? Do you have any virtues or abilities? Just at that time, the cold-faced, blue-clothed young man spoke. Jia Yunfeng, you shut up. Seeing that, Sumei was going to show her true stripes. Ah, Sumei, let him finish. But Chu Feng pulled Sumei behind him, smiled, stared at Jia Yunfeng, then said, What do you want to say? Spit it out. I'm saying that you are not worthy to join the Wings Alliance, Jia Yunfeng bellowed. Wu Shufeng's expression changed, and he suddenly moved his hands. One illusionary palm came out and patted towards Jia Yunfeng's chest. At that instant, everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that the kind-faced Chu Feng would attack without any signs. Illusionary palm? Jia Yunfeng was no ordinary person. He instantly recognized the skill that Chu Feng used. The aura of the 7th level of the spirit realm started to revolve. He turned his hand and punched out. A wave of boundless power exploded from it. The skill that he used was a rank 4 skill. Seeing that, although Chu Feng was a bit surprised, he was not afraid at all. He changed his skill and used the one-stone thunder style. With a blink, he arrived behind Jia Yunfeng. Following that was another illusionary palm, and it went towards his back and attacked. Bang! That palm stuck without any accidents. Jia Yunfeng could not defend and he face-planted on the floor. After fiercely lying on the floor, he fled a few meters before stopping. This guy has really strong methods. Seeing that, all the people on scene, other than Sumei, were all shocked with their eyes lit up, especially the dragon and tiger brothers. They were even shocked to the point of opening their mouths. The Chufeng in their memories was a very weak person, or at least weak in front of them too. But now they discovered that they could not be any more wrong. If Jia Yunfeng was not Chufeng's opponent, then the brothers would not be able to beat him even more. This clearly showed that Chufeng hid his strength before. In the exchange before, he was obviously letting the two have their ways. At that instant, the two of them knew why Su Ru and Elder Ouyang recommended Chufeng to join the Wings Alliance at all costs. It was because Chufeng really did have the qualifications. "Do you know whether I am worthy or not now?" Chufeng coldly smiled and said while looking at the Jia Yunfeng who was climbing up from the ground. "You bastard!" Just as Jia Yunfeng rose, he suddenly angrily yelled and leaped towards Chufeng once again. Whoosh! But just at that time, Bai Tong's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Jia Yunfeng. As he blocked, he said in a heavy voice, "Just now, Chufeng already left some face for you. Don't look for unhappiness." Jia Yunfeng was obviously a bit afraid of Bai Tong. After thinking of Chufeng's attack before, he also coldly snorted and said no more. 8th level of the spirit realm? As for Chufeng, he hiddenly sighed in surprise. He could feel Bai Tong's aura from before. He was the same as Su Mei, also being in the 8th level. Okay, this is called You Won't Know Each Other Without Fighting. Time is tight, so let's hurry up and go. At that time, Yi Taozi spoke. Under his call, several people started walking out from the temple. Su Mei walked in front of Chufeng and said while smiling, "You are quite overbearing. They didn't even say anything yet you directly attack him. He asked for it." Chufeng curled his lips. "Fine, actually I like your temper when it's like this." Su Mei sweetly smiled and pulled out a book from her waist purse, then gave it to Chufeng. "What is this?" Chufeng received it and found out that the book was quite old. The shabby pages were quickly breaking. But when Chufeng saw the words on the book, his eyes lit up. Written on it was, "Beginning level mysterious technique, breathing technique." It's actually a mysterious technique, this. Quiet. Hearing that, Su Mei immediately used her hands to cover Chufeng's mouth. She nervously looked outside the temple and was afraid that the people outside would hear them. "Su Mei, you? This is nothing. I promised you yesterday if you joined the Wings Alliance, I would give you the mysterious techniques to cultivate in." "I am just fulfilling my promise," Su Mei said indifferently. With those words, it made Chufeng feel very uncomfortable. Yesterday, the sisters helped him, so Chufeng already owed them a huge favor. He did not need to use the mysterious techniques as the price. But Su Mei did not bother about those things, and it made him feel very apologetic, so he said quietly, "Thanks." "What thanks? Hurry up and put it away. Don't let them see it. Also, do not give it another person to cultivate or else I will split your skin apart." Su Mei fiercely waved her little fist in front of Chufeng, then ran out, while jumping and bouncing. Seeing the cute, beautiful, and sincere girl, Chufeng's impression towards Su Mei got several times better. Chufeng and the group kept on walking towards the west. After 2 days and 2 nights on horses, they already left the borders of the Azure Dragon School, and they were obviously not doing a school mission. "Su Mei, what are we actually doing? Aren't we wasting too much time by going so far?" Chufeng asked quietly. He felt that for one mission, if they needed to spend so much time on the road, it was a waste of time. "I'll secretly tell you, we are going to rob a tomb." Su Mei happily smiled and said, "Robbing a tomb? Really? That's quite lacking in ethics." Chufeng's face was full of disdain. "What do you know? This is a tomb of an expert in the profound realm. Not only are large amounts of spiritual medicines hidden in there are even origin medicines and even profound medicines. Other than that, there will also be a lot of mysterious techniques. It is simply like a huge treasure vault. If you feel that these actions lack ethics, then you cannot come." Su Mei coldly snorted and said, "It's the tomb of a profound realm expert? Origin medicine, profound medicine, mysterious techniques?" Chufeng was astonished. On the road of martial cultivation, the known realms were Spirit Realm, Origin Realm, Profound Realm, and Heaven Realm. If the Origin Realm was reachable with decent aptitude, the Profound Realm could only be reached by geniuses that had extremely good talent. According to what he knew, the current master of the Azure Dragon School, was only in the profound realm. It was a realm that only the strongest in the Azure province could reach. As for the heaven realm, it was a realm that made people walk on air or travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. It simply broke the bindings of the heavens and earth, exceeded the limits of humans, and it was a realm like the legends. The experts of the heaven realm did not appear in the Azure province yet. However, Chu Feng had heard before that the overlord of the 9 provinces within the Jiang dynasty, there were indeed people in the heaven realm. When the Zhang dynasty situated itself in the 9 provinces, although it didn't interfere with any developments of any powers, it was still publicly recognized as the overlord of the 9 provinces. So, all sorts of powers in the 9 provinces must pay their respects every year at a certain time, or else their entire family would be exterminated. The Zhang dynasty claimed itself as the imperial family, and they were not ordinary lives. Not everyone had a chance to interact with them. For example, in the Azure province, only the top school in the Azure province, the Lingyan school, were qualified to pay their respects. As for the tributes, all the schools would give their tributes to the Lingyan school, and the Lingyan school would give their tributes to the imperial court. So, to Chu Feng, the Zhang dynasty was just like a legend, and he had no way of getting close. Actually, he hadn't even seen any experts from the profound realm. The so-called origin medicine and the profound medicine were similar to the spiritual medicine, just as the cultivators in the spirit realm use the spiritual medicine. The cultivators in the origin realm use the origin medicine and the profound realm to the profound medicine. Compared to spiritual medicine, the origin and profound medicine were a lot rarer and a lot more precious. Especially, if one could get a single profound medicine, they could be extremely wealthy. Today, there was such a good thing sent right to his doorstep, so naturally Chu Feng would be extremely excited. But he was also suspicious. When would it even be their turn to rob that kind of place? Su Mei, in a tomb of a profound realm expert, we should not be able to lead it with our strength, right? Chu Feng was a bit worried. What are you thinking? Do you really think that we're the only ones that got the news? When a tomb of a profound realm expert becomes known, it undoubtedly attracts all sorts of attentions from all sorts of powers. There will be many experts that go up and lead. As for us, we're just there for the liveliness. We get some of the leftovers and don't even think about those profound or origin medicines. We can already earn a lot with even a few spiritual beads, Su Mei explained. So it's like that. Where's the tomb then? Chu Feng continued to ask. I hear that it's in the desert wilderness. As for the specifics, no one knows, for according to our sources, the tomb will be announced in the ancient city near the wilderness. Of course, the so-called announced isn't publicly announcing to everyone. The person who announces it will sell the map of the tomb. Every sheet will be 80 saint spirit grasses. Each one of us will give out 10, and it's just right for 80, Su Mei continued explaining. That expensive? I don't have any. Didn't you take a lot from me last time? I finished them off. What a pig! You're so wasteful. Did you absorb it all? Chu Feng was a bit speechless. He couldn't tell Su Mei that, although I didn't train in any mysterious techniques, I have a godly lighting in my body. No matter how many spiritual medicines I get, I can refine them all. Not only do I not waste any, I can absorb them. Whatever, I'll help you out this time, but remember to return it back to me at a later date. As she saw Chu Feng, who was crying from poverty, Su Mei curled her lips helplessly. Read latest chapters on Noville bin Calm. I thank you, Chu Feng smiled and said, the tomb of an expert of the profound realm? He looked forward to it. The group continued forward, and before noon, they entered the desert wilderness and quickly arrived at that ancient city. The ancient city was extremely ancient. According to legends, it had thousands of years of history. Every brick and tile were very worn out as if it would collapse and shatter with a little bump. So this is the ancient city. It seems a bit too damaged, and it seems that it will collapse soon, right? How are there so many people living in such a broken place? Looking at that damaged yet huge city and also the faint smoke rising into the air, Chu Feng knew that there was quite a few people living in the ancient city. But he couldn't understand why so many people were living in the ancient city. An old construction like that could collapse at any moment, so it should be very dangerous. What do you know? Every single brick and tile in the ancient city has a spirit formation laid by a world spiritist. Not only gales, Even if experts of the origin stage attack at full strength, they may not be able to damage any one of the bricks or tiles. It's that strong? Chu Feng was shocked at first, but then quickly questioned, who are world spiritists? What is a spirit formation? With those words, not only did Su Mei look at him with a gaze of astonishment, even other people cast disdain expressions at him. What a bumpkin! Jia Yunfeng coldly snorted. Ah! Chu Feng, the world spiritist is a special and noble occupation. People like us cannot touch it. On the other hand, Bai Tong smiled and started to explain. World spiritists have a power called spirit formation. Spirit formation is near indestructible, and it's a very strong defending method. All world spiritists have extremely high talent. Every one of them could be said to be a genius, and they have really powerful strength. In addition to their strong observing power and the special power from the spirit formation, they are almost unrivaled in their own realm. Also, because of the specialness of the world spiritist, every single world spiritist is the target of invitation of many powers. The various powers school that have a world spiritist will have a sky-rising upgrade for their defense. As for the Azure Dragon School, we used an extremely high price to ask for a world spiritist. Oh? If it's that impressive, then why did you say that the world spiritist is not something that we can touch? Chu Feng curiously asked. Ha ha, because everyone can cultivate, but to become a world spiritist one must have the spirit power. And this spirit power is extremely rare, so naturally, ordinary people cannot touch it. That's also why world spiritists are so noble. Bai Tong continued explaining. Having spirit power, huh? Hearing those words, Chu Feng couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Su Mei. He seemingly already knew why that girl wanted to rope him in. What are you looking at me for? Even if you have the spirit power, without a world spiritist to teach you, you cannot become one in your entire life. As if she knew what Chu Feng was thinking, Su Mei curled her lips up. Didn't Bai Tong just say that our Azure Dragon School has a world spiritist? Chu Feng chuckled and said, you mean Zhuge? Don't even think about that. That old guy is too strange, and he never accepts disciples. In the Azure Dragon School, we have a core disciple that has spirit power. He always wanted to pay his respects to Zhuge to learn the spirit formation technique, but after being ordered around like a slave for 1 year, he did not learn anything even up until now. Su Mei continued to strike blows. That is correct. It is just as how Su Mei said. The reason why world spiritists are so noble are because they are so rare. Unless it's a person that they really like, world spiritists will not easily pass down their skills. It means one more person they teach, one more person will come and fight for their livelihood. After Bai Tong explained all that, he said to Chu Feng with a tone of jest, I see that you are very interested in this world spiritist. Does that mean you have the spirit power? To Bai Tong's words, Chu Feng stuck out his chest, raised his face, bluntly and proudly said, I do have the spirit power. What? When Chu Feng's words came out, other than Su Mei, everyone else was shocked. Even the Bai Tong that was usually calm had no way of remaining that way. Chu Feng, do you really have the spirit power? You cannot joke on things like this. Bai Tong's face became tight and his tone was filled with suspicion. He is correct. He is indeed the person that cannot be found even within tens of thousands. Just at that time, Su Mei spoke. Su Mei, is this the truth? Hearing Su Mei's words, almost everyone widened their mouths in shock. That's the reason why my sister so strongly insisted to invite him to join the Wings Alliance. Su Mei sighed helplessly. She knew when Chu Feng's special power was revealed, everyone would see him in a new light. At that instant, everyone couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air. When they looked at Chu Feng again, their gazes had an extra hint of respect. Even Jia Yunfeng that disliked Chu Feng had a complicated expression on. Obviously, he was feeling regret since he disrespected Chu Feng earlier. A person that had spirit power may not even show up within 10,000 people. Even if it was 100,000 people, there may not even be one. Until today, there were only 2 people that had the spirit power within the entire Azure Dragon School. Even if Chu Feng was counted in, there were only 3. People like them had naturally high talent for cultivation. Their understanding skills were also extremely fast, and their observation skills were even more scarier. Even if they were not able to become a world spiritist, just in the cultivation side, they could have huge achievements. People like them could not be offended because before they were even born, they were destined to be unordinary. Naturally, as Jia Yunfeng treated Chu Feng like that before, he had some lingering fear. Chu Feng, please don't take offense from my previous actions. As an apology, I'll pay for your part in buying the map for the tomb. As he thought, Jia Yunfeng actually directly apologized to Chu Feng. Although people were surprised at his sudden actions, they were understandable. If they were in his spot, they would do the same thing. Yeah? Then thank you. Chu Feng gladly accepted it. 10 Saint Spirit Grasses was not a small number. If there was someone willing to pay for him, naturally, Chu Feng would be willing to accept. After a bit of chatting, they finally entered the ancient city. At that instant, Chu Feng could feel the strong aura of the ancient city. He could see that within the ancient city there were many experts hidden. Chu Feng also saw even more disciples wearing their school's clothing. He recognized that they were the disciples from the Thousand Wind School. Chu Shun from the Chu family cultivated in the school. It seems that the news of this tomb really attracted quite a few people. Chu Feng sighed and said, "Of course, the news about this tomb was already leaked and all sorts of surrounding powers rushed here. Sooner or later, there will be conflicts," Su Mei secretly explained. "Are you saying that the Azure Dragon School will also send people here?" Chu Feng questioned closely because the distance between the Azure Dragon School and the desert could be said to be close. Of course, the closest schools to this desert wilderness is the Azure Dragon School and the Thousand Wind School. If the Thousand Wind School got the news, then the Azure Dragon School would come as well. Also, with how our Azure Dragon School does things, the people that are sent will certainly be the core disciples and core elders. Perhaps that Zhuge elder would come as well," Su Mei said. "Wouldn't this become a battle between the Azure Dragon School and the Thousand Wind School?" Chu Feng asked. "That's why we're in casual clothes and pretending to be a passerby. This way, we can avoid the unnecessary conflicts because at times like these, taking advantage of the conflicts is the best method for us. They can open up the road and they can fight over the treasures. It would be enough as long as we get some junk." Su Mei's sweet face was full of that evil smile, so it turned out that she already did all the preparations. Looking at the girl who was only 14 years old, Chu Feng helplessly shook his head. He could completely imagine when she grows up, her scheming would not be any worse than her elder sister, Suru. Because the position of the tomb was not announced, Chu Feng and the others could only temporarily wait in the ancient city for news. In a tavern, after closing the door to his room, Chu Feng was very impatient as he took out the mysterious technique book, Breathing Technique. Mysterious techniques were separated into beginning level, middle level, and high level. Although the breathing technique was only a beginning level mysterious technique, it was already worth a lot as it contained strange cultivating effects. Or else it would not be possible for Su Mei to be so strong at her age. Even Chu Feng felt a bit of fear from that. After a bit of reading, Chu Feng understood the breathing technique a bit. The important part was to naturally breathe through the nose and to revolve the spiritual energy while breathing. The energy was to be moved in certain meridian channels in the body and at the end, running through the entire body to form power that exceeded far beyond normal people. Although it was easier said than done, it only applied to normal people. To Chu Feng, it was not hard at all. Pretty much after looking at it once, he understood the meaning in it. Chu Feng did not have such understanding power when he was born. Although Chu Feng's understanding power was extremely high before, it was obvious after getting the spirit power, his brain became more sharp. Ooh. After standing up and deeply breathing a few times, Chu Feng tried the breathing technique. Well, just as the energy resolved, Chu Feng felt the spiritual energy within his body was like a surging dragon that started to roar in his body. When such a strong spiritual energy went along the special meridians, Chu Feng's power instantly rose several times. This power is very strong. Clenching his fist and feeling the spiritual energy that became a lot stronger, Chu Feng felt extremely happy. The reason why Chu Feng's power was stronger than normal people was because he had the godly lighting in his body, which made the quality of his spiritual energy better than others. The power of the mysterious techniques, on the other hand, it used special methods to change the spiritual energy within the body, and it made it stronger than others. Today, Chu Feng had both of them, and his power exceeded far beyond normal people. From his estimates currently, he may not lose if he dueled Su Mei. But Sumei was at the 8th level of the spirit realm, and she also cultivated in the mysterious techniques before. Chu Feng was only at the 6th level of the spirit realm. With that power difference, yet if he was able to fight her, it was simply overpowered. With this, could I participate in this year's core disciple exam? After assessing his current strength, Chu Feng started to get excited. The Azure Dragon School's core disciple exam was held every year. And looking at the dates, this year's exam was getting closer. Compared to the inner court disciple exam, the core disciple exam had an age limit. That was to be under 18 years old. It didn't matter how strong you were or how much talent you were, if you passed the age limit, participation would not be allowed. From what Chu Feng knew, as long as your strength reached the 8th level of the spirit realm, you could join the core disciple exam, and there was a huge chance to pass it. Core disciples were those who the Azure Dragon School focused their development on. Even the families of the core disciples received the protection of the Azure Dragon School. As long as Chu Feng could become a core disciple, not only would it help his cultivation, it would greatly help his Chu family's development as well. As he thought of the happy faces of Chu Yuan and the Chu family if he became a core disciple, Chu Feng greatly looked forward to become one. Thump, 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 but just at that time, Chu Feng's door was knocked by someone. After opening the door, Chu Feng found out that the sweet and charming Sumei was looking at him while smiling while having both of her hands behind her back.